Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Year 111 AC. Early summer. Early morning. King's Landing stirred awake under a warm light. On the eastern side of the Red Keep, where the walls touched the coast, lay a quiet garden kept off-limits to visiting envoys. A boy of 5 or 6 sat under a thick old tree, silver-blonde hair catching the sun, purple eyes dulled with exhaustion. Another nightmare. It never ends. This was Rhaegar Targaryen, firstborn son of King Viserys and the true heir to the dragon bloodline. Your Grace Rhaegar, your birthday celebration is about to begin. The queen asked for you. A servant stepped forward and spoke gently. Rhaegar lifted his head. His face was pale, his eyes shadowed and heavy. I told you, I'm not fond of birthday parties. The attendant folded her hands. Forgive me, your highness, but the queen insists. I understand. I'll go. He rose and followed her into the Red Keep. Rhaegar had been born at a terrible cost. His mother, Queen Aemma Arryn, died in childbirth. His birthday fell on the same day as her death. Yet Queen Alicent Hightower honored it every year, and Rhaegar respected her for that. The Red Keep's corridors were grand and cold. As they climbed the upper floors, the cry of a child echoed from a nearby room. Rhaegar gestured for the servants to wait and stepped toward the open door. Inside, Alicent held a wailing infant, while another child stared hungrily at a cake on the floor. She turned when she noticed him. Aegon wants cake. If you don't join us, I'm not sure how long I can keep him calm. Rhaegar walked inside. It's fine. Let him have some. Cake won't hurt him. You're a kind brother, Rhaegar, Alicent said, handing Aegon over. A servant guided him toward a low table. Your father is tied up with council matters, and Rhaenyra slipped out earlier. So I'll handle your birthday this year. Let's blow the candles out and make a wish. Rhaegar said nothing. They blew out the candles together. His life had always been fragile. Aemma's difficult labor had left him weak. He spent his first 3 years in a coma, sustained only by milk. Many believed he wouldn't live through the next sunrise, giving rise to the name One-Day Heir. But he survived. When he finally woke at 3, with the help of a wandering witch, his body remained frail. His mind was worse off. Nightmares dragged him through visions of dragons, fire, and war, disjointed flashes that left him shaking. I want to eat. Give it to me now. Aegon's shout snapped him back. The boy shoved his hand into the cake, flinging crumbs everywhere. A blob of cream splattered across Rhaegar's cheek. Aegon! Alicent scolded. She grabbed a cloth and wiped Rhaegar clean. I'm sorry. He could be a handful. I'll have another cake prepared if you'd like. It's fine. He enjoys it. We can share. His calm answer tugged something warm in Alicent's chest. A knock broke the moment. Your Majesty, the king requests your presence to discuss the hunting arrangements. A Kingsguard knight stood in the doorway in silver plate and white cloak. Alicent sighed and glanced at Rhaegar. Your father needs me. If there's anything you want as a gift, tell me now. No, he hesitated. If possible, I'd like less medicine. It hurts. Alicent forced a soft smile. That is for your father to decide. She instructed the servants to watch the children, then departed with the knight. After she left, Helaena, Alicent's 2-year-old daughter, sat near the window, picking at crumbs and staring outside. Do not disturb the sleeping beast, she murmured. Rhaegar studied her. They rarely interacted, but guards often said she drifted through visions and strange mutterings. It seemed they were right. He turned to Aegon, who was still buried in the remains of the cake. You enjoy eating that much? Aegon ignored him, grabbed a piece of butter, handed it to Helaena, and went back to devouring the dessert. Rhaegar smiled. Sharing with your sister. A generous brother. You deserve a reward. Aegon's eyes widened. Reward? Eat all you like. Here it is. Rhaegar placed a hand on his head and pushed it straight into the cake. A dull thud. The servants gasped as Aegon came up with cream dripping down his face. Helaena watched with interest, licking frosting from her fingertips. Rhaegar knelt beside her and gently brushed her silver hair. You should learn to stand on your own. Don't take scraps. Brother, hee. Helena giggled at the sight of the butter-crowned Aegon. Fool. Leaving the cream where it was, Rhaegar stood and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, Rhaegar waved off the attendants trailing behind him and walked down the stairs alone. There was a tension in his steps. Anyone else would have feared striking the queen's son in front of half the keep. But he wasn't worried. Just before blowing out the candles, he had heard a voice. The Explorer system has been successfully loaded. Please search for lost treasures. At first he assumed it was a leftover echo from his nightmare. But when he opened his eyes, he saw not only Aegon smearing cream across his face, but a strange panel floating before him. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent. Dreamer Gold. Bloodline. Old Valyrian Dragon King. 5%. Skills. Literature. Elementary. History. Elementary. Relics. None. Evaluation. A weak human child. He will likely die before the age of 10. A pity he carries such a valuable talent. Simple. Direct. A display of his own status. Rhaegar blinked, stunned, then slowly accepted what he saw. By the time he finished wiping cream off his face, he had already collected himself. Excitement pushed through his confusion. During those 3 years of nightmares, he had dreamed of impossible places. Green-skinned serpents, steel towers scraping the sky, metal dragons roaring across an unknown land. Somewhere in those dreams, the idea of a system had taken shape, a tool for the weak to rise, a perfect match for a fragile child with no strength and no future. Even so, he couldn't resist teaching Aegon a lesson before leaving. Hopefully the little prince would understand the kindness. Explorers. Relics. It's obvious, Rhaegar muttered, already piecing things together. I need to find something ancient, something valuable. He walked through the busy corridors of the Red Keep, scanning every corner with newfound purpose. Eventually he reached an empty chamber. In the center stood a raised platform, and upon it rested the skull of Balerion the Black Dread. Balerion had crossed the sea with the Targaryens from Valyria. With Aegon the Conqueror on his back, he had burned and broken the 7 kingdoms. Generations rode him afterward, until old age finally claimed him during Viserys' reign. His skull, now preserved in the Red Keep, was a tribute to one of the greatest dragons to ever live. Rhaegar stared at the massive relic. He could think of nothing older or more precious within reach. Balerion, you served our house for centuries. Help me once more. He stepped onto a stool and climbed onto the platform. Reaching out, he touched the jagged teeth, each one thicker than his arm. Then he slipped into the hollow of the skull, brushing his hands across the pale bone. The exploration has begun. Target, Balerion's skull. The sudden voice startled him. He froze, glancing around. If anyone found him playing with royal relics, he'd be scolded for days. But the chamber was empty. A glowing panel materialized. Balerion's skull. Exploration progress. 0.2%. He pulled his hand back. Balerion's skull. Exploration progress. 0.2%. Paused. So I need physical contact, he whispered. He touched the skull again, and the number began to rise. I see. Patience. Rhaegar sat beside the skull, leaning against it, brushing his fingers, then his cheek, then even his feet across the bone to keep the progress climbing. He grew winded quickly, his body still fragile, but excitement kept him going. By dusk, when his eyes were heavy and the hall had gone dim, the system spoke again. Exploration complete. Recover the lost treasure. Rhaegar rubbed his eyes as the panel reappeared. Balerion's skull. Exploration progress. 100%. So it's done. What treasure? He stood and looked around. A red glow hovered above Balerion's closed jaws, pulsing like a heartbeat. Curious, he reached for it. The orb burst with a soft pop, scattering crimson sparks that drifted into his hand like embers. The relic has been retrieved. Testing underway. Testing complete. Classified as a legendary relic, the dragon's legacy. Legendary, Rhaegar whispered. I truly got lucky. He pictured a dragon scale, and one appeared in his palm. Black, rough-edged, no larger than a hand. A dragon scale. How do I use it? The text on the panel shifted. Blood and fire share a common origin. To claim the dragon's legacy, one must possess true dragon blood. Of course, dragons meant fire, and to activate it, blood was required, Targaryen blood. Rhaegar smiled. He may have been weak, but he carried true dragon blood. He pressed his thumb against the sharp edge of the scale. Let's end this. The scale pierced his skin. Blood smeared across its surface. It glowed bright red. Congratulations. The dragon's legacy has been activated. You have obtained blood and fire. Tier, legendary, red. Effect, fire resistance plus 50%. Evaluation, true dragons do not fear fire, and neither do the Targaryens. The scale turned to ash in his hand, drifting away. Heat blossomed under his skin. His pale face flushed. His entire body warmed, as if wrapped in blankets beside a hearth on a winter night. Then the heat faded. Rhaegar looked at his hands. His skin seemed smoother, his color brighter. He no longer looked like a child ready to collapse at any moment, more like someone recovering from illness. Increasing fire resistance, what a gift. He walked to the edge of the altar where candles burned in a circle. He lit one, then pressed his hand into the flame. Warmth, stronger warmth, then a mild sting. A drop of wax hit his skin, and he jerked slightly. He blew the candle out. Fire still hurts, but nowhere near as much. He smiled faintly. A beginning, but a powerful one. Talent, dreamer, gold. Bloodline, Dragon Lord of Old Valyria, plus 8%. Skills, literature, elementary, history, elementary. Relic, blood and fire, fire resistance plus 50%. Evaluation. The ancient bloodline is showing signs of resurgence. With a bit of luck, you might be able to escape this predicament. He studied the panel, pondering quietly. Bloodline, relics, and evaluation all had shifted on the display. Ancient bloodline, Rhaegar murmured to himself. Could the origin of blood and fire awaken the true dragon blood? Forget it. There's no use thinking about things I can't understand. Better to continue searching for the lost treasures. His body felt light. To test it, Rhaegar tried to jump off the altar and succeeded. Explorer, you'll cure my weakness. Excited, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, secretly enjoying his adventure. But the excitement did not cloud his judgment. The young prince needed his rest. As they left the hall, the darkness of the night enveloped them. Servants lit oil lamps along the walls of the Red Keep, casting a soft glow. Unnoticed by anyone, Rhaegar made his swift return home. Crunch. Pushing open the door, he entered the dimly lit room, bathed in moonlight that filtered through the stained glass window, casting a soft halo. Who goes there? He asked sternly, standing at the door, his eyes fixed on the figure at the window. An ambush in his chambers at night. Did someone mean him harm? It's me, Rhaegar. The figure turned, illuminated by the moon, revealing a girl in a narrow leather skirt, with silver gold hair. The girl faced him and shrugged. Really? You can't recognize your own sister just because I missed your birthday party? Rhaenyra, what are you doing in my room? Relieved to see the girl's face clearly, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with joy. The girl was his blood sister, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. The realm's delight, Princess Rhaenyra. Leaning against the window, Rhaenyra studied his pale face with complex eyes, a hint of pity fleeting across her features. Averting her gaze, she hesitated before speaking. Today is your birthday. As your sister, I felt obligated to pay you a visit. Rhaegar smiled warmly. Sister, I'm glad you came. But I'm not one for birthday parties, you know. Rhaenyra sighed. I visited Mother this morning and came to see you this afternoon. Did you eat? His question surprised Rhaenyra. I had a piece of bread this morning, but nothing since. So you haven't eaten, Rhaegar interjected, getting up to rummage through a drawer by the bed. What are you looking for? Rhaenyra asked, confused. Don't worry, I've got something. With that, Rhaegar pulled a package of cookies out of the drawer. Handing one to Rhaenyra, he hung a kettle of cold tea over the fireplace and lit the coals. The Red Keep's proximity to the coast makes it perpetually damp and cold, regardless of the season. Taking a casual seat by the fire, Rhaegar patted the seat across from him and invited Rhaenyra to join him. How had you been lately? Still haunted by nightmares? Accepting her brother's kindness, Rhaenyra opened the packet of cookies and helped herself, drawing warmth from the fire. Give me one. I haven't had mine yet. He snatched the second cookie she reached for and joked. Nightmares seem to be my constant companions. I've gotten used to them. Where have you been? You haven't eaten either. Rhaenyra's curiosity was tinged with concern. The Grand Maester mentioned that you've been refusing your medicine lately. Father and I are worried about you. Just wandering around. My body knows how to handle the medicine. It's only a matter of time before it gets better, but I believe it will be soon. He defended, changing the subject. Tell me what else is on your mind. Rhaenyra replied uncomfortably. We're talking about you. But every time you come here, you end up complaining to me. Rhaegar nibbled on his biscuit. Dear sister, I'm used to it. Consider me your confidant. Bastard. Rhaenyra snorted. It's not just a political game. These ministers think a woman isn't fit to sit on the Iron Throne. They want to undermine me and strengthen Father's rule in favor of a more pliable candidate. Father loves you deeply, sister. Rhaegar couldn't imagine King Viserys harming his daughter based on the opinions of his ministers. Not at all, Rhaenyra retorted sharply. Rhaegar was taken aback and looked at her sardonically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lash out at gossip all by myself. Realizing her outburst, Rhaenyra reached out to touch her brother's head and lowered her voice. Father intends to marry me off to someone powerful who can help him, a political alliance to strengthen his rule. But it feels like being sold as a commodity. Rhaegar articulated her thoughts. Rhaegar, my brother. Her words betrayed her inner turmoil, her eyes turning red as she clasped her brother's hand helplessly. Since her mother's death, her father's subsequent remarriage to her best friend, and Uncle Demon's exile from King's Landing, she had no one to confide in. Aside from riding dragons and soaring through the skies, she felt like a lonely ghost in the vast Red Keep. No one really listened to her. No one really supported her. Rhaenyra squeezed her brother's slender hand. If it weren't for you, I don't know who would care for me if the stranger took you away. Rhaegar shook his head. Don't think like that, sister. Father hasn't replaced you. Being the heir means he still cares for you. The rumors outside don't just affect you. They also weigh heavily on Father, who shields you from the storm. Rhaenyra lowered her eyes. But I don't want to marry those treacherous men, well-meaning vultures who seek to devour my flesh and blood. If you're unwilling, perhaps I can speak to Father. Maybe he'll reconsider because of our strong sibling bond. An idea suddenly came to him, and he did his best to comfort his sister. But Rhaenyra hesitated, unable to articulate her concern. Bitterness crept into Rhaegar's tone. I know that whenever Father sees his son on the brink of death, he's reminded of Mother and sinks into deep self-blame and guilt. He avoids me, afraid he can't bear to lose me one day. He sighed. But I am Rhaegar Targaryen. I belong to the skies and the seas. I can't be locked in the Red Keep forever. Rhaegar looked at his sister expectantly, determination etched on his face. Moved by her brother's hopeful words, Rhaenyra felt the same stirrings within. Bound by her father's grip and enmeshed in the web of power, the girl agreed without much thought. All right, I'll take you to Father tomorrow. He should fulfill his responsibilities as a father. A smile spread across Rhaegar's youthful face, and he nestled into Rhaenyra's somewhat meager bosom, rubbing it affectionately. Sister, this is the birthday present I want. Forget fancy cakes and elaborate festivities. All he longed for was the love of his kin. It was not a selfish wish. Rhaenyra hugged her brother, her chin resting on his bony shoulder, her eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness. After a long silence, she said regretfully, "Oh, how I wish you had a healthy body. It would allay everyone's fears and protect me. Until the stranger takes me away, I'll stay by your side. Always, sister." Feeling the warmth of her embrace, he replied in a muffled voice. When he was young, the only people in the world were his father Viserys and his sister Rhaenyra. He didn't want anything to happen to these two beloved relatives. The next day dawned with the first rays of sunlight on the Red Keep, signaling the start of another busy day for the servants. After their customary breakfast of milk and bread, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra made their way directly to the council chamber. The servants and knights along the way dared not impede them, allowing them to pass unhindered. Upon entering the great council hall, they were greeted by a lively scene. King Viserys, in his 30s, wore a broad smile as he chatted amiably with several ministers. Known for his tolerance and mercy, Viserys greeted everyone with a smile. "Rhaenyra, we were just discussing the Kingswood hunt. You're just in time," Viserys remarked as Rhaenyra entered the hall, immediately catching his attention and inviting her to join the discussion. "Father, do you remember me?" Rhaegar interjected, holding his sister's hand and looking at his father with melancholy eyes. "Oh, Rhaegar, why is your sister dragging you around?" Viserys exclaimed, his eyes widening as he saw the thin figure at the door. He immediately rose from his seat. "Your Grace." The king left his seat, prompting the other ministers to rise and greet Rhaegar. After all, he was the king's eldest son, born into the privilege of being respected. Had the frail prince not lapsed into a coma at birth, Rhaenyra would not have been the heir. Surveying the ministers, Rhaegar gestured for them to relax and offered a gentle smile. The display momentarily distracted the ministers. Indeed, Prince Rhaegar seemed cast in the same mold as King Viserys, exuding calm and kindness. As Rhaenyra and her brother made their way, she explained, "Yesterday was Rhaegar's birthday. Neither of us were there. He wanted to come and see father." Moved by her words, Viserys hurried over and knelt before his children. "I'm sorry, son. As king, I always have a mountain of work. I hope you don't blame me," he said ruefully. Rhaegar and Viserys met eye to eye, their smiles intact as they exchanged a look. Rhaegar, feigning annoyance, interjected quietly, "It's all right. How could I blame my king? I just wanted to see my father as a son. Since you use your royal status to evade responsibility, I'll do the same and appeal to your conscience." As expected, Viserys' expression softened with a hint of guilt. He lowered his gaze and reached out to touch Rhaegar's pale face. "As you grow, you resemble your mother more and more," he remarked with a mix of emotions. "Perhaps. I just hope my father doesn't forget me and leave me behind in my lifetime," Rhaegar added, continuing to pluck at Viserys' wounded heart. No longer a 3-year-old, he knew the power of his words and how to evoke emotion. Viserys felt a slight trembling in his hands, noticing especially the frail appearance of his eldest son. It was as if his heart was being hammered. Taking a deep breath, Viserys rose, lifted Rhaegar, and settled back into his seat. He ruffled his son's silver hair and said, "You never took the initiative to see me. Can I make it up to you as a father?" During the exchange, Viserys glanced discreetly at Rhaenyra, curious about their intentions. Rhaegar shook his head gently and leaned into his father's embrace. "No." The fewer words spoken, the fewer mistakes made. He who strikes first in the hunt becomes the prey. Viserys smiled and turned his attention to Rhaenyra. "Why was I unaware of the strong bond between you two?" he asked. "He's my brother, closer than Aegon," Rhaenyra replied curtly, her voice choked with emotion. Viserys' smile faltered as he avoided further engagement with his thorny daughter. Instead, he turned to the ministers, displaying the magnanimity of a king. "Today Rhaegar is granted special permission to attend the political discussions." "Where were we?" "There's some minor matters." "There's no harm in the prince listening in," Lyman Beesbury, master of coins and treasurer, chimed in, agreeing. Rhaegar watched him, an older man with black and white hair, his demeanor friendly and approachable. Rhaegar caught Lyman's nod of acknowledgement and returned the gesture with a smile. The brief exchange between them passed quickly, and Lionel Strong, hand of the king, steered the discussion back on track. "Your Majesty, the Kingswood hunt is scheduled for 2 days from now. Allow me to outline the itinerary and expenses." Though Lionel's appearance seemed ordinary, his demeanor was serious as he presented his report. He meticulously detailed the requirements for the royal forest hunt. After he finished, Viserys pondered for a moment before agreeing to the plan. Since the resignation of the Queen's father, former hand of the King Otto Hightower, Lionel had become King Viserys' most trusted advisor. He was diligent, disciplined in his work, and acted without personal bias, earning Viserys' respect. Silently listening to their discussion, Rhaegar tugged at Viserys' sleeve and whispered, "The Kingswood hunt sounds exciting. Can I join you?" Having never ventured beyond the Red Keep, he longed to explore the world outside. Viserys considered this, his expression troubled. The journey to Kingswood might prove too much for his frail son. Glancing at Rhaenyra, he silently sought her support. "I think Lord Lionel's plan is excellent, and I have no objections," Rhaenyra interjected, pretending not to notice her father's plea. As heir to the Iron Throne, though she had no decision-making power, seconding and praising were essential formalities. Unable to secure his daughter's help, Viserys felt somewhat embarrassed. "I had hoped to take you both hunting in the Kingswood, but—" He trailed off. "Aegon's going, so why can't I?" Rhaegar feigned confusion. "Because of your health. I don't want anything to happen to you." Viserys replied seriously. "No, I want to go. My health is improving, and there will be no danger," Rhaegar assured confidently. "Even if there is danger, I want to see the world outside and not be confined like a caged bird." Viserys looked grave, unwilling to give in. At that moment, Rhaenyra interjected, "Our family will be hunting in the Kingswood. Rhaegar cannot be left alone in the Red Keep." Viserys looked displeased at Rhaenyra's interference, but she met his disapproval head-on. As father and daughter fought in silence, Rhaegar tugged at Viserys' sleeve and pleaded, "Please, father, I really want to go." "Gods, you always get me into trouble," Viserys muttered in exasperation, but finally gave in to his children's wishes. "I can take you on the hunt, but you have to promise to behave yourself and not run off with Rhaenyra," he warned. "No problem, I promise," Rhaegar agreed without hesitation. Just then, a hurried figure burst into the hall with urgent news. "Your Grace, there's a request for help from the Stepstone Islands. You may have to consider it." Viserys, always hesitant, greeted everyone with a smile despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily on him. He tried tirelessly to please everyone, but his efforts failed to quell their thirst for power. Unable to please everyone, as Daemon once remarked, his only real weakness was his indecision. A visitor eagerly approached Viserys and placed a letter in his hands. Rhaegar watched the newcomer unflinchingly. With his neatly trimmed beard and slicked-back blonde hair, he exuded an air of respectability. Viserys took the letter and mused, "A plea for help. Sounds like something Daemon wouldn't do, does it?" Tywin Lannister nodded solemnly. "It's a letter from Ser Vaemond Balerion, the Sea Snake's brother. He's the one who sent it. I knew that with that bastard's pride. He wouldn't take the initiative to write to me, his brother." The contents of the letter were soon revealed. Viserys' expression changed slightly as he addressed the ministers present. "The Stepstone Islands are at a stalemate. The cowards who feed the crabs avoid confrontation. Daemon and the others are hindered." The ministers exchanged glances and made various suggestions from sending troops to waiting for Daemon and the Sea Snake's army to falter. Viserys rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He detested war. This conflict in the Stepstones was privately instigated by Daemon under the Sea Snake's leadership. Now in dire straits, they were looking for help. Should he clean up the mess left by these crownless men? "Rhaenyra, take your brother away. The discussion won't be over for a while. Don't tire him." Viserys kissed Rhaegar's forehead and left him the care of his daughter. Knowing the matter was more complicated, Rhaenyra didn't object and walked out of the hall holding her brother's hand. Once outside the council hall, the siblings reached a corridor lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. As Rhaenyra looked out through the stained glass, she asked, "Do you think Uncle Daemon can defeat the crab feeder?" "Dear sister, I just turned 6, Rhaegar replied, casting a melancholy glance at his shorter stature. After a moment of silence, Rhaenyra slapped her forehead in realization. "I'm so stupid. I always treat you like a miniature adult, forgetting that you may not even know who the crab feeder is." Rhaegar interjected, "If Uncle Daemon hadn't mentioned that I was an heir prince, I wouldn't have even known he was my uncle." Turning to his sister, Rhaegar whispered, I noticed father is missing 2 fingers. He is unwell, and the Grand Maester is attending to him. Rhaenyra reassured him, stroking his head gently. She suspected her brother was unnerved by their father's injuries. But Rhaegar remained calm, holding his sister's hand and pressing a fingernail into her skin. "Ouch! What are you doing? That hurts!" Rhaenyra cried, pulling her hand away to reveal a red mark. Undeterred by his sister's reaction, Rhaegar spoke seriously. "A small wound makes you cry out, but father has lost 2 fingers. Perhaps he has other wounds." He paused and added, "As king, he cannot afford to show weakness. As his children, we must focus not on personal vendettas, but on strengthening ourselves and helping our father." Rhaenyra was taken aback by her brother's wisdom. Pointing at him, she stammered, "You just said you were 6 years old, and now you're lecturing me?" Rhaegar replied matter-of-factly, "My age limits my knowledge, but books inspire my wisdom. Sister, you should read more and not spend all your time riding dragons and getting caught up in rumors and trouble," he advised, pretending to pat her on the shoulder, though he could not reach her even if he stood on tiptoe. Settling on her slender waist, he turned and walked gracefully away. Rhaenyra stood frozen for a moment before a gust of wind brought her back to reality. Then she roared, "Rhaegar, you dare disrespect your sister? Prepare to face the sleeping dragon's wrath." 2 days later, a luxurious carriage, accompanied by guards and servants, made its way to the Kingswood. Inside, Viserys sat between Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra, while Aegon and Helaena sat across from them, nursing a suckling baby. Rhaegar, seated next to his sister, eyed the infant boredly and remarked, "Such a tiny thing, yet it cries as if in agony. Quite disturbing." Alicent chuckled and explained, "Aemond isn't used to carriages yet. He cries a lot." Viserys added with a smile, "A remarkable cry he'll make a brave warrior one day." Alicent smiled sweetly and handed the small infant to Rhaegar, saying softly, "Would you like to hold him?" "Might as well try." Rhaegar hesitated before taking the infant, amusing himself for a while with the baby's antics. Rhaegar pinched both of the baby's armpits with both hands and let him flap and kick and lift and play for a while. "If you little thing dares to mess with me in the future, you will definitely not be spared." Rhaegar curled the corner of his mouth, already thinking of the image of teaching him a lesson in the future. It wasn't long before Aemond was devastated and returned to his mother, crying loudly. Viserys couldn't help but relax at the sight, basking in the joy of his family's company. A wife to keep him company, a luxurious carriage to transport him, and children to surround him. Is there anything better than that? Noticing Viserys' happiness, Rhaegar said at the right moment, "Father, is that Aegon the Conqueror's Blackfyre beside you?" Viserys smiled and picked up the sheathed longsword beside him and said with a proud face, "Yes, the Blackfyre, the symbol of kingship with which the Conqueror swept away the 7 kingdoms. May I admire it?" Rhaegar's eyes glowed as he gazed eagerly at the Blackfyre. Viserys presented the sword, but pulled it back halfway. Looking at Rhaegar's thin bones, he said regretfully, "Not yet. The Blackfyre is a sharp weapon full of blood. Wait until you're a bit older before you pick it up. But I want to try it." An inherited sword with enough age and experience to rival Balerion's skull, Rhaegar didn't want to give it up. Viserys shook his head and sheathed Blackfyre again, refusing his request. Rhaegar was filled with disappointment and lowered his head. If you want to see a sharp blade, this would be a good choice. Seemingly unable to see his eldest son unhappy, Viserys unhooked a dragonhorn dagger from his waist and threw it at Rhaegar with a mysterious expression. Rhaegar caught it with his hands and looked at his father in confusion. Viserys laughed. This dagger once belonged to the same Aegon the Conqueror, and before him to Enar. "Wow, old enough." Rhaegar expressed his amazement and drew his dragonhorn dagger. Swiss. The dagger came out of its sheath as if a cold light shone from it. Rhaegar blinked slightly and saw that the dagger was patterned and the material and workmanship was impeccable. "This is a Valyrian steel dagger?" Rhaenyra asked in surprise. Viserys nodded. "Everything passed down from our ancestors has its own unique characteristics." At the same time, a system message sounded in Rhaegar's ears. Lost treasure found. Contains trace of magic. Magic! Rhaegar's mind was revived. The system sounded again. Detection successful. The dagger records the song of ice and fire. Do you wish to proceed with the exploration? Let's start exploring. Faced with another exploration mission, Rhaegar could not resist the opportunity. The silent urge within him flared as the progress panel for the Dragonhorn dagger appeared. Valyrian steel dagger. Exploration progress, 2.5%. All right, Rhaegar cheered inwardly, a broad grin spreading across his face. Declining Rhaenyra's request to see the dragon's horn dagger, Rhaegar feigned fatigue, claiming he needed to sleep. Fine, snuggle up with your dagger, you miser, Rhaenyra scoffed. Rubbing the dark circles under his eyes, Rhaegar nestled into his sister's embrace, yawning as he pleaded with his father. I'll return the dagger before we disembark, I promise. Sure, just don't start wielding in your dreams, Viserys teased, relieved to see his son's improved energy. Has it really been so long since I've seen my eldest? He seems more animated these days, not out of breath after a few words. Viserys relished his role as father. The wagon rumbled on, the hours ticking by until the sun was high in the sky. Exploration complete. Please claim your reward. The carriage stopped just as Rhaegar was awakened by the system prompt, a tickle at the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes to find Rhaenyra, playfully tickling his nose with a strand of silver hair. Sis, you're such a bore. Pushing himself upright, Rhaegar realized he was resting on a chair, his head in Rhaenyra's lap. We have arrived at the camp. The ministers are waiting outside to greet us, Rhaenyra informed him, urging her brother to wake. Rhaegar snapped to attention and quickly checked the system panel. Valyrian steel dagger. Exploration progress, 100%. He focused on the dragon horn dagger in his hand, a blue light ball sticking to the handle of the dragon horn. Looking around the carriage, he noticed that no one else seemed to see the sudden blue glow. It seems I'm the only one who can see it. Regardless of his mood, Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief, secretly enjoying this unique ability. He liked the feeling of exclusivity. When he touched the blue ball of light, it disintegrated into tiny specks of light and sank into his hand as before. Father, here's the dagger, Rhaegar said as Viserys, accompanied by Alicent, straightened his clothes. Ask your sister to smooth the folds of your dress. You cannot be rude before the ministers. Viserys tied it neatly around his waist and admonished him to be presentable. Not exactly gentle, Rhaenyra pulled him over to her and smiled as she brushed his silver hair, frizzed from sleep. Seizing the moment, Rhaegar glanced at the system panel. The relic has been successfully retrieved and the evaluation is underway. The evaluation is complete. The relic is rated excellent. A sage's warning. Would you like to activate this relic? Excellent, huh? Rhaegar pondered the different ratings on the panel. The previously explored dragon's legacy was considered legendary, its relic halo red. This exploration, rated excellent, had a blue relic halo. It seems that relics are graded differently from low to high. The legendary level taps into the bloodline of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, a truly precious find. Recognizing the changes wrought by blood and fire, Rhaegar silently thanked Balerion for his kindness. Activate the relic. He thought silently, and a line of text appeared on the system panel. Congratulations, the sage's warning has been successfully activated. You have received Old Valyrian language proficiency. Level, excellent, blue, function, proficiency in the Old Valyrian language. Evaluation, learning a language will never be a disadvantage. As he read the text, a wave seemed to shoot up from his tailbone to his crown. Rhaegar shivered as his mind filled with knowledge of Old Valyrian, from basic to advanced. The language seemed to take root and blossom in his brain, as natural as breathing. Rhaegar, are you all right? Noticing his discomfort, Rhaenyra inquired quietly. He shook his head vigorously. No, I'm fine, he insisted, slapping his chest to emphasize his well-being. Come on, we've kept the ministers waiting long enough. Show some grace. Viserys, with Blackfyre at his waist, stepped out of the carriage first, greeted by cheers from the crowd. Let's go, children, Alicent whispered, leading the way. Rhaenyra frowned at the term, uncomfortable with being addressed as a child. They had been childhood friends, confidants, until the death of their mother in childbirth caused Alicent to marry their father. Now she spoke to them in the same tone she used with her own children. It was utterly repulsive. Scowling, Rhaenyra pulled Rhaegar from the carriage with her. Compared to the adulation showered on the king, the reception for Rhaenyra, the rightful heir, was lukewarm. Meanwhile, Alicent, accompanied by the three princes and princesses, smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the noble women, some even whispering "Long live Prince Aegon," in a show of ingratitude, drawing a crowd of supporters for the younger prince while ignoring the legitimate heir, Rhaenyra, and the king's eldest son, Rhaegar. Forced to smile, Rhaenyra followed Viserys, feigning indifference. Beneath Rhaegar's exterior, a sweet smile masked his turmoil. Though pale with dark circles under his eyes, he maintained his composure. "I'm fine, Rhaegar," Rhaenyra assured him in a hushed tone. "I know the Targaryens never back down." Rhaegar agreed quietly, but his eyes turned to the source of the disrespectful remarks. Within seconds, he identified the culprit, a man with curly blonde hair and a prominent nose, and an elderly woman standing beside him. He appeared to be a knight, adept with a bow and a horse. "I'll remember you, big-nosed fool," Rhaegar swore silently. Who asked him to have such a big nose? Just looking at it made him want to throw a punch. As the warm welcome faded, the camp erupted in celebration. Tables groaned under the weight of assorted drinks, fruit, and cake for the nobles and their families who had participated in the hunt. Viserys took his seat in the main tent and accepted greetings from the ministers. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar joined him, but Rhaenyra was interrupted by a white-haired, well-dressed elderly woman who turned the conversation to the rumors of the Stepstones. Apparently, a noblewoman had been kidnapped by pirates and fed to crabs. As Rhaenyra approached, she was drawn into the conversation, only to find herself questioned about Daemon's private war and her claim to the inheritance. "Mrs. Gilra, Daemon is only to blame. The princess is more suited for the position of heir." Alicent intervened and sat down beside the old woman. The current king was Viserys, her husband. Whether the position of heir goes to Rhaenyra or her children is a matter of family competition. Since Daemon had long been excluded from the line of succession, Alicent refused to consider his claim to the throne. Mrs. Gilra turned her attention to Daemon's war, blaming him for dragging the kingdom into conflict. "For the sake of this unnecessary war, the kingdom was dragged down by your uncle to send fleets and soldiers to completely eradicate the three daughters. This required countless manpower and resources and sacrificed the lives of many soldiers. It looks like this conversation is far from over. The kingdom has not started a war. My father is still negotiating." Rhaenyra countered the old woman's harsh criticism, her smile fading. Another old woman chimed in. "Regardless of the king's denials, the war has begun, thanks to your uncle and the sea snake. And what recent service have you rendered the kingdom, Lady Redwyn?" Rhaenyra's patience was wearing thin. She glanced disdainfully at the pug-munching lady and quipped, "Is your contribution limited to eating cake?" Her mocking words hung in the air, casting a hush over the scene. A sudden burst of laughter shattered the tense atmosphere, jarringly loud against the silence. Lady Redwyn's expression turned sour. She eyed the silver-haired boy, who was stifling a smile, and asked, her voice deep with disapproval, "Is this the prince, your highness?" Ignoring her, Rhaenyra turned and walked away, leaving the old woman with a cool, dismissive look. Rhaegar couldn't help smiling. Facing the group of noble ladies, he introduced himself warmly. "I am Rhaegar, Rhaegar Targaryen. Viserys is my father, and I am his eldest son." Saying that, he looked at Lady Redwyn and asked, "Forgive me, I have been weak and sickly since I was a child and rarely appeared in front of people. I do not know if this Lady Cake has any impression of my name." Once again, someone couldn't hold back their laughter. Rhaegar turned his head to see a thin man with curly brown hair. Surprisingly, the man was sitting in a pile of women. It was still a group of long-winded women meeting. The other man held a cane, and Rhaegar's eyes went down to find a grotesque shoe. It was a crippled man with a deformed foot. Feeling his eyes, the man nodded politely and introduced himself. Larry Strong, at your service, your grace. Returning the courtesy, Rhaegar asked curiously, and who might you be? Are you related to Lord Lionel? Yes, I am his youngest son. Larys replied, shrinking his deformed foot at the prince's question. Your father is known as a good hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rhaegar stopped paying attention and turned his gaze to Lady Redwine. The three daughters invaded the kingdom's territory, plundering the ships that came and went and trading in the people who were loyal to my father. It is true that my uncle Demon went to war privately, but he did so to protect his brother's kingdom and to do his duty as a Targaryen prince should. Rhaegar paused for a moment and cast a righteous glance at Lady Gilra, who had spoken first. I believe it won't take long for father to make a painful decision to participate in the war and send troops to defeat that crab-feeding Fanish invader. As the impassioned speech came to an end, Rhaegar focused on Lady Redwine, who was hugging her pug and deepening her bond with the cakes. At his words, the expressions of the ladies who had just pressed Rhaenyra changed, their initial camaraderie replaced by shock and discomfort. It was as if they had been publicly rebuked. Alicent looked at him with surprise, seemingly meeting him anew. No one expected such maturity from a 6-year-old. Lady Redwine, in particular, felt deeply humiliated, though she offered no defense. Queen Alicent, it falls to you to discipline the king's children, she remarked, dropping her pug and storming off, her skirts trailing cake crumbs as she muttered curses under her breath. Oh, it seems my speech was too juvenile and did not resonate with you all, Rhaegar remarked with a smile, lightly patting his chest. With a polite bow, he excused himself, not interested in further conversation with the gossiping, narrow-minded women. His priority was to find his sister, knowing how vulnerable adolescent girls could be and the comfort they sought. As he walked away from the gathering, uneven footsteps followed. Rhaegar turned to see Larys leaning on his staff, following him. Sir Larys, don't you like ladies' gossip? Rhaegar asked, puzzled by the man's presence. Larys replied cryptically, I enjoy all kinds of news, your highness. Including this? Rhaegar inquired, eyeing him curiously. Larys leaned forward, his smile ingratiating. I came specifically to see you, your grace. Nodding, Rhaegar motioned for him to continue. I understand the prince has been confined to the palace due to illness? Larys prompted. Yes, a complication during my birth endangered my life until the age of 6, Rhaegar confirmed, wary of Larys' intentions. Thank the 7 gods for sparing your life, Larys praised exaggeratedly. Despite your infirmity, your talents shine, a boon to the realm. Larys exaggerated his praise. Rhaegar began to lose patience and said blandly, the years without running and playing have given me plenty of time to read. Oh, what books does your grace like? Some history books. Reading history can make one wise and learn from the experiences of one's ancestors. Rhaegar lost interest in the conversation and said nonchalantly, history warns future generations to guard their honor and stay away from people with evil intentions. Then he turned to leave. Watching his departure, Larys leaned on his staff, a knowing smile in his eyes. An intriguing young prince, but the tide has not yet turned, he mused. Leaving the gathering, Rhaegar continued his search for his sister. Despite his best efforts, she remained nearly impossible to locate. Concern gnawed at him as he wondered if the confrontation had driven Rhaenyra to seek solace alone. Your grace, a quiet voice interrupted his thoughts as he wandered among the bonfires and fruit platters. Turning, Rhaegar saw a white knight in silver armor and robes, his face hidden by a helm. Beneath the helm was a ponytail, thick eyebrows, and a thick beard. This white knight had a face he had seen before, more than once, in fact. The twin brothers of the Kingsguard, Eric Cargill and Eric Cargill. The two brothers had extraordinary skills and a heart of justice, so they were chosen to join the Kingsguard together. Sir Eric, what brings you here? Rhaegar carried a bunch of red grapes and looked curiously at the other. At being called by name, Eric was slightly stunned and seemed somewhat flattered. He and his younger brother Eric were simply too much alike, and except for those who had spent many years together, very few people could tell the difference between the two brothers. It was not uncommon to be called by the wrong name. Eric took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. "The king is looking for you." "All right, lead the way." Rhaegar was very cooperative. Eric hesitated slightly, reminding himself, "Your Highness, the king just had a quarrel with the princess. His mood is not exactly great." "A quarrel? About what?" Ignoring Rhaenyra's whereabouts for the moment, Rhaegar inquired about the cause of the recent quarrel between his father and sister, eager to understand the situation. "I dare not delve into the details of the princess's marital affairs," Eric replied cautiously, avoiding the subject. However, he subtly alluded to the involvement of Jason Lannister, Tywin Lannister's twin brother, which sparked Rhaegar's realization. Jason Lannister, the Warden of the West, had privately courted Rhaenyra with his arrogant manner and his ambitions for beauty and power. Rhaenyra could not bear the sight of such a fool and politely refused the other party. Back at camp, in response to Jason Lannister's behavior, Rhaenyra resisted her father's attempts to dictate her marriage, leading to a heated exchange and tearful fallout. As Rhaegar processed the information, the complex dynamics within the royal family weighed heavily on his mind. "How is my sister now?" Rhaegar inquired worriedly. Sigh. Rhaegar's worry was palpable as he considered Rhaenyra's actions. Eric didn't mince words. "The princess stormed out of the tent ahead of me and headed into the Kingswood to ride her horse." "Alone?" Rhaegar's concern deepened. "Indeed." Ser Cole quickly followed in hot pursuit, Eric confirmed. Acknowledging the situation, Rhaegar's tone turned cold. "Ser Eric, what were my father's instructions when he sent you to me?" Eric, slightly confused, replied honestly, "His Grace ordered me to return the prince and ensure your safety." "Very well," Rhaegar replied, his expression softening. "Next, I'll need your protection." Eric looked puzzled as Rhaegar trotted toward the nearest tethering fence and vaulted inside. "Prince, I don't understand your intent." Eric trailed closely, uncertain. Rhaegar eyed a large black horse and asked, "What about this one? Looks sturdy, doesn't it?" "Prince, you're suggesting riding into the Kingswood?" Eric's tone was incredulous. Rhaegar replied with a serious expression, "No, we're going together. His Grace will not approve of such a venture." Eric protested. "With a Kingsguard escort, it's hardly reckless," Rhaegar replied. Before Eric could refuse, Rhaegar gently grabbed a handful of horsehair and whispered, "Sire, I believe you mean me no harm either." The black horse, feeling the pressure, shifted uncomfortably and whinnied. Rhaegar stood beside the horse, watching Eric calmly. "What is your decision, sire?" Eric stared back, struggling with Prince Rhaegar's coercive tactics. He lamented the king's predicament in dealing with such stubborn children. Finally, he bowed his head. "I will lead you to the princess, but I will set the terms of the journey." "No problem, sire," Rhaegar replied, smiling faintly as he held out his arms. Eric approached and lifted Rhaegar onto the horse's back before leading them out of the enclosure. Not long after, the black horse left the camp and galloped down the Kingswood path. "Sire, do you know where my sister went?" Rhaegar asked, his tattered hair blowing in the wind. Eric's face was solemn as he replied, "Ser Cole is a watchful man." He marked the path. None of the people who qualified to become Kingswood guards were ordinary, and a little thing like leaving a message was easy enough to do. Time passed quickly. The sun was high in the sky when he left the camp, but in a flash it was sundown. In the light of the setting sun, Eric held the black horse and walked slowly along the Kingswood path, thick with pines and cypresses. "Sire, it seems my luck in finding people is really bad." Lying on the horse's back, Rhaegar's lips were white, his forehead slightly sweaty, and he spoke breathlessly. Eric sighed. "Perhaps the trail Ser Cole left disappeared halfway through the journey, and we had no idea where we were." "Oh, it must have been Rhaenyra. She probably didn't want anyone to find her." Rhaegar shook his head and laughed bitterly. Eric didn't respond, trying to take in his surroundings and find his way back to the camp. The Kingswood was large, and with Rhaegar leading them aimlessly, they had run too far. Suddenly, they heard a rustling nearby, and Eric tensed, his hand on his sword. Eric, worthy of being a member of the strongest group of knights in the kingdom, sensed immediately that something was wrong. Rhaegar was already weak, and at this moment he was so tired that he didn't even know what was happening around him. Eric, alert, whispered, "There's movement nearby. Something big. Could it be dangerous?" Rhaegar adjusted his posture, apprehensive. "I'm not sure. It could be a poacher or a wild boar," Eric cautioned. Rhaegar suggested, "Should we ride on to avoid a confrontation?" Eric reassured, "Fear not, Prince. I will protect you." Soon a majestic White Hart appeared, startling Rhaegar with its presence. "A White Hart!" Rhaegar exclaimed in awe. Before Aegon the Conqueror unified the continent and dragons ruled Westeros, the White Hart was a symbol of royalty and good fortune. More than 100 years had passed, and the White Hart had long since disappeared from the eyes of the world. Unexpectedly, they found one in the Kingswood. "Prince, this is not the time to be curious. This White Hart is very large, and it will be dangerous if it decides to attack us." Eric's face changed slightly as he stared at the White Hart, his long sword lightly sheathed. Hearing him say that, Rhaegar noticed the size of the White Hart. Not counting the huge pair of antlers, the white stag was visually 2 meters tall and no less than 5 meters long. Underneath the satin-smooth white fur were gnarled muscles, so one could imagine the strength this peaceful creature was capable of exploding with. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Rhaegar was a little worried. "Eric, one-on-one, I'm 50% sure. What about me? Let's just pray it doesn't actively attack us." Eric's words were filled with helplessness. Rhaegar put his hand to his forehead, feeling powerless for his small arms and legs. But perhaps the gods favored him after all. The white stag did not attack and chirped softly at them, its amber eyes filled with curiosity and innocence. It doesn't seem to have the ferocity of a wild beast. Realizing this, Rhaegar's pounding heart eased slightly with a sense of excitement. Seeing that they didn't move, the white stag slowly approached, its nostrils twitching slightly as it sniffed their scent. "Sire, carry me down." The more he looked into the white stag's eyes, the more Rhaegar felt it was something special and asked Eric for help. "Prince, it's dangerous. The creature is peaceful. I'm sure it's not a wild beast." Interrupting Eric's admonition, Rhaegar smiled at the White Hart and beckoned. "Come here, my friend." The White Hart bowed slightly, assuming an aggressive stance as he glanced cluelessly at the human child on the horse's back. "Quick, carry me down, sire. Please be careful. This is no joke." Once on the ground, Rhaegar unbuckled a small pouch at his waist, pulled out a few stored red grapes, and called out softly, "My friend, would you like to try some?" Seeing the red fruit in the human child's hands, the White Hart's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but move his hooves forward. When the two parties were less than 10 feet apart, Eric's sharp eyes were like those of an eagle, and his long sword was slowly sheathed. Rhaegar stopped him immediately. "Put down your weapon. Don't scare it." "Prince, that's an order, sire." Under the watchful eyes of the White Hart, Eric reluctantly sheathed his sword and followed closely behind Rhaegar. If there was any danger, he would be ready to protect him. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. As the White Hart drew closer, Rhaegar's hands and feet trembled slightly as he cautiously stepped forward, his hands raised high above his head. Under the setting sun, the shadows of a man and a hart overlapped. The White Hart stopped in front of Rhaegar, lowered its head to sniff lightly at the red grapes held in its small hands, and stuck out its tongue to roll one into its mouth and chew. The sweet and creamy flesh was chewed, the juice filling his mouth along with the fresh flavor, giving the White Hart a new experience. After eating one, he quickly ate the rest. Rhaegar excitedly looked at the White Hart, his face gradually turning pale from the initial tension and stress, and his entire body breaking into a faint sweat, soaking his light and fancy clothes. "Good boy, after you've eaten all my food, it's time for me to pet you." As soon as he opened his mouth, he panted heavily and extended his small hand into the clear eyes of the White Hart. He touched his slender neck fur. The White Hart didn't pull away, allowing the human child to stroke it and touching his pouch with its mouth. Rhaegar smiled brightly. "Glutton, have you sniffed the rest of my stock?" Rhaegar wrapped one hand around the White Hart's neck and pressed his face against the snow-white fur, rubbing it gently. With his other hand, he unzipped his small pouch and dumped what was left of his provisions on the ground in one fell swoop. A few red grapes, a slice of apple, half an orange. The White Hart came to him, bowed his head, and ate. Seeing this scene, Eric was shocked, his lips moving slightly. "Prince." Rhaegar looked back at the stunned Eric, a hint of blush rising to his pale face, and he said sheepishly, "It's leftovers. It's a waste to throw them away." "No, that's not it. I mean..." At that moment, the word speechless was just right for Eric. He would not even blink in the face of an assassin's siege was deeply shaken. For a White Hart to willingly approach the prince was unprecedented in the annals of Westerosi history. It was the stuff of legend, a tale to be sung by bards for generations to come. But Rhaegar was oblivious to its significance, consumed by the present moment. His heart was pounding, his ears ringing. Fatigue washed over him, and he fought to keep his eyes open. "Sire, don't hurt my new friend." Rhaegar managed weakly before he slipped into unconsciousness, his arms slipping from the White Hart's neck. He collapsed with a thud, exhausted from the day's events. After running around for a day, he finally couldn't stand the excitement anymore and passed out. "Prince, Prince." Before he lost consciousness, Rhaegar seemed to hear Eric screaming desperately and shaking his body. Unknown to him, a voice spoke as he slept. "Rare creature detected. Contains traces of magic. Detection successful. A White Hart is a sign of good fortune. Would you like to explore further?" Since the host is in a coma, the system will automatically initiate exploration. Unable to hear the sound of the system message, Rhaegar was completely unaware of the situation. A certain clearing in Kingswood, Rhaenyra, who had fled the camp in tears, was now calmly sitting on a dead tree. In front of her, a handsome knight in silver armor and white robes put down his long sword and moved neatly to build a bonfire. "Sir Cole, I didn't realize your abilities were not limited to combat." Rhaenyra placed her hands on her cheeks, her tone flirtatious. Cole, who had a head of black curly hair, smiled as he handled a wild rabbit he had hunted and replied, "I come from a normal background, and before I became a knight, I had to do all the chores myself." It had to be said that Criston Cole was indeed outstanding. Not only was he an honorable Kingsguard, but his looks were good enough to please a girl. His soft speech and pure eyes were even more impressive. Rhaenyra, who lacked love and care, was mesmerized by him. With a longing face, she watched her knight carefully prepare dinner. If Rhaegar were here, he dared swear to the sevens that even if Cole served a piece of charcoal a little later, Rhaenyra would swallow it without a second thought and pretend it was delicious. Rustling, the rabbit was barely roasted when a commotion came from not too far away, drawing their attention. Cole drew his long sword and prepared for an enemy in the shadows. As time passed, a black-skinned boar ran out of the dark woods and charged like mad. Faced with the impact of a full-grown boar, Cole's eyes widened as he hastily dodged, his longsword slicing through the boar's body and leaving a scar. The boar, with its thick skin and flesh, missed a charge but still turned its head and continued to charge. This time it took aim at the frozen Rhaenyra. "Watch out!" Cole yelled, reminding Rhaenyra to dodge. In an instant, the boar crossed the burning campfire and headed straight for the young girl, who looked like an easier target. The campfire was shattered, burning dry wood scattered in all directions, and flames billowed into the night sky. In the firelight, the boar approached the young girl, its sharp tusks less than a fist's width from her soft belly. Death truly came without warning. "No!" A scream rang out under the moonlit night, its voice mournful. Rhaegar's eyes snapped open, his body sitting up straight, his face filled with panic. "You are awake, Prince." The next second, Eric's voice reached his ears. Rhaegar turned his head as if in stress and looked at a bonfire. The bonfire! It's not destroyed. Seeing the blazing fire, Rhaegar swallowed a mouthful of saliva, still feeling his mouth dry. Footsteps came from behind him, and Rhaegar turned his head to see an agitated Eric striding toward him. In his hand was a pheasant with a grass rope around its neck. "Sire, where are we and where's my sister?" Rhaegar was momentarily confused, his boyish face full of fear. Eric dropped his prey and walked over to the frightened young prince, placing his hands on his shoulders. "Don't be afraid. It was just a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Rhaegar wiped his forehead, covered in cold sweat from the shock. Eric stroked his back gently, patiently recounting their day's journey. Finally, Rhaegar remembered the original situation. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Rhaegar's eyes brightened with happiness and the fear on his face faded. So, it was a nightmare. Although the dream was very real, Rhaegar had long since become accustomed to the nightmares that plagued him. "Sire, I was really frightened by the dream just now." The palpitations subsided, and Rhaegar forced out a smile to hide the embarrassment of losing his temper. Eric shook his head. "Everyone has nightmares, forget it." Rhaegar mumbled his thanks. Then he remembered something and looked around. Not seeing the figure from his memory, Rhaegar wondered, "Where's the White Hart? Where did he go?" Eric told him truthfully. "After you fainted, the White Hart stayed by your side and brought you a red fruit. The White Hart also laid you on your stomach before it left. Probably sensing that you were about to wake up, it left on its own. Rhaegar lost it, gone? I was hoping to bring it back and show it to my father." Eric advised, "The White Hart is not of the human world. It came from the forest, and now that it's back in the forest, you should just be happy for your newfound friend." "Well, it's still my friend," Rhaegar murmured quietly, still reluctant inside. Rhaegar had an indescribable feeling. The friend he had just met was leaving without saying goodbye. There had been no time to get to know each other. "I still want to ride it around a few times." Rhaegar joked to Eric. "If it's meant to be, maybe you'll see each other again." Eric replied with a light laugh. Satisfied that the young prince's emotions had calmed, he rose to dispose of the pheasant's carcass. Rhaegar glanced at Eric's white robes. He pursed his lips and picked up the pouch of water from the side to take a full drink. Refreshing. As his throat became moist, Rhaegar suddenly remembered the memory of the system he had heard before passing out. "I wonder if it's a hallucination?" With a thought, the system panel came into view. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent: Dreamer, gold. Longevity, green. Bloodline: Old Valyrian Dragon Lord, plus 10%. Skills: Old Valyrian language proficiency. Relic: Blood and Fire. Flame resistance plus 50%. Evaluation: Lucky boy, you have found yourself a very generous friend. Rhaegar's eyes widened. He was staring at a particular line of small words in the system panel. New talent, longevity? Rhaegar blinked. He had to make sure he hadn't misread it. There really is another talent. Heart pounding, he covered his chest. He was really excited. What does longevity mean? Can I really live 100 years? He was aware of his own body. It was full of diseases that basically made him half an invalid. His little heart was beating faster and faster, and his hands and feet were cold, but his heart was very happy. He was weak from organ failure. That's why he used to pant when he took a few steps, and his heart didn't get enough blood when he got excited. Now he felt like his heart was about to pound out his chest. It was only slightly uncomfortable. Now, not even his hands and feet were shaking. I can live to be 100 years old. This damn disease can't kill me anymore. Rhaegar, cured of a long illness, could no longer control his emotions. He suddenly let out a loud laugh. Eric, who had just finished plucking chicken feathers and was about to start a barbecue, was startled by the sudden laughter. When he turned around, he saw the young prince falling to the ground, laughing maniacally. He was waving his arms back and forth with his palms wide open. He picked up the dirt and waved it recklessly. Rhaegar's young mind was overwhelmed with joy, and he found himself unable to speak. Had he not done so, he would have been choked into madness. Though in Eric's eyes, Rhaegar was a bit mad now. 7 hells. Please don't torture me anymore. Eric lamented. He left the fried chicken and went to check on the little prince. He had just woken up from his coma, so please don't go crazy on him again. It was enough for the king to condemn him for stealing the prince from his house. If he brought back a crazy little prince, the king would surely chop off his head. Dear brother, I hope this doesn't implicate you. Eric said silently. He prayed that the beheading would not involve his brother Eric. As it turned out, Eric had worried for nothing. After 10 minutes of letting Rhaegar go crazy, he was paralyzed with exhaustion. He would not move a muscle as he lay on the ground. When asked why he was laughing, he got only one answer. Is it not worthwhile to be happy when a cripple can get rid of his crutches? Eric did not understand, but he realized that the young prince was fine. He shouldn't be comatose or mad. I think my head has been saved. Eric shook his head. He couldn't keep up with the Targaryens' thinking. It would be better to finish the roast chicken and get dinner ready. Rhaegar lay quietly on Eric's spread white robe. He was lost in thought. Many things were on his mind. The system review for generous friend. Eric said that the White Hart fed him a red fruit. The bloodline of the ancient Balerion dragon lord that continues to rise. He looked at the system map. The system detected the White Hart as a rare species. Conditions for exploration were met. With Rhaegar unconscious, the exploration was automatically completed, and the reward for the research was this red fruit. Magical creature. White Hart. Progress of exploration. 100%. Relic automatically collected. Detection in progress. Detection successful. Determined to be an epic relic. Auspicious blessing. Do you wish to activate the relic? The relic has been automatically activated. Congratulations, auspicious blessing successfully activated. You have received longevity. Grade. Good grade, green. Function. A relic that can grant a new friend's most heartfelt wishes. Evaluation. The red grape is too sweet. A sour orange is more to my taste. Rhaegar's heart rejoiced at the sight of this testament to individual will. The disappointment of the White Hart's departure without a farewell was washed away. Thank you, dear friend. Rhaegar silently thanked the White Hart. At the same time, a blind spot in the system was discovered. The blessing of the creature was considered an epic-level reward. However, the longevity that could be obtained after its activation was only a good grade reward. Compared to the legendary level of blood and fire, and even the excellent level of Old Valyrian language proficiency, it was indeed far inferior. But after thinking about it for a moment, Rhaegar attributed it to the blessing feature. Rhaegar's subconscious desire was to have a healthy body, and the blessing is all about that. It was what brought him health and longevity. Rhaegar lifted his head to look up at the night with the curved moon. There was an unprecedented lightness in his eyes, and the dark circles under his eyes seemed to have faded considerably. I'm no longer a sickly child tonight, a Rhaegar not threatened with an early death. A Targaryen who brings into this world a legend strong enough to be sung for thousands and thousands of years. Rhaegar raised a hand and clenched it, determined. The world will know his name. Eric, who was cooking at the side of the table, sniffed at the golden-skinned roast chicken with a puzzled look. Strange, isn't it mushy? The next day, early in the morning, a sleepy Rhaegar humped onto his horse, muttering dracaries. Worthy of a Targaryen child, riding dragons in his dreams, Eric muttered, the corner of his mouth curling as he walked back to camp. The early morning dew began to disappear, and the sun continued to rise. Eric appeared at the entrance of the camp at 8 in the morning, riding a black horse. Eric, you have returned at last. Without waiting for him to enter the camp, a figure scurried out of the corner with a voice full of surprise. Rhaegar, long since awakened from his sleep, looked up. He saw the face of another Eric. Needless to say, Rhaegar knew. It was Eric's twin brother, Eric Cargill. Where were you yesterday? Eric asked eagerly, grabbing the reins without waiting for his brother to answer. Seeing his brother's indignation, Eric dismounted with Rhaegar in his arms and said helplessly, What do you mean? Eric grew even angrier. Just the fact that the king ordered you to bring Prince Rhaegar in for questioning and you snuck out of camp with him is enough for the king to order you hanged. Eric's look was complicated. His lips moved slightly and finally turned into a sigh. What had happened last night was so bizarre that he was still struggling to get over it, not to mention having to tell it to a dead-eyed brother. Seeing his difficulty, Rhaegar took the initiative to solve the problem. Sir Eric, it was I who asked your brother to take me out of the camp. That was not his intention. Eric looked at Rhaegar, who was not as tall as his own legs, and bowed his head. Your Grace, it is not I who blame him. The king waited a long time for you and the princess yesterday, and was incomparably upset. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing the deep meaning in Eric's words, Rhaegar said sincerely, "Do not worry. I understand your concern for your brother. I will do my best to defend Ser Eric. This started because of me. I will bear all the consequences." "Thank you, Prince." Receiving the young prince's assurance, Eric thanked him sincerely and led them into the camp. The children stayed out all night. Viserys was both angry and disappointed. Disappointed not only in his children, but in himself. As a king, he was incompetent, letting his subjects go to war on their own. As a father, he was useless at disciplining his children. After a night of counseling from Queen Alicent, Viserys, in a rare moment of clarity, decided to do something about it. Rhaegar entered the king's tent and saw Viserys sitting on the main seat. When he looked around, none of the dignitaries who had celebrated yesterday were there. Even the trusted ministers were not among them. "Father, I'm back." Seeing his not-so-happy father, Rhaegar took the initiative to greet him. Viserys ignored him. A pair of cold eyes fell on the following Eric. "Kingsguard, would you tell your king what kind of offense it is to take a prince out of camp on a private trespass?" Eric fell to his knees, his heart trembling with fear. "Your Majesty, it is indeed a crime of treason." "Good. You remember the law of the realm. For a while I thought you no longer took it seriously." Viserys laughed back in anger. "Men, drag this traitor down and cut off his head." He really was mad as hell. Daemon and the Sea Snake had started a war without his consent. The small council did not recognize his heir. His daughter, who loved him with all her heart, didn't understand her old father's good intentions. And now even the Kingsguard, who had sworn an oath of loyalty to him, dared to go against his wishes, to take his sickly eldest son deep into the Kingswood. What is he after? What else does he have the nerve to do? The lords and ministers will follow his example and challenge the king's authority if he is not severely punished. Footsteps sounded outside the tent as Viserys gave the order. Eric closed his eyes in resignation. He knew it was the guards at the door who had come to condemn him. Eric, who had accompanied the king downstairs, paled slightly. He gave Rhaegar a furtive wink. Despite the dishonor of the white robes on his body, the young prince was indeed his brother's only saving grace at the moment. Rhaegar did not go back on his word. As soon as Viserys gave the order, he stepped in front of Eric. Pretending to be confused, he said, "Father, why are you punishing Ser Eric? There must be some mistake." Viserys showed him no sympathy, scolding, "Silence. Do not think you can remain uninvolved because I have not mentioned you. I have long since heard what happened from the mouth of the rider who fed the horse. Eric failed in his task, and you have a responsibility that cannot be avoided." The expression on Rhaegar's face froze, not realizing that his little trick had been seen through long ago. The guards entered the tent. They neatly stripped Eric of his white robes and disarmed him of his sword. "Stop! You can't do this to him." Rhaegar didn't care, and he opened his hand to protect Eric, who was on his knees, blocking the guards' maneuvers to take him prisoner. Unbridled. "Will you also go against the will of your father, the king?" Viserys shouted angrily, ordering the guards to bring Rhaegar down. "Release me. It is a treason to hold me before my father." Rhaegar broke free with such force that the guards dared not harm the king's son. They could only hold Eric, who was in no mood to resist. "Prince, please do not provoke the king anymore." Seeing that the situation was getting more and more heated, the bound Eric raised his voice in a low tone. He did not want to provoke the wrath of the king for himself, the condemned. He was not naive enough to expect a young prince to save him. It had occurred to him on the way back that this would happen. "I said I'd take all the consequences. A Targaryen is a man of his word." Rhaegar crashed through the guards in his way and stepped forward quickly, looking straight at his father with an angry expression on his face. He said loudly, "Father, I am healed, and Ser Eric deserves the credit." Viserys snorted. "I only knew Eric as a knight. I never knew he was also a healer. Believe me, there was a White Hart in the Kingswood that gave me a fruit that restored me to health." Emotions run high. Rhaegar throws out hard news in an attempt to win back Eric's judgment. At the mention of the White Hart, a flash of skepticism flashes under Viserys' eyes. "A White Hart cured you with a fruit?" Just yesterday, Hand of the King Lionel reported that a White Hart had been spotted in Kingswood. Jason Lannister, hoping to hunt the White Hart with the weapon he gave him, also offered a golden lance. He did indeed enter the Kingswood to hunt, accompanied by a crowd of people. But no White Hart was seen, only an ordinary horned stag. His eldest son would have known nothing of this, for he had left the camp earlier. Then his words about meeting a White Hart were most likely true. Rhaegar, unaware of his father's myriad thoughts, said, "Yes, the snow-white stag offered me a fruit that could heal me." He concluded, "We have become friends." Ha ha ha. That's one of the funniest jokes I've heard this year. Viserys, not believing his eldest son's increasingly outrageous story, shook his head in derision. Rhaegar looked resolute. "Ser Eric can testify for me, and you can ask the maester who is with me for a diagnosis, and I assure you my body is returning to health." The confident words impressed Viserys. He looked at the silent Eric in disbelief. "While you still have your armor on, Eric, tell your king the truth." "Eric, the prince speaks the truth." Viserys nods slightly and then lowers his head in silence. No one knows what he is thinking. The tent falls silent for a moment. The breathing of the group is clearly audible. "Do you think what Rhaegar and your brother said is true?" Viserys asks Eric after a moment. "I have as much faith in my brother as you have in your own children, your grace." Eric vouched for his brother without hesitation. Without further ado, Viserys ordered, "Go and summon the maesters who were with you, including the physicians brought by the other nobles and knights, one by one." "At your command." Eric's voice was loud and clear as he lifted the curtain and walked quickly out. The originally anxious atmosphere eased with this change of heart. The guards looked at each other in disbelief, then deliberately split in two to stand upright. Rhaegar asked Viserys, "Father, do you trust me? If it will make you well, I want what is said to be true." For the moment, Viserys was emotionally reserved in his examination of his young eldest son. In fact, he had a small amount of faith in Rhaegar's words. 2 months ago, after Rhaegar had made his usual examination, the Grand Maester had told him, "The prince's heart failure is severe, and if there is any further deterioration, it will be difficult for him to live past the age of 10. His question had been whether there might be a cure. Unfortunately, organ failure is now a terminal disease. There was no cure, and there was no way to even relieve the symptoms. He had thought that this eldest son would not live long. Therefore, he avoided meeting him. He didn't have the courage to face him as the boy's father, even as a king. And yet, just now he had been amazed at the way Rhaegar had reasoned with him, even though the familiar little face was still pale. But the voice that came out of it was full of power. The aura emanating from his body, the power carried by the words he spoke. It was worthy of a descendant of the ancient Valerians. Eric did not keep the king waiting, eager to save his brother. It took only 10 minutes for a large group of people to be brought up to the main tent. Viserys ordered them to examine Rhaegar, calming the anxious maesters and healers. A complete examination of his body, from top to bottom, without missing a single strand of hair. The maesters who were familiar with Rhaegar were no strangers to this sort of thing. Some assisted the Grand Maester in examining the frail prince from time to time. Once the equipment was in place, the maesters were in charge of the procedure. It was a simple, rudimentary procedure. The first step was to draw his blood and observe the color and consistency of the sample. There was even a leech that was put in there to taste the blood and see if there were any toxins in it. As for the rest of it, there were all kinds of tricks. Large hands rubbing the body, examining skin, teeth, scalp. You'd be surprised. There's nothing this group of physicians can't do. What's more, a dry and skinny old man has offered to take off Rhaegar's pants and break open his buttocks in order to examine his anus. Viserys also condoned this behavior as a father. Rhaegar was horrified and regretted the rash decision he had made to allow his body to be inspected. Fortunately, after Rhaegar resisted, Eric stepped in. With a punch that broke the dry, thin old man's nose, he begged the king not to let anyone haunt the prince's mind. "Even if you're going to hang me, please do not allow the prince to be humiliated." Rhaegar nearly pissed himself as he hid behind Eric, shaking with fear. Viserys did not reprimand Eric and waved a few healers with little skill out of the way. A few decent maesters were left alone to do a unified report on Rhaegar's physical condition. Your Majesty, the prince's health has indeed improved greatly, and his blood activity is far greater than usual. A maester dedicated to the royal family said first, with words of undisguised amazement. The rest of the maesters were in agreement as well. The prince was suffering from shortness of breath. Now, the deep breathing test is very normal. There is no sound coming from the chest cavity. The urine is of a normal color, pale yellow but not cloudy. The smell only has a slight foul odor. The kidneys are recovering quickly. It was a good report, and Viserys listened to it. They were all rewarded with gold coins, and the guards were ordered to take these maesters to their quarters. For a time, only father and son and the Cargill brothers remained. Rhaegar was the first to speak. As the maester said, "I have recovered thanks to Ser Eric's help. He helped you. I shall do the same for him. I'm glad you're healthy, and I won't be speechless when I see your mother in heaven in the future," lamented Viserys, genuinely happy for his eldest son. "Father, I can't comfort you on behalf of Mother. I just hope you can move on." The mention of his mother, who had died in childbirth, made Rhaegar's heart a little sour. Not only was the pain as sharp as a knife, but it was even more seamless. It always seemed to blow into the ears of those who didn't want to remember it. Viserys felt guilty for the years he had forced his wife's pregnancy, the cause of her death. How could Rhaegar, as a newborn born of a difficult birth, not have been a factor in the death of his mother? As a young boy, he heard the rumors that added fuel to the fire. He carried the same guilt in his heart. At the sight of his eldest son's forlorn look, Viserys felt a pang in his heart for the sadness he had stirred in him. "Eric, I'm going to talk to my son. Take your brother and go. Don't let anyone come near the tent." Viserys ordered the Cargill brothers to leave. "Yes, my king." Eric pulled his brother to guard the outside of the tent with a solemn face. Viserys stood and came to Rhaegar's side, stroking the top of his head affectionately, with no outsiders to disturb him. "Were you scared just a moment ago?" "About what?" Rhaegar was at a loss for words. "Dr. Pollux, the old man who tried to take your pants off." Viserys laughed maliciously. Rhaegar's face turned green. "I will remember that name. Oh, a superior man should have a broad mind, especially to the healer who is your medicine supplier." Viserys taught in a half-serious, half-teasingly manner. "That's the king's duty. I just want to blow his head off." Rhaegar would have none of that pretense of generosity. It wasn't the king who almost had his pants taken off. "Let's give the White Hart affair the benefit of the doubt. Is it true that you only regained your health because you ate a magical fruit?" The conversation took a turn, and Viserys found himself thinking about the fruit his eldest son had mentioned. He had been cut by the Iron Throne, and the wound had never healed, no matter what kind of medicine he used on it. Over the past 10 years, his body had been scarred, and many parts of his body were festering with pus. From moment to moment, his nerves were on edge with pain. If the White Hart really had that magical fruit, it might be able to heal his body. Of course, Rhaegar knew why his father had asked that question. "I'm not lying. The White Hart was willing to come near me and feed me the fruit that restored my health." Viserys' face lit up. "Then, do you think you can still find the heart?" He was straightforward. "I think that magic fruit is very rare. It's hard to get a second one. Even if you find the heart, it might be useless. How do we know there isn't one if we don't try?" Viserys was not ready to give up on the hope of a cure. Unwilling to betray his friend, Rhaegar bit out, "The White Hart is auspicious, and those close to it will be blessed. On the other hand, those who dare to harm, it will definitely be cursed." Viserys tried to read Rhaegar's expression for clues and stared at him skeptically. Rhaegar's face was as usual, meeting his stare calmly. Viserys gave up after half a second. Sighing, he said, "You're right. I went hunting for the White Hart yesterday and didn't see even a shadow of it." Rhaegar was very surprised, not knowing such a thing had happened. "You're luckier than I am to have won the friendship of the White Hart." Viserys stroked the top of his head. He was at a loss for words. The heart was his friend. He couldn't betray it. Besides, the fruit was a reward from the Explorer system, not the White Hart's property. Even if he helped his father catch it, there was no fruit to heal him. Viserys was pleased in his eyes, and there was a verdict in his heart. The White Hart symbolized kingship, and as king he had no chance of meeting it. It was more than a stroke of luck for Rhaegar to be able to see it. In spite of 1,000 words in his heart, Viserys found himself admonishing himself. His son having a strange encounter was a rare and good thing. As he thought about it, a thought rose in Viserys' heart. He took Rhaegar's hand and walked over to the fire pit in the center of the tent. He drew the dragonhorn dagger from his waist and placed the blade in the fire to Rhaegar's puzzled eyes. When the blade, forged of Valyrian steel, was completely reddened by the heat, he grabbed the dragonhorn handle and pulled it out. He held it up in front of Rhaegar's eyes. "Have a good look, what do you see?" Viserys asked in an encouraging tone. Rhaegar looked at the reddish dagger. He saw many small words in the form of flies emerging from the searing flame. "It's written in Old Valyrian?" He quickly recognized the meaning, having some knowledge of ancient Valyrian. Thinking he had not yet studied ancient Valyrian yet, Rhaegar dared not reveal too much. Stumbling, he read, "Prophecy of Bloodline, Song of Ice and Fire." As he went on, Rhaegar pretended to be speechless and looked helplessly at Viserys. Viserys was not surprised, but rather pleasantly surprised that he was able to recognize a part of the ancient Valyrian language. It seemed that the information he had received was correct. Rhaegar was indeed a child who loved to read. "It's the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire," Viserys patiently explained. "Before Aegon died, he left this dagger where the last fire mage of Valyria hid the song. To know this is an obligation, and a heavy one. More important than the throne and the king. More important than anything." He spoke, watching Rhaegar every move. The shadows of father and son stretched and magnified under the bright firelight. As the wind blew, the flames were in a constant state of twist and change. A Song of Ice and Fire blinked Rhaegar, at a loss for words. "I thought that was a superstition invented in books." In fact, he was familiar with the Song of Ice and Fire. When he explored that dagger earlier, the system announcement mentioned that the Song of Ice and Fire was written in the blade, and the relics obtained from exploring was called the Sage's Warning. Now it seemed to have a deeper meaning than that. Viserys said gruffly, "The prophecy is true, and I hope you will keep it in mind and be on your guard against the unknown darkness and the cold." "I will do that, father." Rhaegar was not certain, but he realized what was at stake between them. Viserys paced around the fire pit and said hesitantly, "I asked Rhaenyra a question once. Would you like to know what it was?" "What was that question?" Rhaegar asked unconsciously as his father's words grew deeper and Rhaegar couldn't hear them. "It was about dragons, about dragons." Having come to this point, Viserys had no reason to stop and went on, "Dragons are ancient creatures that have been with the Targaryen family since the days of ancient Valyria, both great and imperfect. How do you feel about that?" Rhaegar shook his head. "My dragon egg has yet to hatch. My sister refuses to let me ride a dragon, and the closest I've ever come to a dragon is still Balerion skull. As a Targaryen, he did have a dragon egg of his own. It was from a dragon named Dreamfire. Before he was born, Rhaenyra had personally chosen it in the dragon's pit. After all these years, the dragon's egg had never shown any sign of hatching." Not caring about that, Viserys pointed out, "It doesn't matter. All you have to do is say what you think about dragons." The look on his father's face was serious. Rhaegar knew it was important to say something. He thought of Balerion's massive skull. Even with the loss of scales and flesh and blood, the sense of oppression from the direct sight of that skull was still there. And the egg of the dragon that belonged to him. It withstood the heat and had a solid shell even after being placed in a special furnace. It was a far cry from the bird's eggs and the other kinds of eggs he had seen before. Lastly, Rhaenyra. At the age of 7, she had become a dragon rider, able to fly with her dragon. Every time he was in sight of her, and every time he was near her, there was a faint stench of sulfur that Rhaegar could smell. He had no doubt that it was the smell of dragons. After thinking for a while, Rhaegar collected his words and replied, "Dragons are the most powerful, controllable weapon in the world today, and Aegon the Conqueror, though he possessed amazing wisdom and courage, united the 7 kingdoms on the back of a dragon. Dragons are dangerous, but it is only by riding them that a Targaryen can rise above the common people. Otherwise, we are doomed to be overthrown from the Iron Throne. Those are sincere words. It was also the most objective opinion that he was able to give at the moment. Viserys listened attentively, a hint of relief on his face, and asked again, "If the day ever comes when you harness a giant dragon and face a rebellion of the ungodly, how should you respond?" "Burn them to ashes." Without thinking, Rhaegar spat the sentence out. "You were saying that dragons are dangerous?" Viserys frowned. Rhaegar did not know how he was wrong. But without dragons, only the might of the Targaryens will not be able to stop rebels. If necessary, dragon's flame can burn those who disobey. So there will only be one voice on the continent of Westeros. Upon hearing the will of his eldest son, Viserys fell into a state of silence. Subjectively speaking, Rhaegar was right. For the Targaryens to become kings of the 7 kingdoms, the help of dragons was essential. But when he thought of the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, he knew he would not be willing to put too much reliance on the dragons. Ancient Valyria fell because they could never satisfy their greed and thirst for domination, inviting a natural catastrophe. He remembered a few years ago, on the eve of establishing Rhaenyra as his successor. He had asked her the very same question. Rhaenyra's answer had not been far from Rhaegar's first. But Rhaenyra has a much more thorough view of the relationship between dragons and the Targaryens. She doesn't think that harnessing a dragon is going to give her everything. Her character is similar to Viserys, her father. Both disliked war and were strict with themselves. On the contrary, Rhaegar's response is more like that of man. Daemon Targaryen, his own brother. In fact, for a time he had Daemon in mind as his heir. Putting aside the scandalous things Daemon had done, showing disloyalty and dishonoring himself, Daemon was very extreme in his views of dragons. A dragon was a sharp sword that he held. As the saying goes, when you have a sharp weapon in your hand, your murderous spirit will increase along with it. With a weapon like that in his hand, which was unparalleled in the world, sooner or later he would have no control over his desires, and he would take the initiative to start a war. Jealousy flared in Viserys' heart for some reason. At Rhaegar's puzzled look, he didn't move and said, "I already understand what you mean. Don't forget the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire. Go down and rest first." Rhaegar did not pursue the question and said knowingly, "Okay, you drink less wine too, father." Viserys had a friendly smile on his face as he left the tent. His face was blurred in the dim light of the fire. Out of the tent, the noon sun beat down on him. It blinded Rhaegar's eyes. A shadow shrouded them and blocked out the blinding light for him. "Sir Eric." Rhaegar cocked his head to get a better look at the person who was blocking out the light. Eric pulled his white robe over the young prince's head with one hand and said sincerely, "Thank you for interceding on my brother's behalf, Prince." Rhaegar shook his head gently. "Don't say that. I forced Eric to take me out of camp. He shouldn't take the blame. The Kingswood Guards follow the king's orders. My brother's failure to do so was a big mistake. Eric was a very resourceful man and came to understand the place this prince held in the king's heart and came to respect that." "What about Sir Eric?" Rhaegar asked. Eric said, "There was a commotion coming from the camp just now, and he went to check on the situation." "There's a commotion, then I'll have a look at it too." Rhaegar became interested, not forgetting to urge, "My father is still inside, sir. Pay more attention." "Well, duty calls." Eric raised his hand in a salute. Outside the king's tent, Rhaegar didn't join the crowd. Instead, he picked his way through the various tables of snacks and roasted meats. He ate a quick meal. In his haste, he had only a few sips of water. "Rhaegar," Rhaenyra's voice came from behind him as he waited around a grill. Rhaegar's head snapped to attention and he was startled. Rhaenyra was covered in blood, her silvery hair blackened with dried blood, as if she had just been fighting. "Rhaenyra, how did you get to be like this?" He ran forward with his short legs, not caring about eating the meat. "I was looking for you yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't find you." Rhaenyra slapped him on the head and threatened, "You have to call me sister, not Rhaenyra, and you shouldn't be running around." What's the point of all this pretending now? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Rhaegar worriedly checked to see where she got hurt. Rhaenyra picked up her chin and said proudly, "It's not my blood, I'm not hurt. A boar attacked me, and I butchered it." Rhaenyra rubbed Rhaegar's head, sounding proud as she spoke. "Wow, such a brave boar hunter lady you are." The words flashed through Rhaegar's mind like a flashback. Rhaenyra turned pale in an instant. Just as Rhaegar was about to suffer the wrath of his sisters, a voice broke the intimacy between the siblings. "Princess, I heard you had to deal with a wild boar all on your own." The voice came from the side of the barbecue grill. The siblings looked simultaneously and saw a burly man with brown curly hair and a thick beard. The other's features made Rhaegar feel familiar. But the two parties had never met each other before. "Just a coincidence, Ser Harwin." Rhaenyra smiled politely, recognizing the other party. At the mention of the strong family name, Rhaegar had an epiphany. He realized where the familiarity had come from. The one that made him uneasy, Larry Strong. Rhaenyra noticed his look and whispered, "He is the eldest son of the master of Coin Lionel, a very famous knight known as the Breakbones." The Breakbones? He would break the bones of those he fought. Rhaegar questioned half-jokingly. Harwin laughed as he skinned a pigeon and replied, "That's right. During a sparring match, I smashed an unfortunate man's skull with my war hammer, and those who survived gave me the nickname Bonebreaker." "Impressive. It seems that you're a very powerful warrior indeed." He replied lightly. It wasn't hard to hear the other's pride in his tone. A knight with such an intimidating title certainly had the capital to be proud of himself. Nimbly handling the pigeon, Harwin casually picked up a rag to wipe his hands and went up to joke. "My roasted meat is good. I just saw the prince eating quite a bit. I wonder if the princess would like some?" When he spoke, this tall and stocky man spoke in a humorous manner and had an easygoing temperament. It was hard to imagine him crushing someone's head in battle. "No, my father is still waiting for me. No one can say no to the king." Rhaenyra smiled apologetically and politely declined. "That's fine. I'll be serving in King's Landing for a long time come. If the princess wants to taste my handiwork, you're always welcome to visit." Harwin was very reasonable, which meant he was approachable without being overly solicitous. Rhaegar had a glimpse of something in him. Respect. Of course, the older Rhaenyra was able to see it as well. "Will do, sir," she said slightly uncomfortably, her hands going behind her back and her smile becoming much more sincere. Without further interruption, Harwin smiled and curtsied. This action further increased Rhaenyra's favor. Rhaegar was puzzled and bristled as he looked at his somewhat reserved sister. "I'm going to see father. You just hang around." Rhaenyra had to see Viserys. There was no time for more chit-chat, and she walked away quickly. By this time, a number of princes and nobles were in the camp, and the bloodied princess was the focus of attention. The boisterous scene quieted down for a moment and remained uncharacteristically silent. Such measuring gazes disgusted Rhaenyra greatly. Coldly, she walked past, occasionally stopping to stare at a few. Mostly, the princess's aura overwhelmed the bystanders, forcing those with weak hearts to lower their heads. Not daring to meet her eyes, despising those who were cowardly, the corner of Rhaenyra's mouth curled up slightly. Rhaegar pursed his lips and seemed to experience loneliness as she looked back at the crowd. Kingswood's hunt was over. Viserys was the first to board a carriage and return to King's Landing. Considering the misdeeds of the siblings who had gone missing, this father decided to punish each one separately. The princess was of marriageable age, but she did not like the man the king had chosen for her. Viserys risked his blood and arranged for Rhaenyra to visit and tour the continent alone. On the bright side, as heir to the crown, Rhaenyra can visit lords great and small of the realms, strengthening the bannermen's bond with her. Demonstration of the majesty of the Targaryen royal family. In reality, this was indeed the case. Since becoming heir, Rhaenyra had mostly been just a voice in political affairs. No real power to speak of. No familiarity with the lords whom had sworn allegiance to her. Viserys wanted to increase Rhaenyra's presence this time, so that the bannermen would be more accepting of her as heir. Have Rhaenyra, as heir apparent, visit the great and small lords of the realms to strengthen the bannerman's bond with her, to show the majesty of the Targaryen royal family. In fact, that was the case. Since becoming the heir, Rhaenyra had mostly been a voice in political affairs. No real power. Two, with no familiarity with the lords she swore allegiance to. Viserys increased Rhaenyra's presence this time, so that the bannermen would better accept this heir. While accomplishing this purpose, there will also be tournaments and wine banquets to be held in each of the cities, taking advantage of the opportunity to help Rhaenyra in her search for a marriage partner. In Viserys' opinion, Rhaenyra won't be able to accept the candidate he has chosen, so let her choose for herself. You will be able to choose from all over the kingdom. I don't think there's no one worth choosing. You can see how seriously this father took the wedding of his daughter. With eldest daughter's problem was solved. The eldest son, Rhaegar, was in a better position. Viserys ordered Rhaegar to continue living in the Red Keep, not allowed to step outside the Red Keep's door, in order to recuperate from his illness. For this reason, several maesters were sent to check on his health at regular intervals. They wanted to make sure that his illness was completely cured. Rhaegar, of course, refused the restrictions on his personal freedom. After some argument, Viserys was of the opinion that his eldest son was ready for learning. To teach him to read and write, he sent 2 old maesters. Every day at 6 o'clock, he was forced to get out of bed and begin a cycle of 8 hours of education, followed the next day by a check of the suffering boy's homework. Rhaegar went numb. Viserys was not treating him at all like a child who was recovering from a serious illness. With a learn-or-die attitude, Rhaegar's originally pale face improved under this kind of training. However, the dark circles under his eyes became more pronounced day by day, more so than they had been before. Damned maesters, damned citadel, sooner or later I will get back at you. Faced with the harsh training of the 2 old maesters, Rhaegar practiced writing while secretly making up his mind. Rhaegar asked Viserys when he would get his freedom back. The answer he received was, when your sister returns to King's Landing, you will be able to walk out of the Red Keep. So it was that Rhaenyra's thoughts about Rhaenyra were incomparably intense. He was too much in need of his sister. I hope you come back soon. Time passed, and half a year went by. As the leaves turned yellow, King's Landing entered late autumn. As a seaside city, King's Landing's climate did not change much, except that farmers were busier in the fields. Good news came to Rhaegar, who was in the Red Keep. His sister, whom he waited for day and night, was returning. Rhaenyra had finished traveling early and had boarded a ship to leave the Stormlands, and she would be back in King's Landing in a few days. Regardless of what others thought, Rhaegar was overjoyed. Every day after classes ended, he sat before the glass window in the Red Castle's attic and gazed out over the sea. He was expecting to see Rhaenyra's returning ship. This is great. My sister's coming back at last. My days of bitterness are finally over. Rhaegar was broken-hearted about the past 6 months. He was fond of reading, but when he was weak and had no other activities, it was a forced way to pass the time. It wasn't the same as reading behind closed doors like in a prison. Prince, the king was furious when he heard that the princess had returned to her journey without permission, so you'd better keep that to yourself. There was another voice coming from the attic. He didn't have to look to know who it was. A silver-armored and white-robed Eric was standing in front of another window, his posture as straight as a spear. Sire, it's not like you don't know my daily routine. Do you have no grief for me? Rhaegar scolded. Eric couldn't help but laugh. The king expects you to acquire knowledge, but 8 hours of lessons plus homework after school does seem a little too much. Those 2 old bastards are just plotting to murder a young prince, he whispered. Remembering this, Rhaegar felt a surge of anger, itching to strike the 2 old maesters squarely in their dried-up heads, hoping to uncover a treasure trove of answers buried within their skulls, filled with nothing but knowledge. Eric, indifferent to the king's teaching arrangements for the prince, simply smiled without uttering a word. It had been 6 months since they had seen or heard from each other since the conclusion of the Kingswood hunt. Just a few days prior, Viserys had informed Rhaegar of Rhaenyra's return from her travels, and he had dispatched Eric to stand guard by Rhaegar's side, swearing to ensure the safety of the king's eldest son and to fulfill all assigned tasks. Rhaegar remained unaware of his father's intentions, but with a dependable Kingsguard like Eric by his side, why would he refuse the offer? Their shared experiences had forged a bond between them, and the stern knight could even lighten Rhaegar's mood with a few harmless jests now and then. "I am weary, sire," Rhaegar admitted after they had rested for a while, before deciding to retreat to his chambers, with Eric trailing behind. The duty of the Kingsguard extended only to safeguarding the king and his household. They would not intrude upon the prince's personal quarters, but would stand vigil at the door. Upon returning to his chambers, Rhaegar's first stop was the fireplace, where a stove-like container had been placed. Opening the lid, he was greeted by a rush of hot air. Peering inside, he beheld a dragon egg, dark in color and adorned with a diamond-shaped pattern, the very egg that once belonged to him. As he gingerly touched the heated surface of the egg, a pang of sorrow washed over Rhaegar. Still dormant. When will the dragon hatch? Perhaps fortune has yet to smile upon me, he sighed, lamenting his luck. Rhaegar's dragon egg had remained stubbornly inert for 6 long years, showing no signs of hatching. Yet, out of habit, he continued to stroke the egg and engage in conversations with it, hoping against hope that his attentiveness might somehow coax it to hatch. Feeling parched from his one-sided discourse with the dormant egg, Rhaegar closed the lid of the container, concluding today's session of conversation. Pouring himself a cup of hot water, he muttered to himself, "Thank the gods Aegon's foolish dragon egg didn't hatch either, or I'd be utterly embarrassed." Rhaegar's spirits lifted considerably at the thought that his brother's egg had shared the same fate. While it was regrettable that his own egg had not hatched, the prospect of his brother's dragon egg failing to hatch as well eased his disappointment. Days turned into weeks, and the sun rose and set as time marched on. Finally, Rhaenyra returned to King's Landing. Viserys was notably absent, leaving Queen Alicent to lead the princess and her entourage out of the city to greet her. As if they hadn't seen each other in years, Rhaenyra and Alicent embraced warmly, exchanging laughter and conversation under the watchful gaze of their subjects. The heartwarming scene elicited cheers and applause from the crowd. With Rhaenyra's return, Rhaegar's grounding order was automatically lifted, and he found himself included in the welcoming party. Observing the exchange between the two women, Rhaegar couldn't help but inquire privately to Eric, "Are women always like this when they're not on good terms?" Glancing around discreetly, Eric lowered his voice. "Mostly yes. The queen and the princess are both formidable figures among women, which makes their discord all the more daunting." "For power? But my sister is already the heiress," Rhaegar remarked, struggling to comprehend. Shaking his head solemnly, Eric replied, "Discussing matters concerning the royal family is a sensitive subject. All I can say is tread carefully." "Am I at risk as well?" "I have no ambitions for the throne," Rhaegar queried. "I cannot say for certain, but as the old adage goes, it's better to be safe than sorry," Eric responded meaningfully. Rhaegar smiled gratefully. "Then I entrust my safety to you, sire." "As duty dictates," Eric affirmed solemnly. With the bustling crowd around them, Rhaegar and Eric refrained from further conversation, accompanying the two central figures of the occasion, the heroines of this journey, Rhaenyra and Alicent. It wasn't until evening fell that the throng began to filter through the gates of the Red Keep. Despite his displeasure at Rhaenyra's unauthorized return, Viserys spared no expense in welcoming her, organizing a grand banquet in her honor. Disliking the chaos, Rhaegar hastily partook of some pastries and dishes before retreating from the table, clutching the gifts Rhaenyra had bestowed upon him. The primary beneficiary of Rhaenyra's return was undoubtedly Rhaegar. Not only was he afforded the opportunity to explore beyond the confines of the Red Keep, but his daily lessons were also significantly reduced. No longer obligated to endure 8 hours of study, Rhaegar now had only 3 hours in the morning, leaving the remainder of his day free. Even the burdensome homework was waived, much to Rhaegar's delight. He greeted Rhaenyra with 2 enthusiastic kisses upon her visits, reveling in the newfound freedom. Such days continued blissfully for a time. However, the Red Keep soon buzzed with activity once more, as it marked the 5th wedding anniversary of King Viserys and Queen Alicent. With a grand gesture, Viserys opted to commemorate the occasion with a lavish tournament, intending to express his gratitude to Alicent for 5 years of companionship. He extended invitations to nobles and knights from across the realm, offering generous prizes to incentivize participation and hoping for a thrilling display of martial prowess. Regardless of Alicent's sentiments, Viserys harbored a deep affection for such combative spectacles, inherited from his grandfather, King Jaehaerys, who had amassed considerable wealth for the royal treasury. Under Viserys' patronage, banquets and tournaments became commonplace occurrences in the Red Keep, flawlessly organized by Alicent. As the 5th anniversary festivities approached, the taverns of King's Landing brimmed with activity, and the tournament unfolded as anticipated. Rumors circulated of a surge in business at the brothels, with noble lords eagerly participating in bloodsport and revelry alike. On the day of the tournament, Alicent hosted a sumptuous banquet for the guests, who indulged in the brutal contest presided over by Viserys. Once the excitement waned, they retired to the nearby banquet hall to feast and carouse. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra occupied seats at Viserys' main table, observing the tournament below. In the arena, a knightly charge was underway, with 2 armored knights on horseback colliding head-on, wielding sharp lances. As the clash unfolded, a black-armored knight skillfully aimed his lance at his opponent's shoulder, resulting in a devastating blow that sent the opposing knight tumbling to the ground in agony. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle, Rhaegar recoiled in horror as Eric provided a grim assessment of the injured knight's condition. There's an 80% chance his shoulder blade is shattered. Without timely treatment, he'll likely be left with a lifelong disability, Eric murmured, his voice low. Rhaegar winced at the sight, noting the knight's mangled arm dangling uselessly by his side. It's a cruel reminder of the harsh realities of combat, Eric continued, attempting to impart a lesson to the young prince. In martial contests, winners are often separated from losers by the brutal consequences of battle. Struggling to comprehend the purpose of such a tournament, Rhaegar voiced his discontent. The realm enjoys a time of peace, yet these men willingly subject themselves to such dangers, he lamented. Eric nodded sympathetically. The youth seek recognition, and in times of peace, tournaments provide an outlet for their passion and a chance to earn favor from the king. You're right, sire, Rhaegar concurred. Speechless, Rhaegar continued to watch the bloody tournament unfold before him. Hungry, he muttered to Rhaenyra, rising from his seat and making his way towards the banquet hall. The pointless fighting had robbed him of his appetite, and he desperately sought some fruit to ease his fatigue. Eric simply shrugged and accompanied him. The charge session ended, concluding with mounted archery, melee combat, and duels. As the dust settled from the blood and guts, attention turned to the duels. The rules were straightforward. 2 opponents in armor, armed with weapons, engaging in unlimited combat until one concedes defeat or death. This was commonly known as single combat. The first 2 duels proved to be thrilling spectacles, with knights wielding swords, hammers, and iron and steel in a riveting display of combat prowess. Thanks to the sturdy protection afforded by their armor, injuries were mostly superficial, unlikely to cause disability or death. The duelists on the field were not fools. They fought for honor and gold, knowing well that most nobles preferred their entertainment without fatalities. Why risk fighting to the death when a spirited performance could earn cheers and applause from the noble spectators? It was often difficult for the audience to discern whether the combat was genuine or staged. The anticipation mounted as the 3rd duel approached. On one side stood Bard of Iron Oaks from the Vale, known as the Knight of the Hammer. Towering and rugged, he was clad in silver and gray armor, wielding a hammer in one hand and a shield in the other. Opposing him was a young man with brown skin, lightly armored and armed with a lance. It was evident that he hailed from Dorne. Although Aegon the Conqueror held dominion over the 7 kingdoms, the Dornish people never acknowledged the authority of the Targaryen dynasty and remained in constant rebellion. It wasn't until a few years before Aegon I's death that Prince Martell of the Dornish kingdoms sent a representative to initiate reconciliation between the two sides, effectively ending the conflict between the Targaryens and the Dornish. However, while the formal war had ceased, sporadic disputes persisted. The fierce Dornish frequently raided neighboring territories, perpetuating trouble for the kingdom. Observing the Dornish faces below, Rhaenyra's boredom gave way to intrigue. "I didn't expect a Dornish warrior to participate in this tournament," she remarked. Turning to Cole, her companion, she inquired curiously, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Cole chuckled, replying, "We haven't seen them fight yet. It's too early to make predictions." It's said that the Dornish are ferocious and warlike, labeled as bloodthirsty barbarians. I wonder if there's truth to that. Rhaenyra mused, her interest piqued. As the referee sounded his horn, signaling the start of the duel, Bart concealed his face under his helmet, gripping his hammer tightly as he advanced cautiously, wary of his opponent. He had heard the rumors surrounding the Dornish, tales of their fierceness and ruthlessness. He dared not underestimate them. Who knew if they would show mercy? In stark contrast, the Dornish youth moved with fluid grace, pacing confidently with his spear, his words dripping with provocation. "Foolish giant, why wield a broken hammer when you could have forged iron at the smithy?" As they exchanged words, both combatants displayed agile body movements, constantly exerting psychological pressure on each other. Bart, lacking battlefield experience and less adept at controlling his emotions, struggled to contain his anger after being insulted. "Brown-skinned monkey, I hope your brain is as resilient as your tongue, or it'll be crushed under my hammer," he retorted. Seizing an opportunity as his opponent leaped, Bart advanced with an arrow step, swinging his hammer in a sweeping motion fueled by momentum. Spectators outside the arena watched intently, anticipating the spectacle of bloodshed. "Idiot, you're too slow," the Dornish youth taunted, rolling to evade Bart's hammer strike. Swiftly halting his roll, he thrust his weapon into the vulnerable juncture of Bart's leg armor, eliciting a gush of blood. "Ah, damn Dornishman!" Bart howled in pain, his fury ignited, eager to crush his opponent's skull with his warhammer. But the Dornish youth proved elusive, evading Bart's strikes with the agility of a rolling donkey. With a quick jerk, he drew his lance and stabbed once more the weak spot in Bart's hip. Uft! A sharp pain seared through Bart's hip as he stumbled, falling to his knees, blood seeping from his armor. Rather than capitalizing on his victory, the Dornish youth looked down at the fallen Bart with a mocking smirk. "Knight of the Vale, it seems you harbor ill will towards us Dornishmen," he quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You call me a brown-skinned ape, so what does that make you? People of the Vale?" the Dornish youth retorted, pulling his lance from his opponent's wound amidst the wails of agony. "Hairless goats," he added tauntingly. Struggling to rise, Bart was kicked back to the ground by his adversary, humiliation engulfing him as he cried out, "Of all Dornishmen, have the courage to face me head-on instead of leaping around like a monkey." "Ha! What a clever retort, inviting a challenge to one's strengths with one's weaknesses," the Dornish youth remarked, his teasing evident. "Do you ask your enemies to reveal themselves in battle, Valley Goat?" "Damn you to hell, you bastard!" Bart, consumed by rage, seized the opportunity presented by his opponent's words, swinging his hammer in a tight arc, aiming to shatter his foe's ankle. But the Dornish youth, ever vigilant, evaded the planned ambush with a deft jump. In the ensuing melee, the lance pierced through Bart's right hand, slicing off his palm and eliciting a scream of agony. Bang! Before Bart's cry subsided, the Dornish youth drove his knee into Bart's jaw, silencing him with a choke. Ripping off Bart's helmet, the Dornish youth exposed his vulnerable head, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he delivered a vicious kick to Bart's mouth. Teeth, mingled with blood, filled Bart's mouth as he let out a desperate whimper. Collapsing to the ground, Bart's body convulsed slightly from the trauma inflicted upon his head. The Dornish youth pressed his spear against Bart's throat, addressing the crowd of onlookers with a triumphant proclamation. "Witness! Behold the valor of this Knight of the Vale. refusing to yield. As he spoke, his large feet encased in thick leather boots mercilessly trampled Bart's face, grinding it back and forth. The spectators, witnessing this brutal scene, paled in shock. What had begun as a simple duel had escalated into a one-sided, sadistic spectacle of violence. Breaking his opponent's teeth and denying him the opportunity to surrender was not merely victory, but utter cruelty. King Viserys, his face turning blue with rage, turned to council member Lionel, standing beside him, his glare piercing. What manner of dishonorable brute from Dorne shows no respect or mercy? He's making a mockery of all present. Wiping away imaginary sweat with a handkerchief, Lionel attempted to explain, "Your Majesty, the Dornishman in the arena goes by the name of de Gas Orleans. When he registered for the tournament, he expressed great admiration for you and sought to provide an impressive performance." And this is his idea of an impressive performance? Viserys seethed with anger. The Dornish have never shown gratitude. He should be arrested for his insolence and thrown into the darkest dungeon until his dying breath. "I beg your forgiveness, your Majesty." Lionel bowed his head in shame. At this point, all we can hope for is that he swiftly dispatches the Bart Knight and minimizes any further disgrace. "How can you speak so callously?" Viserys retorted coldly, no longer able to ignore the situation. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the Dornish youth continued his frenzied antics, oblivious to the turmoil he had caused. "I've heard there are many formidable warriors in the Vale. How is it possible that this knight is so feeble?" The Dornish addressed the crowd. Could it be that someone accepted a bribe to allow him entry? The speculation rippled through the spectators, casting doubt on Bart's capabilities and raising suspicions of foul play. Pointing at the delirious Bart, the Dornish youth sneered, "This knight appears rather unkind to me, and even more discriminatory toward our people of Dorne. It's unjust," he continued as his lance sliced off one of Bart's ears. "I've heard it said that the women of the Vale are no better looking than goats. Is there any truth to that? To be frank, I haven't had the pleasure of bedding a woman from the Vale, so I cannot attest to whether they are less attractive than goats," he taunted, delivering a kick to Bart's head. "Hey, Knight of the Vale, what's your take on this? Give me a clue." Bart, now bleeding and dizzy from multiple wounds, struggled to speak. The Dornish, unfazed, crouched down, seizing Bart by the hair and forcing him upright. "If you have something to say it louder," he mocked. "Cough, you bastard Dorne. Monkey." Bart managed to cough out between bloody spits, his lips contorted in a feeble attempt at cursing. Enraged by the filth, the Dornish youth refrained from delivering a swift death. Instead, he subjected Bart to a prolonged torture, using his lance to inflict agonizing wounds upon his limbs, twisting and turning the weapon in flesh and blood. The torment endured for 10 grueling hours until Bart could bear no more. Finally, the tip of the spear pierced his throat, putting an end to his suffering. "Cursed Dornishman, you will pay for your sins," came the enraged cry. Suddenly, a curse rang out from the seats outside the arena, followed by the sound of an empty wine glass shattering as it collided with the muddy ground. The profanity acted as a catalyst, inciting more and more spectators to rise from their seats, hurling curses and projectiles at the Dornish youths below. Wine glasses, apples, plates, anything within reach became ammunition in the crowd's fury, with even a few women's high heels joining the barrage. Among the onlookers stood Rhaegar, her expression impassive as she watched the Dornish youths evade and mock the onslaught from above. As a princess of the realm, Rhaegar had never harbored affection for the Dornish people. Furthermore, her mother, Aemma Arryn, hailed from a family that staunchly defended the Vale. The brazen mistreatment of loyal Vale knights and the mocking of Vale women by the Dornish youth only fueled Rhaegar's simmering rage. "Cole, descend and challenge him to a duel. I want him dead," Rhaegar commanded, turning to her companion. Cole looked torn. "I am at your service, princess, and this Dornishman's actions are indeed despicable. But as a member of the King's Guard, I cannot engage in a duel without the King's orders. Then I will find someone who can," Rhaenyra declared dismissively, striding toward Viserys. Approaching her father, she lowered her voice. "Father, this man's arrogance is intolerable, and he is insulting the realm. I can have Cole challenge him, and justice will be served for Nightbart's death." Already irritated, Viserys responded curtly. Although he acknowledged his daughter's suggestion, Viserys remained composed and advised, "Let us wait a moment. There are many brave knights in the realm, and the king's guard must not be overstepped. We should afford the young ones an opportunity to showcase their skills." Rhaenyra was tempted to argue, but ultimately held her tongue. The match continued, and Lionel intervened to quell the crowd's hostility towards the Dornish. In front of the spectators, the young Dornishman taunted, "The Knights of the Vale are no match for me. Are there any true fighters among you? I seek worthy opponents, not cowards and weaklings." He chuckled arrogantly, provoking further ire. "I'll accept your challenge," declared a middle-aged knight clad in silver-gray armor, stepping forward. Advancing into the tournament arena with a long sword in hand, he announced in a deep voice, "I am Ser Ballad of the Stormlands. Allow me to teach you the importance of respect." The Dornish youth responded with a playful smile. "Is that so? I look forward to seeing your prowess, Ser Ballad." Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, tables were laden with sumptuous food, and noble women engaged in lively conversation reminiscent of a tea party. Rhaegar sat alone at a table, a plate of pastries before him, leaving a sizable gap where one particular confection rested. "What are these called?" he mused aloud, referring to the egg-shaped cakes resembling chocolate chip cookies, sweet and chewy. "These are delightful." "Who made them?" Rhaegar exclaimed with raised eyebrows, thoroughly enjoying the treat. "No. When I return, I must ask Alicent which cook is responsible for these delightful pastries and request them in the future," Rhaegar resolved to himself as he enjoyed his snack. While he indulged, a stranger suddenly took a seat beside him, placing a plate of chocolate pastries before himself and relishing them with evident pleasure. Rhaegar's confusion gave way to irritation. "Who is this person helping themselves to my pastries?" he thought, though he refrained from speaking, as there were still several plates left. Yet, reality taught Rhaegar a valuable lesson. Ignoring a source of annoyance only invites further vexation. As he took a few more bites, the intruder swiftly devoured the remaining pastries, leaving no plate untouched. "These taste exquisite. A skilled cook indeed," the interloper murmured, swiftly moving on to another plate without awaiting a response. Plate after plate disappeared in rapid succession, until only one remained. Unable to endure it any longer, Rhaegar rose from his seat, guarding the last plate of pastries before him, and demanded loudly, "Do you know who I am? How dare you pilfer my pastries? Have you no respect?" His words rang out with authority, but alas, his youth betrayed him. With his soft voice and increasingly rounded features, he seemed more akin to a child playing make-believe. The intruder scratched his head in bemusement, offering a sheepish smile. "You're a prince, yes, but aren't these pastries meant for all the guests to enjoy?" Rhaegar's frustration intensified. "Even knowing I am a prince, you still dare to steal my pastries? You won't even relinquish the last plate to a child. Have you no shame?" Rhaegar scolded, his frustration mounting. The other party faltered. "There's no age limit when it comes to food. Besides, Prince, you're still young. Too many sweets can lead to cavities," the interloper reasoned. "You don't get it. Just hand over the pastries." "I'm not afraid of cavities," the obstinate intruder insisted. "You scoundrel, do you truly think I'm a mere toddler to be duped so easily?" Rhaegar exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger. "Sire, teach this insolent fool a lesson. Let him see the error of his ways," Rhaegar commanded Eric, his frustration palpable. Eric hesitated, reluctant to resort to violence at a banquet. However, seeing the prince's dignity slighted, he knew he had to intervene. Without drawing his sword, Eric moved behind the intruder and attempted to restrain him by pressing on his shoulder. "No, Sir Knight, there seems to be a misunderstanding," the intruder protested. "I don't care. Anyone who crosses the prince must face the consequences," Eric retorted, determined to assert the prince's authority. As Eric reached out, a swift blow struck the back of his hand, causing him to recoil in pain as a bruise blossomed on his skin. Eric was taken aback by the sudden and deft attack. When he looked up, he saw the assailant seated calmly, holding a silver chopstick. "Sir Kingsguard, I mean no harm. I am merely a hungry wanderer in search of sustenance," the man explained with a pleasant demeanor. Observing this exchange, Rhaegar discreetly set down his plate and positioned himself behind Eric. The swiftness of the attack indicated the stranger's proficiency, and Rhaegar deemed it prudent to tread cautiously. "You are most generous, Your Highness," the man remarked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the pastries. He graciously bowed to Rhaegar, signaling his genuine intent. As Rhaegar examined the man, he noted his curly brown hair, brown eyes, and weathered yet amiable countenance. Despite his affable appearance, the man stood notably short, a characteristic that set him apart from the towering knights of the realm. Sensing Rhaegar's curiosity, the man smiled and inquired, "I know who you are, but do you know who I am?" Rhaegar, intrigued, questioned, "And who might you be?" "A nobody," the man responded nonchalantly, prompting a bemused reaction from Rhaegar. Frustration simmered within Rhaegar as he clenched his fist, feeling as though he was being toyed with. Before Rhaegar could voice his vexation, the man extended the plate to him and whispered, "I am Syrio Friar, a wandering swordsman from Braavos. Allow me, brother, to share this meal with you." As Rhaegar gazed into Syrio's eyes, he found them inscrutable, like still water, hiding the depths below. Turning to Eric, Rhaegar silently sought his counsel, receiving a subtle nod in response, a signal that he had the authority to handle the situation as he saw fit. Within the confines of the Red Keep, the brazen assassination of the king's eldest son was an unthinkable act, and Rhaegar knew he held a position of relative safety. Picking up a piece of pastry, Rhaegar extended it towards Syrio with a warm smile. "Allow me to share this with you, Syrio Friar." Ever genial, Syrio reciprocated the gesture. "You can call me Syrio, though I'm not of noble birth and currently find myself without employment." Intrigued, Rhaegar inquired about Syrio's past exploits with the sword, impressed by his skill and intrigued by his origins in an overseas city-state. "We can converse as we dine," Syrio suggested, to which Rhaegar readily agreed. Returning to their seats, the tension of their earlier encounter dissipated as they engaged in casual conversation over the pastries. During their exchange, Rhaegar gleaned insights into Syrio's background. Syrio had served as a knight squire in his youth, honing his swordsmanship from an early age. However, his true passion lay in the art of dance, a dream he pursued fervently. As fate would have it, Syrio found himself employed as a royal dancer by a prominent merchant in Braavos. Yet his newfound fortune was short-lived, as his employer met a grisly end, implicating Syrio in the crime. To evade capture, he sought refuge in Westeros, where he found himself in the good graces of a noble woman who invited him to partake in the festivities at the Red Keep. Rhaegar listened intently, captivated by Syrio's tale as if transported into the narrative himself. From time to time, one must endure injustice, he thought to himself as he ate and drank, lamenting the unfairness of fate. At that moment, it seemed as though their hearts were confiding in each other. Of course, the above is purely Eric's personal perspective. In reality, Rhaegar listened seriously to Syrio's speech, his heart filled with contempt. A Braavosi dancer with the talent to master swordsmanship, truly rare, he remarked sarcastically, observing Syrio's appearance. "If you want height, you have fencing skills. If you want looks, you have fencing skills. How blind must the rich man of Braavos be to hire such a runt to dance for him? A unique taste indeed," he scoffed. "A likely story. It's improbable that some noblewoman would coax him to the Red Keep just to rub shoulders and enjoy the food and drink." Rhaegar laughed at his remarks, but remained silent, quietly observing Syrio fabricate his tale. After chatting for a while, all the chocolate pastries on the nearby table had been eaten, and Syrio stopped regretfully. Casually, he mentioned the tournament happening outside. "Prince, There's a great duel going on out there. Don't you want to go see it? Rhaegar shook his head. No, I'm too young to witness bloodshed. Syrio chuckled. That's true, but the dueling arena is chaotic. The king is furious. What? Rhaegar frowned, sensing a hidden agenda in Sirio's words. A Dornishman killed his rival, and he is making a spectacle of it, Syrio explained, taking a small sip of his wine. The Dornishman will continue to challenge. The second duel should have just begun. Let's go see, Rhaegar said, rising immediately and leading Eric to the tournament grounds at a brisk pace. Syrio smiled and followed suit. As the three of them arrived at the arena, they noticed that the audience was loudly cheering for one particular individual. Rhaegar found a spot nearby and stood behind the railing to watch. Inside the arena, a silver-gray armored knight held a sword in both hands, wielding it forcefully and driving a brown-skinned young man back. With each swipe of his sword, the crowd cheered and encouraged him to finish off his opponent. After observing for a while, Eric whispered, "The advantage lies with the Knight of the Stormlands, while his opponent, the Dornishman, is just a shameless scoundrel." Rhaegar nodded, fully engrossed in the duel. The knight launched relentless attacks in a typical charging style, swift and precise, effectively suppressing his opponent's movements and leaving little room for counterattacks. The Dornish, however, utilized the agility provided by his light armor to evade each strike, darting left and right. His lance served as both a shield and a weapon against the knight's sword, resulting in a cacophony of clashing sounds echoing throughout the arena. While they watched the duel unfold, Syrio suddenly remarked, "The outcome is already decided. The shift from offense to defense is imminent." Rhaegar looked at him skeptically and inquired, "Why do you say that? That knight seems quite formidable, doesn't he?" "It's true that he's formidable on the battlefield, but the Dornish is avoiding direct confrontation and only needs to wait for his opponent to tire out before claiming victory," Syrio explained. Rhaegar glanced towards the dueling arena. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the knight was indeed slightly panting after his attacks, struggling to close the distance with his opponent using his longsword. Meanwhile, the Dornish youth appeared to have some energy left and was skillfully evading the confrontation. He didn't forget to taunt, "Lord Knight, if you were on horseback, I might reconsider facing you, but alas, you're stuck in the ground. Even without a horse, severing your head won't be a problem," Ser Ballet retorted, his voice dripping with disdain, though sweat glistened on his brow. Rhaegar tugged at Eric's cloak. "Ser, is it true that Ser Ballet is losing?" Eric's expression was grave. "It's difficult to say. The cunning Dornishman isn't giving him any opportunity to gain ground, and is heavily armored. The longer this goes on, the worse it'll be for him." At the opportune moment, Syrio interjected, "Armor can save a warrior's life in crucial moments, but it also hampers the body's flexibility. Like the Dothraki across the sea, who never wear armor, believing that agility is the key to victory in battle. Let's keep watching. I have faith in Ser Ballet." Rhaegar's expression hardened, secretly rooting for the knight. "Wait and see." Syrio waved his hands in an indifferent manner. The vision of a highly trained swordsman proved poisonous enough. Within 5 minutes, Ballet swung his sword much less frequently and stopped his pointless pursuit. Knowing that the momentum was gone, he forced himself to endure the severe pain and cried out in humiliation, pleading to end the fight. He had completely lost his will to continue battling his opponent. Bart's previous experience was too frightening, and he didn't want to follow in his footsteps. With his admission of defeat, the young man from Dorne became even more incensed, displaying his mockery with no regard for the rest of the knights. He had come here to insult this group of noble lords. As for the consequences of this, since he had the audacity to be here, of course he has some ground for concern. On the high platform, Viserys stared in horror at the Dornish boy who was pounding his chest with both hands, the knuckles of his hands turning white as he gripped the armrests of his chair. "Bloody Dornish, go find powerful knights to challenge him," he commanded Lionel. "Not a problem, Your Majesty." Lionel didn't dare to say more and went backstage to find a knight who could defeat the Dornishman. There were many competitors who had signed up for the tournament. They wouldn't let the Dornishman have the upper hand for too long. In the corner, Rhaegar turned with a stern look on his face, not wanting to see the ape-like screaming and shouting in the arena. "Don't be angry. This Dornish boy is a good fighter and smart enough to fight the common man." Syrio spoke eloquently. "I can tell you, the kingdom is full of warriors. That guy down there will lose sooner or later." Rhaegar's tone of voice was firm. "Yes, every powerful warrior has their own unique fighting style." Syrio's tone turned. "If it's me against that Dorn lad, the best thing to do is to show the enemy's weakness, giving openings to let the other party attack first, and seizing the opportunity to counterattack defensively." "What? You want to go into the field?" Rhaegar looked at him with a strange expression. "A wandering swordsman won't draw his sword unless he finds a good reason." Syrio looked meaningfully at Rhaegar, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. "What do you want? To apply for a job as a dancing instructor at the Red Keep?" Rhaegar was not surprised when his opponent revealed his wolf's tail. Syrio knelt on one knee and said sincerely, "If the prince is willing, I could stay at the Red Keep as a dancing instructor." "Why? There's no reason. I'll just do it if you want to." Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. "That reason won't work? I wouldn't dare keep a dangerous person in my service." Syrio sighed and pondered a moment before answering. "You're King Viserys I's eldest son, rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Your status and potential deserve my allegiance." "That is a good reason, but it is still lacking in sincerity." Still not trusting him, Rhaegar warned, "One more thing. The heir to the Iron Throne is my sister. I have no intention of competing with her for that throne, and no one should try to stir up our relationship as siblings." Having said that, Rhaegar turned around and walked away without even looking at Syrio. That person's appearance was too abrupt. It was a deliberate approach right from the start. He picked up the pastries to show off his extraordinary skills and commented on the duel with a sharp look in his eyes. It was all a demonstration of his value to him. Unfortunately, he revealed what he wanted to achieve too soon. Did he really think that Rhaegar was a child who knew nothing of the world? Thinking that his status was superior and he could make people bow and follow him willingly just by releasing his royal aura? Low tactics, dark purposes. If you see this Syrio again in the future, take him straight to the dungeon. Rhaegar complained indignantly to Eric as he walked toward Rhaenyra's position. "Yes, Prince." His face slightly hesitant. Eric nodded in agreement. "What is it, sire?" Rhaegar wondered, seeing him look like he was about to say something. As the prince said, Syrio's means are too rudimentary for the skills of a highly trained swordsman. Eric doubted. Rhaegar's eyes flashed. A good swordsman does not necessarily equate to a good knight. Still, he was paying little attention. Ever since news of his body's healing spread, the mood in King's Landing has shifted. From urging Princess Rhaenyra to marry him, to discussions about Rhaegar being favored by the White Hart, the symbol of kingship and destined to be a good ruler. It's assumed that it won't be long before one of the ministers won't be able to resist the idea and suggest that the king disqualify Rhaenyra as heir to the throne in favor of his eldest son, Rhaegar. Through Eric's mouth, he learns that the reason Viserys has him under house arrest for half a year is because he does not want Rhaegar to be subject to too much criticism, which will have an effect on his mind and be under the coercion of scoundrels. Rhaegar did not object and accepted his father's good intentions. Perhaps he was too young for this. Rhaegar did not care much about qualifying to inherit the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra had already been heir for several years, so why should he have to interfere with something he had no regard for? All of a sudden, a strange roar came from the distance. His face instantly changing, Rhaegar raised his head, only to see a huge scarlet figure appear in the sky, coming from near and far over the martial arts arena. Sharp horns, a snake-like neck, and wide and powerful red, fleshy wings. "It's a dragon!" Rhaegar cried out in a low voice unconsciously as he looked up at the flying dragon with unblinking eyes. The giant dragon's arrival was the focus of more than just Rhaegar's attention. The crowd that filled the arena was swept away by the powerful gusts of wind swept up by the dragon's wings. It blew their hair around and made it impossible for them to open their eyes. The scene immediately took a sharp turn for the worse, as the crowd screamed and cried in shock, trying to escape the dragon's shadow. Calm down. This is the Targaryen dragon. The king is with you. Don't panic. Don't run. It was at that moment that a thick and powerful high-pitched scream rang out, stifling the panic in the hearts of the crowd. It was the voice of a stocky old man with a white beard and white hair, captain of the King's Guard, Harold Westerling. Standing next to him was the king, who was seated at ease on a high platform. At that moment, Viserys was as normal as ever, calmly gazing at the dragon, with the temperament of a king on display. The moment they saw the king, it was as if the crowd had swallowed a tranquilizer pill, and the noisy scene calmed down considerably. Sanity gradually returned after a short period of anxiety. Many people let out exclamations of surprise when they saw the appearance of the giant dragon. That is Carax's Prince Daemon's dragon. That's right, it's Carax's. I've been in battle side by side with Prince Daemon. There's no way I'm wrong. Look, there's someone behind it. It's Prince Daemon. Carax's, who was called by name, roared excitedly, and reddish dragon flames surrounded by thick black smoke were ejected from the dragon breath. For 3 full rounds, Carax's circled the sky above the martial arts arena, surrounded by countless people. The dragon slowly landed on the dueling arena only after the figure on the dragon's back gave the command. As soon as Carax's landed, he greedily surveyed the originally arrogant Dornish youth, his snake neck stretched out, his nostrils spitting hot streams. Honorable Prince Daemon, faced with a huge dragon that could devour people directly, the Dornish was almost frightened to death. Shaking and trembling, he retreated further, greeting the person on the dragon's back with a panic salute. In the distance, Rhaegar looked across the field and saw the dragon rider's face. He had the usual long, silver gold hair and violet pupils of the Targaryens. Upon closer inspection, his face appeared cold, with a prominent nose and unruly eyebrows, reminiscent of the temperament of a slumbering dragon. Rhaegar knew who it was, having heard the rumors from the crowd. It was his uncle, Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince who, as a teenager, led his followers on a crusade against thieves and bandits by daring to travel the continent on a dragon. Rhaegar had heard that there was a great deal of talk about his adventures, and there was even a book about him. Look, it's a huge dragon, a living huge dragon. It's so big. With the nature of a child's heart, Rhaegar did not care who his uncle was. His heart and eyes were solely focused on the terrifying scarlet-scaled beast. I will ride an equally majestic dragon in the future, Rhaegar exclaimed, tugging at Eric's large hand. No, it has to be more majestic and more powerful to be good. This dragon is too skinny. The youngster poured out all he wanted to say without holding back. Eric looked at the dragon and gripped the hilt of his sword cautiously. He looked around to make sure no one would rush the prince in a panic. Inside the dueling arena, the Dornish lad's legs went limp as the danger abetted. He collapsed to his knees, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Daemon turned and leaped from the dragon's back, striding toward the viewing platform, treating the people in the corner as if they were nothing. No one daring stop him, Daemon took one step at a time and walked over to where Viserys sat. Stay where you are. No offense to the majesty of the king. Captain Harold of the King's Guard sheathed his sharp sword and pointed it at Daemon's chest. Daemon glanced at him and ignored him, looking cold as he spoke. Viserys stood motionless, his eyes as deep as the sea as he surveyed his brother. Daemon watched him as well. Neither uttered a word, and for a brief moment, the scene was enveloped in solemnity. Nearby lords and ministers appeared uneasy, unsure of how to handle the interaction between the two brothers. There was a moment of silence. Then Daemon took a self-conscious step back to disarm Harold's guard. Add it to the Iron Throne, he said, pulling a double-bladed axe from his belt and throwing it in front of Viserys. Unmoved, Viserys looked at Daemon's head and said in a low voice, "You wear a crown and call yourself a king? The people called me king of the Narrow Sea as soon as the kingdom of the Three Daughters was overrun." Daemon recounted his battles and paused. "But I know, your majesty, there is only one king. Saying, my crown and the stepstones are all yours." Daemon knelt on one knee, removed the vine crown on his head, and lowered his noble head. The expectations of everyone present were far exceeded by these words and deeds. Who would have expected that the always arrogant Prince Daemon would take the initiative to soften up and show his older brother the respect and decency that comes with being a king? Looking down at his younger brother, who understood the situation, Viserys was in no hurry and asked, "Where is Lord Corlys?" "He sailed back to his old home at Driftmark." Daemon answered truthfully. Viserys asked, "Who is in charge of the Stepstones now?" "The sea, crabs, and the 2,000 pirates of the 3 daughters who died and were nailed to the beach as an example to others." Daemon's voice trailed off as he answered his brother's question. He knew it was important for him to know how to answer. Upon receiving the less-than-ideal answer, Viserys thought for a moment and then nodded as if to look away. Viserys rose to his feet and stepped forward, first accepting the crown that Daemon had offered him. After casually examining it, he handed it to Captain Harold. This crown, which symbolized the king of the Narrow Sea, could be seen to leave him very unimpressed. Noticing the looks of the surrounding lords and ministers, Viserys' eyes flickered as he weakly said, "Get up." Daemon looked at his brother expectantly and, hearing the signal to forgive, slowly began to stand upright. "Welcome home, brother." Viserys' indifference melted like ice as he broke into a smile. Daemon and Viserys embraced each other without hesitation. The bloodline of Balon the Spring Prince was reunited for all to see. Those with brains understood that the king was issuing a warning. Just because he was welcoming the return of his brother Daemon, it did not mean that certain people were allowed to make a big deal out of it. Daemon was aware of that as well. That's why his attitude has always been one of respect, and he doesn't just do whatever he wants. Rhaenyra stood in front of the crowd, watching this complicated game of power from a close distance, with a glee in her eyes that was hard to hide. Her clear and innocent purple pupils could not tell the difference between the real and the fake. It was simply a heartfelt joy to have Uncle back home. "Sister." Rhaegar didn't know how he managed to get out of the crowd. He came to Rhaenyra's side and took her small hand. Hearing his call, Rhaenyra just noticed Rhaegar's presence and smiled slightly. "Uncle Daemon is back. He's been good to me since I was little." "Right, he looks handsome." At the sight of his sister's joy, Rhaegar could barely manage a smile to go along with the compliment on Daemon's handsome face. It was because he didn't know which outstanding qualities matched this uncle he had never met. Even though he was rarely privy to any information from outside, he knew that the name Crown Prince for a day had come out of the mouth of this uncle. He believed that Rhaegar was going to die young so that he could inherit the Iron Throne from Viserys. How could Rhaegar possibly admire him when he aims to inherit the Iron Throne? With Daemon appearing, riding a dragon, and the two brothers reuniting, the organization's ministers moved to the banquet hall to receive Daemon as the day's tournament came to a hasty end. As for a certain Dornish lad with wet pants, he had been invited by Lionel to stay at one of the high-class hotels in the city. Not only did he pay for his stay, but he sent someone to watch over him. He was afraid he might not get used to living there. His display was significant. Many people inquired about it. The king values this Dornish warrior who has come from thousands of miles away, and today he also received his victorious brother, Daemon. Both are invited to continue the duel tomorrow at the tournament. He couldn't possibly refuse, of course. Viserys and Daemon walked side by side as the feast was served. Behind them is a group of ministers and a host of nobles and lords. It must be acknowledged that Alicent was a discerning queen. She immediately ordered the servants to remove the eaten food and the dishes the kitchen had already stocked to replace it upon hearing the news of Daemon's return. Everything was well organized, and there was no hint of imperfection in the temporary arrangement as Viserys led the people into the banquet hall. Viserys was deeply touched and publicly praised Alicent as his good wife who always shared the burden with him. Alicent patted Viserys' arm and said gently, "You've been busy with political affairs all day, you're already hard at work, and shouldn't be distracted by trivial matters. Thanks to you, my life is not so lonely," Viserys said, holding the queen's slender white jade hand, his eyes filled with relief. "All right, if we show too much affection, will be the subject of ridicule by the ministers. Let's hurry and get everyone into the banquet. Alicent's cheeks were flushed, and her shy appearance was conspicuous. She's doing a pretty good job of pretending to be an exemplary mother and wife. Rhaenyra watched with a leathery smile as she walked between the ministers. The resentment made Rhaegar shiver beside her. "Sister, your grasp is hurting my hand," Rhaegar complained, trying to pull back Rhaenyra's small hand. Rhaenyra hastily removed her hand. "I'm sorry, I just forgot that you were still there." "It's okay, just be careful of your image. A lot of people are watching the event." Gently reminding his sister, Rhaegar pulled his small hand away. Rhaegar lifted his hand and glanced around twice. Suddenly, a face caught his eye, only to see that it was Daemon who was standing next to Viserys at that very moment, watching faintly as his brother and sister-in-law confessed their tender feelings for each other, the corner of his mouth curling up in a hidden sneer. Rhaegar's eyebrows furrowed, and he cocked his head to get a better look at them. Suddenly, Daemon turned his head and locked onto Rhaegar. Rhaegar was startled and couldn't help but start a step back. "No, what am I afraid of? Is he going to eat me?" Thinking of his identity, Rhaegar's unconquerable energy rose, staring at him with wide eyes. It wasn't his imagination. Daemon looked up and down at Rhaegar with interest, then smiled and nodded, no longer paying too much attention to him. Rhaegar nodded, looking a little disappointed and a little grateful. What a frightening look. The sense of oppression is too strong. Rhaegar secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but in his heart, he thought of the sneer Daemon had just revealed. What did this imply? Why, seeing his father in love with Alicent, would he show such contempt? Rhaegar suspected he was wrong, but he couldn't get Daemon's slightly curved mouth out of his head, and he was sure that smile wasn't fake. Forget it, no one else saw it. I'd better be good and hide somewhere else. Rhaegar was 2 paces behind Rhaenyra with this thought in mind. The crowd took their seats as the banquet began. Viserys called for Rhaenyra and Rhaegar to come closer to greet Daemon. Rhaenyra had grown up worshipping her uncle. Needless to say, "Rhaegar, my eldest son, there is no need to tell you that you already know." Viserys took Rhaegar's hand and introduced him to his brother. Daemon nodded, his cold face trying to squeeze out a friendly smile that was a little out of place. Viserys did not force his brother to smile, but smiled and said, "The 7 gods have blessed us." Rhaegar had a chance meeting not long ago, and his ailment was cured, freeing him from his heart condition. Daemon said, "I have heard of this, the magical fruit given by the White Hart. It sounds like a story out of a storybook." Haha, I didn't believe it when I first heard, but the will of the gods is always full of deep meaning, and Rhaegar is a Targaryen blessed by the gods. Viserys stared at Daemon with a strange look on his face, and his words were a shock to everyone in the room. The eldest son of the king, the grace of the White Hart, and the name of divine grace from the mouth of the king. What did the king's words mean? Could it be that he was hinting at changing the heir, as rumored outside? A single sentence, as if a heavy hammer had been struck into the hearts of all the people. Rhaenyra's color changed slightly as she looked down at her younger brother, who was becoming more and more energetic with each passing day. "I hope you're always healthy and that sickness stays away from you," Daemon blessed, touching Rhaegar's head. It was Alicent who was out of place. Her gentle face froze for a split second, secretly digging her nails into the flesh of her thumbs and forcing a smile. Sooner or later, she knew this day would come. In the beginning, Rhaegar had been terminally ill and did not have many days left to live. With the death of the king's eldest son, she would have her son, Aegon, in line for the throne, even if the king did not allow it. The ministers of the council would secretly support her. They would suggest to the king that he change the heir to the throne, but she was undoubtedly dealt a fatal blow by Rhaegar's miraculous healing. From now on, even if there were people who didn't like the idea of Rhaenyra being a woman as the heir to the throne, their support would only be for the eldest son, Rhaegar. There would be no effort to support Aegon, the second son. Could it be that all I've tried to do all these years was for nothing? Alicent's heart was despaired, and bloodstains were torn from her thumbs. Alicent silently bowed her head and lowered her presence so as not to draw attention to this out-of-control behavior. "Thank you, uncle," Rhaegar replied politely, feeling uncomfortable in the face of his uncle's blessing. I hope you won't take it personally if I said something unintelligent in the past. We're meeting for the first time, and we'll have a brand new future. How could he hide his little thoughts from Demon? It was obvious. Demon rolled up his cuffs, took off a silver-colored metal bracelet, and said in a deep voice, after the Stepstones War, the soldiers looted many treasures. Uncountable amounts of gold, gems of different colors and jewels. Rhaegar listened intently, interested in the war. Demon handed over the bracelet. This bracelet was recovered from the crushed treasure chest of the crab feeder. It is cast in Valyrian steel and is being given to you as a welcome gift. Valyrian steel? That is truly valuable. Rhaegar's eyes glistened, but his pride caused him to control the hand he was about to extend and to look at his father in expectation. Viserys nodded. A gift from your uncle. No need to refuse. Yes, thank you, uncle. When Rhaegar was given the green light, he immediately threw the discontent of his heart with Demon into the air and snatched the bracelet with a whoosh. Whatever deep resentments existed in the past, Demon was his good uncle right now. It's beautiful, carved and patterned. He held the bracelet beautifully and wore it on his slim wrist. Maybe you should put that bracelet away. Your wrist is too thin. It's easy to lose it, Rhaenyra said, touching her forehead. Oof. I've always been a stickler for hard-won gains. Rhaegar grunted softly in displeasure. He lifted his wrist to admire the forged Valyrian steel bracelet in the sunlight. It was good enough to be used as a family heirloom. Exploration opportunity detected. The target is the mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet. The corners of Rhaegar's mouth couldn't help but curl as the system beeped suddenly, adding to his already happy mood. The system panel appeared with a thought. Mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet. Exploration progress, 0.5%. After half a year, Rhaegar got the chance to explore again. He couldn't say how happy he was. With a face full of sincerity, he looked at Demon and said gratefully, I appreciate this, Uncle Demon. The sudden move was a bit of a surprise to Demon, but he gladly accepted it when he saw that his nephew liked it. You don't have to say thank you twice, especially to a loved one, Viserys said, patting Rhaegar on the back of the head. Uh-huh. Uncle Damon is family. Rhaegar nodded his head, his pretty little face very happy. Don't say anything about being kin or not. Now that Demon had dealt Alicent a blow, he had to applaud and say that it had been a clean hit. All right, put that embarrassing face of yours away and bring out the temper of a prince. An eye-rolling Rhaenyra slapped her brother on the back of the head, teeth clenching in warning. Sure, hit me in the head. Who's responsible for making me stupid? Said Rhaegar, covering the back of his head, unconvinced. I'll keep you in a little dark room of the red. Keep if you get stupid. Rhaenyra revealed a dangerous benevolent smile. As the banquet stretched on, a fervent energy coursed through the veins of the nobles, causing them to surrender to the allure of the dimly lit ambience. Before the dance could begin, Rhaegar gracefully excused himself, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Seeking respite, he retired to his chamber for a much-needed night's rest. In the depths of the night, Rhaegar's peaceful slumber took an abrupt turn as he began to murmur unintelligibly in his sleep. Within moments, he plunged into a harrowing nightmare. In his dream, Rhaegar found himself stranded on a desolate island, shrouded in an eerie mist beneath a dark and foreboding sky. A chilling silence enveloped the air, broken only by his own muted cries for help. As if in response to his distress, the tranquil sea surrounding the island erupted into a tumultuous frenzy, monstrous waves crashing against its shores. The encroaching tides swallowed the land inch by inch, forcing Rhaegar to seek refuge on higher ground, his heart pounding with fear. Despite his efforts to climb a nearby coconut tree for safety, the relentless floodwaters continued to rise relentlessly, threatening to engulf him. Just as despair threatened to consume him entirely, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, blotting out the moonlight. Straining against his own terror, Rhaegar attempted to lift his gaze skyward, but his body remained paralyzed with fear. This came a sinister whisper sending a shiver down his spine as the shadow descended closer, casting a chilling pall over his nightmare. Amidst his mounting anxiety, a roar both familiar and alien reverberated from every direction, jolting Rhaegar from his unease. The thunderous sound seemed to rupture his eardrums, suffocating him with its intensity as a frigid sensation of water enveloped his senses. Water, so much water, I see. The sudden disorientation sent shockwaves through his mind, his sleeping form outside the dream world reacting with involuntary tremors and a sheen of sweat coating his brow. No, no! As the sea surged in his nightmares, flooding his ankles with icy dread, Rhaegar snapped awake with a panicked cry, his eyes flying open as he struggled to shake off the lingering terror. Knock, knock. The sound of a gentle rap on his door accompanied Eric's concerned voice filtering through. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" No water. I'm still in my room." Confusion clouded his senses as Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings, the familiar comforts of his chamber gradually easing the remnants of his unsettling dream. After a brief moment of consideration, Eric refrained from barging in, respecting Rhaegar's space. "I'm fine, sir. I just had a nightmare," Rhaegar replied, his voice tinged with weariness. "If you need anything, just call out," Eric murmured softly, his heart sinking at the thought of Rhaegar's recurring nightmares. They had become all too familiar over their time together, and Eric couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the young prince's restless nights. With no further words exchanged between them, Rhaegar nestled against his pillow, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. The nightmare had felt all too real, more terrifying than any he had experienced before, each beat of his heart a reminder of its lingering effects. Another nightmare. If this is the gift of the dreamer, I want no part of it, he muttered dishearteningly, recalling the golden talent the system had revealed. It had been a while since he had experienced such vivid dreams, and tonight's episode had caught him off guard, leaving him feeling emotionally drained and vulnerable. In that moment, Rhaegar couldn't shake the sensation of being lost and abandoned, like a stray animal left out in the cold wind. As the system's announcement pierced through the heavy air, Rhaegar snapped back to reality, his mind still reeling from the nightmare. With a shake of his head to clear the fog, he extended his arm to examine the silver bracelet adorning his wrist. Mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet, exploration progress, 100%. The system's prompt reminded him of the completion of his exploration task. Rhaegar recalled the extensive time typically required for such endeavors, realizing that this particular exploration had begun around mid-afternoon. Glancing at the dimly flickering wall, he estimated the time to be around 10 p.m. based on a usual schedule for extinguishing the torches. Approximately 8 hours, he murmured to himself, mentally calculating the duration of the exploration. With a gentle sweep of his hand, Rhaegar collected the ethereal blue aura that had settled on his bed. Reward successfully claimed, the system confirmed. Recognition successful, identified as a valuable reward. The Fire Mage's magical tools. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Driven by his insatiable curiosity about magic, Rhaegar wastes no time and activates the relic without hesitation. Congratulations, the Fire Mage's magical tool has been activated. You have received Space Bracelet Grade. Excellent. Blue. Function. The inside of the bracelet contains 3 cubic meters of space. It cannot contain living beings. Evaluation. This is a magical artifact dating back to the ancient Valyrian era, and its spatial attributes make it so valuable that even the noble dragon lords are seeking it out. As Rhaegar wears the Valyrian steel bracelet, he gently shakes his wrist, causing the surface to crack and shed its dust. Gone is the original time polish, replaced by a subtle silvery gray hue. The overall appearance of the bracelet has transformed into a more refined state, with the pattern becoming even more exquisite, as if it had been meticulously recarved by a skilled craftsman. A bracelet of magic, a treasure coveted even by the dragon lords of Valyria. Rhaegar is filled with awe as he gazes at the mysterious bracelet in his hands. Never did he imagine that he would come into possession of such a valuable artifact by chance. I really should thank Uncle Demon once again for bestowing upon me such a generous gift, he muses, a sense of gratitude washing over him. The Explorer system included instructions for the use of the space bracelet, and Rhaegar carefully perused them. So that's how it is. Valyrian steel contains magic, and by inscribing space runes on this magical metal, you can create a space enchantment. Rhaegar couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of his ancestors. Valyrian steel was already a rare commodity, but to find it imbued with space magic was extraordinary. Wizards capable of carving space runes were exceedingly rare, making space artifacts a precious find, produced only every few hundred years. During the ancient Valyrian period, only the most powerful Dragon Lord families could possess such space magic weapons, often treasured as inheritance heirlooms. However, despite being of Targaryen descent, their family's strength didn't rank high among the 40 Dragon Lord families. Thus, there were no records of such magical treasures within their lineage. The families of the Dragon Lords who once possessed spatial amulets had long been wiped out by the Doom, their legacies buried in the ruins of Valyria. Rhaegar's breath quickened, his eyes transfixed on the space bracelet in his hands. This matter must remain a secret. Revealing it could only lead to trouble, he resolved firmly, acknowledging the gravity of the artifact's significance. Without hesitation, Rhaegar picked up the fruit knife from the bedside table and sliced his forefinger, smearing blood onto the surface of the bracelet. Buzz! The bracelet emitted a soft, hazy glow before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Rhaegar felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the bracelet. The bracelet was forged by the strongest of fire mages. It has the function of bloodline identification. My Targaryen bloodline is enough to make this bracelet mine. As the owner of the bracelet, Rhaegar willed it to shrink to a size suitable for wearing. He slid the bracelet onto his wrist, marveling at the newfound power coursing through him. With a touch and a silent command, he summoned the fruit knife back to his hand. "Return to me." With a whisper, the fruit knife vanished into thin air, leaving Rhaegar to explore the capabilities of his new artifact. Delving into the empty space within the bracelet, Rhaegar discovered a plethora of treasures. Mountains of gold, stacks of ancient Valyrian books, a dragon medallion, and an array of clothing and miscellany, all neatly categorized. The sight of the gold piqued Rhaegar's interest. While he may have been a prince, the royal vault wasn't his to plunder. Now, with this newfound wealth, he could finally enjoy the freedom to spend without restraint, no longer bound by the confines of the Red Keep. Rhaegar scattered his entire stash of gold across the bed, creating a shimmering sea of wealth. Despite the discomfort, he relished the sensation of lying amidst the glittering treasure. With practiced ease, he cracked open the tome, its pages whispering tales of the Balerion, a prominent family of dragon lords. Emblazoned with the emblem of intertwined dragons, the dragon's medallion adorned their heraldry. The Balerion lineage boasted a rich history in ancient Valyria, spanning generations. Over 300 dragons have been bound to their name, with a peak of 67 majestic beasts thriving concurrently. Such a formidable legacy placed them among the top 40 Dragon Lord families, surpassed only by a select few. Among the family's prized possessions was the spatial bracelet adorning Rhaegar's wrist, designated for a specific heir, yet its fate remained uncertain. As Rhaegar delved deeper into the text, each page brought a new wave of astonishment, causing him to sit up taller, his focus intensifying with each passing line. The book provided a cursory glance at various Dragon Lord families allied with the Balerion, offering rough assessments of their strengths. After concluding the first tome, Rhaegar reached for the second, though its contents lacked the significance of the previous volume. It merely catalogued the bannermen sworn to the family. Undeterred, Rhaegar swapped books once more. Excitement surged through Rhaegar as he stumbled upon the Habits of Dragons section in the history segment of the first book. His heart raced with anticipation as he silently prayed, "Please let there be something new in here." What exactly defines a dragon? And where do they come from? The bond between dragon masters and their kin. The opening chapter chronicled the genesis of dragons, their discovery, and eventual taming by the ancient Valerians. Yet, it was all old news, akin to the theories dissected by scholarly minds. Disappointed, Rhaegar shrugged off the origins of dragons, his focus fixed on a more practical query. How were dragon eggs hatched? Regrettably, the book remained silent on the matter. Amidst the pages, Rhaegar encountered numerous tales of dragon taming by skilled writers. With the infusion of dragon's blood, one establishes a bond with the majestic creature, ascending its back to claim the title of writer. Fire mages speculate that dragons possess intellect surpassing mere beasts, rivaling only the acumen of humanity. As dragons age, they grow both in size and longevity, though many find flight elusive in their twilight years, burdened by their immense bulk. Carefully perusing the text, Rhaegar's eyes caught on a crucial passage. Dragons are creatures of the sky and wilderness. Their lords grant them the freedom to soar and nest at will. Yet in times of conflict, they employ enchanted horns to summon their distant kin. A magic horn? Another mystical artifact capable of summoning dragons. Rhaegar was taken aback by the revelation, having never heard of such a device before. Unlike the traditional Targaryen method of using the ancient Valyrian language to command dragons, it seemed there were indeed special tools for taming these legendary creatures. As Rhaegar read on, a profound statement leapt out at him. Dragons are not slaves. They're the very essence of their riders. Should you dare to chain a dragon to the earth, you will incur a dire curse. A furrow creased Rhaegar's brow at the warning. The dragon cannot be subjugated like a mere servant, lest you face its wrath. Instantly, his thoughts drifted to the dragon's pit in King's Landing, a colossal structure erected during Rhaegar I's reign to house the Targaryen family's dragon-breeding efforts. Balerion, Rhaegar, Meraxes. Once, this cavernous pit housed legendary beasts like Balerion, Rhaegar, and Meraxes, among others. Presently, 3 dragons dwelled within its confines: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. These creatures, permanent residents of the pit, had never known the freedom of the skies. Syrax, with its yellow scales, had resided there since hatching from its egg, bonded to Rhaenyra. Though ignorant of dragon lore, Rhaegar understood the stark contrast between life within the dragon's pit and the untamed wild. He knew one undeniable truth: any dragon entering the pit would be bound in chains. Dragons, fiercely territorial, were bound to clash when forced into close quarters. The maesters advised chaining the dragons to prevent bloodshed and safeguard the younger ones. As Rhaegar absorbed these warnings, he recognized the gravity of the situation. These were not idle musings of maesters, but the documented wisdom of ancient Valyria's dragon lords, a lineage surpassing even the Targaryens. When the opportunity arises, I must share these findings with my father and defer to his judgment, Rhaegar mused silently. With the book swiftly devoured, Rhaegar carefully stashed it within his bracelet, wary of causing any damage to the precious tome. The knowledge within was priceless, each word a treasure for the Targaryen family. Rhaegar lingered over the remaining books, their volumes numerous. In the grip of intense concentration, time sped by like a galloping horse, and before he knew it, night had given way to dawn. As the morning sun bathed the room in its golden light, Rhaegar, having foregone sleep, emerged from his study. Cautiously eyeing the door, he swiftly concealed the books and the bed of gold within the confines of his small bracelet. Not now, he thought, unwilling to risk discovery of his clandestine activities. Casting a weary glance at his reflection in the bedside mirror, he sighed at the sight of his dark, panda-like eyes. Yet, the wisdom gleaned from the night's reading offered solace. The books held secrets not found in any known records, detailing the intricacies of the Targaryen lineage. For instance, taming a dragon was more than mere instruction. It required unwavering will and belief. A tamer's resolve must be resolute, for any hint of weakness would be sensed by the dragon, rendering taming impossible. Taking initiative, climbing onto the dragon's back, and issuing commands with conviction were paramount. Only through such displays of strength and determination could the bond between dragon and master truly flourish, soaring together across sky and sea, united as one. Filled with anticipation, Rhaegar washed himself before bestowing a tender kiss upon his egg, his heart brimming with hope. "Swiftly hatch, for the sky awaits our journey," he exclaimed with conviction, his voice ringing out boldly. He harbored no doubt in his ability to become a dragon master, for to question himself would be to forsake the Balerion blood coursing through his veins. Pushing open the door, Rhaegar's gaze met Eric's, finding encouragement in the warmth of his brown eyes. "Sire, could you spare me the enigmatic looks? They're rather unsettling," Rhaegar remarked as they concluded their breakfast. Eric, taken aback, responded, "Of course, but know that I harbor no doubts about your ambitions." Rhaegar's cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he brushed off the comment. "Such matters are of little consequence. Today, we have a tournament to attend." Though yesterday's events had been cut short to welcome Demon, the tournament was set to span 7 days, with daily contests. The haughty Dornishman remained under close watch in King's Landing. Today, a valiant knight would seek retribution and earn the king's favor. The tournament stood as a beacon of the kingdom's pride, drawing eager nobles from all corners. As Rhaegar made his way to the event, the grandstands were already teeming with spectators, their anticipation palpable in the air. With swift steps, he approached, catching sight of his father seated prominently upon the high stage. Drawing nearer, he observed the throng surrounding Viserys, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Viserys occupied the central seat, flanked by Lionel Strong on his right and his uncle Daemon on his left. Positioned just below Lionel, Rhaenyra sat with a regal air, her demeanor befitting her status as heir. Though the success of last night's banquet remained a mystery, Viserys appeared in good spirits, a smile gracing his features as he caught sight of Rhaegar's arrival. Waving enthusiastically, he beckoned, "Come quickly, my son. You retired early last night. Today, you shall sit by your father's side." The Maester advises that children retire early and rise early, ensuring swift growth. Rhaegar quipped wryly as he approached Viserys, his tone playful yet affectionate. Lifted into his father's embrace, Rhaegar settled comfortably on his lap, his fingers deftly plucking fruit from a nearby platter as he basked in his father's affection. "Why don't I see the bracelet? Didn't you like it?" Rhaenyra inquired with a smile, noticing Rhaegar's bare wrist. "It's a bit too large for me," Rhaegar replied nonchalantly, brushing off the matter. The truth was, the bracelet's normal size was uncomfortable for him to wear, and he didn't want to attract any unnecessary attention, especially after shrinking it to conceal its magical properties. Deciding to stow it away for later use, Rhaegar discreetly placed the bracelet in the incubator housing the dragon eggs. With no one paying much heed to the small incident, they all awaited the commencement of the tournament with a sense of calm. In a bid to appease the tensions from the previous day, the usual events such as riding, shooting, and melee were omitted for this particular match. Instead, the focus was solely on dueling. As the two combatants made their separate entrances into the arena, all eyes were on them. One of them, the young man from Dorne, was undoubtedly the star of the day. The other figure, however, failed to impress the crowd. A swordsman with curly hair and a slight stature, he lacked the imposing armor that typically adorned duelists, instead opting for a lightweight leather attire. "That's Syrio," Rhaegar exclaimed, his eyes widening as he recognized the curly-haired swordsman. Viserys cast a curious glance at Rhaegar, asking, "Do you know who that swordsman is?" Rhaegar nodded. "We shared tea together yesterday. He's a wandering swordsman with impressive skills who wished to pledge his allegiance to me." As he spoke, Rhaegar couldn't help but smile faintly. Viserys subtly furrowed his brow and stroked his chin in thought. "Let me guess, you declined his offer?" "Yes, he's a mysterious man of uncertain origins. I couldn't trust him," Rhaegar replied casually, popping a reddish candy into his mouth. You made the right decision. I received some news this morning that I can share with you, Viserys said, winking at Lionel as he ruffled Rhaegar's hair. Lionel rose from his seat and produced a small note, reading aloud. Syrio Friar, born to a minor noble family in Bravos, later joined a certain sect of believers and frequently undertook perilous missions. 2 months ago, he assassinated a prominent figure in Bravos, resulting in a warrant for his arrest across the realm. He was subsequently apprehended and brought to Westeros. Half a month ago, posing as a wandering entertainer, he gained the trust of a nobleman's daughter and made his way to King's Landing. Yesterday afternoon, at the banquet following Prince Daemon's return, he enlisted in the tournament and challenged Agas Orleans to a duel. Lionel relayed Sirio's background in one breath, taking a sip of wine to moisten his throat before turning his gaze toward Daemon. Daemon's expression remained neutral and indifferent. Rhaegar listened attentively, silently impressed by Lord Lionel's astuteness. To impart a lesson, remember that no wall is impregnable under the sky, and strength lies in honor and integrity, Viserys remarked, delighting in his eldest son's astonishment. I understand, father, Rhaegar replied obediently, absorbing his father's words. Viserys took pride in his son's compliance, resolving to impart more lessons and guidance to his eldest in the future. The duel is about to begin. Rhaenyra's clear voice interrupted the exchange between father and son. The two contestants positioned themselves in the dueling arena. The Dornish youth wielded his spear, cautiously circling Syrio, while the referee signaled the start with a blow of his horn. Unlike the previous day, the Dornish youth seemed more subdued, likely wary of Carax's presence. Meanwhile, Syrio remained stationary, his one-handed sword held behind his back. "Shorty, who sent you here to meet your end?" The Dornish youth taunted, attempting to provoke Syrio. Syrio, however, remained unfazed, replying in a calm tone. "All men meet their end eventually. But I don't believe it's my time just yet." "Is that so? I see death in your future," the Dornish youth retorted as he cautiously approached with his weapon. "To speak of death is to invite it, and perhaps it is you who will die." Syrio continued to hold his sword single-handedly, unfaltering in his stance. "Little swordsman, I'll cut off your legs and make you a true half-man," the Dornish youth threatened. With a tentative thrust, the Dornish youth initiated the attack, his movements swift and precise. But Syrio was even faster. With a swift strike, he deflected the spear's shaft with his sword, causing the weapon to veer off course. Taking advantage of the opening, Syrio swiftly stepped forward and aimed a blow at the Dornish youth's elbow, successfully landing the hit before retracting his foot into a defensive stance. Meeting the Dornish youth's indignant gaze, Syrio remarked lightly, "Short, you'll come to know my greatness when your head rolls at your feet." Though angered by Sirio's words, the Dornish youth exercised restraint, refraining from acting impulsively. The duel reached a stalemate, with neither side making a move. Unimpressed by their lack of action, the spectators jeered, urging them to continue the fight. It was clear that the duel needed to reach a decisive conclusion soon. Either Syrio would emerge victorious by beheading the Dornish youth, or the Dornish youth would swiftly dispatch Syrio, allowing a more skilled knight to execute him in turn. Listening to the uproar from the spectators, Syrio sighed deeply. "I had intended to grant you a few more moments of life, but death is as inevitable as the flow of water. Quit your babbling. I'm not intimidated by a dwarf who can't even mount a horse." Despite the Dornish youth's curses, he remained hesitant to launch an attack. Syrio chuckled softly. "You're mistaken. I'm taller than a horse's saddle. I've measured." Before the Dornish youth could react, Syrio sprang into action, his movements swift as the wind. Closing the distance between them with remarkable speed, Syrio caught the Dornish youth off guard. In a desperate attempt to fend him off, the Dornish youth thrust his spear forward in a sweeping motion. But Syrio deftly evaded the attack, using the back of his sword to knock the spear's tip to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Syrio swiftly raised his sword and plunged it into the Dornish youth's chest. A spurt of blood erupted from the wound, and the Dornish youth's resistance crumbled instantly. Confusion clouded his eyes as he struggled to comprehend why he was dying so swiftly. You sneak attacked. With a final glare of disbelief, the Dornish youth loosened his grip on the lance and collapsed to the ground. Syrio, filled with a sense of pity, seized the Dornish youth's hair and exposed his neck. Your instructor taught you techniques, but failed to instill in you the value of your own life, Syrio remarked solemnly. With a swift motion, he raised his iron sword high and severed the Dornish youth's head from his body. As Syrio emerged victorious from the duel, the crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause, acknowledging his exceptional skill with the sword. The referee, sensing Syrio's readiness to continue, inquired if he wished to proceed with the match. Indeed, I strive to claim the title of champion, Syrio declared confidently, his grip firm on his iron sword as he graciously bowed to the king and the assembled audience. Viserys observed the proceedings with a sense of amusement, harboring some goodwill towards the foreign swordsman who had bested the Dornish challenger. Syrio's prowess was evident as he effortlessly dispatched one opponent after another, his elegant swordplay captivating the spectators and earning their admiration. As the sun reached its zenith, signaling noon, Viserys decided to bring the tournament to a halt. Rising from his seat with a stretch to ease his tired muscles, he expressed his satisfaction with the spectacle. An impressive display of skill, Viserys remarked, addressing the gathered crowd. Upon his command, a servant approached Syrio and relayed the king's desire to speak with him. Syrio, ever respectful, approached the edge of the dueling ring and knelt before the platform where Viserys sat. Why remain below, swordsman? Come join me up here, Viserys invited, gesturing for Syrio to ascend. With his sword resting on his knee, Syrio replied with conviction, I fight for honor. Should I emerge victorious and claim the championship, I will pledge my allegiance to your grace. Intriguing, Viserys responded with interest. The tournament concludes in 5 days. If you emerge as the champion, I shall grant you a boon. I am deeply grateful for your generosity, your majesty. Syrio expressed his thanks humbly. Viserys then signaled for Syrio to step back, taking Rhaegar's hand as he began to depart from the gathering, followed by the other guests as they trailed after the king. As they settled in Viserys' study within the Red Keep, leaving the excitement of the tournament behind, Viserys posed a question to his children. Do any of you wonder why I made a promise to that swordsman? He inquired, his gaze shifting between Rhaegar and Rhaenyra. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, contemplating the question, while Rhaenyra responded with a hint of disinterest. You once mentioned that the best way to truly understand someone or something is to observe them over time. Viserys nodded approvingly at her recollection. Indeed, observing is key. With a slight smile, he continued, having capable individuals in positions of power serves as a preventative measure against potential risks. Additionally, it allows us to continue investigating the origins of any threats. Viserys, though sometimes indecisive as a king, demonstrated astute political awareness that Rhaenyra could not overlook. Perplexed, Rhaegar interjected, but wouldn't ignoring the risks lead to consequences? Exactly, Viserys affirmed. Which is why I aim to instill in you both the importance of remaining vigilant and never underestimating potential dangers. Viserys retrieved an example from history, recalling the Battle of the Stepstones. The Stepstones hold significant strategic importance, he began, addressing his children. Yet, during the invasion by the Three Daughters, do you understand why I refrained from sending troops preemptively? Rhaenyra hesitated before responding, her complexion paling slightly. You wish to avoid inciting war and facing scrutiny from the realm, she offered tentatively. Viserys shook his head gently. Incorrect. The Battle of the Stepstones was defensive in nature. History remembers the king's triumph over the Three Daughters pirates as a testament to his strategic brilliance. Turning to Rhaegar, Viserys sought his son's opinion. What do you think? Rhaegar furrowed his brow in thought before replying. Because someone else was bound to defeat the Three Daughters. Viserys smiled, pleased with Rhaegar's straightforward answer. Precisely, Rhaegar. You have a keen insight. Applauding his son's astuteness, Viserys continued. The three daughters' aggression directly threatened the sea serpent Corlys Balerion and his family. Corlys would not sit idly by. Rhaenyra, however, remained puzzled. So, you allowed the pirates to harm your people and prompted the sea serpent to wage war instead of taking decisive action yourself. In her view, it was the king's duty to confront the Triarchy head-on rather than shifting the burden of war onto his subjects and potentially jeopardizing his own authority. Viserys remained composed as he addressed his daughter's skepticism, patiently unraveling the complexities of the situation. During the Triarchy invasion, your mother tragically passed away during childbirth, and Rhaegar, as my son and potential heir, was born unconscious. He began, his tone measured. According to tradition, my brother Daemon was the natural choice to ascend the Iron Throne. He continued, recounting the turbulent events. However, I was resolute in my decision to name you, Rhaenyra, as my heir. When tensions escalated with Daemon, I acted in anger and banished him from court. Viserys met Rhaenyra's gaze evenly. Consider, in such a precarious situation, could the royal family afford the risks associated with initiating a war? Rhaenyra attempted to counter his explanation. But we have dragons and loyal lords, she protested. Viserys countered her argument with a sobering reality. These dragons were in the dragon's pit and on Dragonstone. How many dragons were available for war? And who would command the tumultuous seas, even if we were to mobilize our forces? His words left Rhaenyra at a loss. But Daemon has Caraxes, and I could lead the army. She began, only to be interrupted by Viserys. Daemon has been cast out by me, forfeiting his claim to the throne. Would he then pledge his loyalty to me or to you, the newly appointed heir? Viserys questioned pointedly. Absolutely not, nor would I seek Daemon's help with a straight face. Syrax is a young dragon who has never been to war. Would I risk sending my newly designated heir into battle, potentially exposing you to assassination? The weight of Viserys' words bore down on Rhaenyra, silencing her protests. She realized the grim reality of the situation and found herself unable to respond. Viserys' words cut through Rhaenyra's uncertainty like a blade, laying bare the harsh realities of politics and war. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before continuing. On the contrary, the royal family dispatched only 3,000 soldiers, while Corlys and Daemon bore the burden of launching a private war against the three daughters for the realm's sake. He recounted the sacrifices made and the lack of tangible rewards, his voice steady and unwavering. Years of relentless battle, untold toil, and depletion of resources, all for a claim to a desolate island. Viserys took a measured sip from his glass, his gaze piercing. And what did they gain? Nothing. Corlys and his family were shattered, forced to retreat from the stepstones. Your uncle Daemon, burdened by the weight of his position, relinquished his crown and returned to King's Landing, humbly seeking peace. He approached Rhaenyra, his tone firm yet gentle. Meanwhile, you, my chosen heir, have grown into a remarkable individual, and peace prevails throughout the realm. Do you now understand, my daughter? Viserys asked, his words laden with wisdom and insight. Rhaenyra was struck by her father's foresight, realizing the complexities she had overlooked in her simplistic understanding of the situation. His words resonated deeply within her. For a moment, the figure before her seemed both familiar and unfamiliar, evoking memories of the father she once knew, one who possessed a smile for everyone. She bowed her head respectfully. Father, the seven gods have bestowed upon you unparalleled wisdom. I have doubted you, and for that, I am deeply ashamed. Viserys placed a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder, whispering softly, There's no need to rush, my dear. You have a long journey ahead, and in time, you'll learn the ways of leadership and governance. I'm truly sorry, Father, Rhaenyra murmured, her eyes welling with tears as she felt the depth of her father's love, willingly embracing him. It's all right. A father's duty is to ease the burdens and pave a path of ease for his child. Viserys comforted her tenderly, gently running his fingers through her hair. Rhaenyra's guilt deepened at his words, and she nestled closer to him. "Well, don't let Rhaegar catch you looking so sentimental," Viserys teased lightly. "Oomph, he wouldn't dare," Rhaenyra retorted, breaking away from her father's embrace with a stubborn huff. "What's gotten into you?" she added, shooting a pointed glare at Rhaegar. Meanwhile, Rhaegar remained speechless, feeling awkwardly out of place amidst the sudden emotional exchange. Here they were, having a pleasant conversation, and suddenly emotions were running high between the two of them. It left him feeling awkward, embarrassed to be the only one standing on the sidelines. What more could they possibly expect from him? Feeling the tension, Viserys pulled Rhaegar into a hug, offering a gentle reminder. "Don't tease your brother. He surpasses you in certain areas." Rhaenyra stubbornly averted her gaze, remaining noncommittal. "Tell your sister what you've gleaned from this experience," Viserys chuckled, turning to Rhaegar. "Are you sure?" Rhaegar hesitated, casting a tentative glance at his sister. "Absolutely. Exceptional insights should never go unshared," Viserys reassured him. With a nod, Rhaegar began slowly. "In a dream, I once heard a phrase, killing with a borrowed knife." "Killing with a borrowed knife?" Viserys echoed, taken aback by the unfamiliarity of the phrase. A moment of silence stretched before Viserys' smile faded, conceding, "Indeed, it's killing with a borrowed knife." "A profound saying encapsulating great wisdom," he added solemnly. "And there you have it. Can you appreciate your brother's wisdom?" Viserys turned to Rhaenyra. "All men have their dreams. Rhaegar's are just a bit more peculiar," Rhaenyra replied, her pride preventing her from conceding any hint of inferiority. "No, Rhaegar's dreams are far from ordinary. Remember Daenerys the Dreamer?" Viserys' tone turned serious. Daenerys Targaryen, the young girl known to the world as the Dreamer, relied on a dream prophecy to save the Targaryen lineage, Rhaenyra interjected, recalling the historical context. Viserys tenderly stroked Rhaegar's forehead, his voice softening. "I paid little attention to your dreams until the past 6 months, when Eric informed me of your frequent nightmares. That could be the mark of a dreamer, in my estimation. Perhaps, but I find it unsettling, and the nightmares torment me," Rhaegar confessed softly, not denying the truth of it. "Rhaegar, you must heed my words." Viserys' demeanor grew unusually grave. "Our family has produced many dragon lords, but few dreamers. What is the power of dragon intimidation compared to the gift of prophecy?" he continued. "Your dreams, whether beautiful or nightmarish, may hold valuable warnings. Embrace them and interpret them wisely." Rhaegar leaned into Viserys' embrace, sensing his father's excitement, barely contained despite his trembling. "When your sister was young, I had a dream that has remained etched in my mind, never to be forgotten," Viserys confessed, tears welling in his eyes as he lifted his head to meet Rhaegar's gaze. "I pursued that dream with all my heart, paying a terrible price for it. Yet it has yielded naught," he continued, his voice heavy with emotion. Taking a deep breath, Viserys composed himself. "Now, with you possessing the health and talent I once dreamed of, I should find contentment. Rhaegar, remember my words. Do not squander your gift. Do not view it as a burden," he urged earnestly. Moved by his father's vulnerability, Rhaegar remained silent, reaching up to gently wipe away his tears. "I will, father," Rhaegar affirmed silently in his heart. With the weight of their discussion weighing heavily upon him, Viserys realized his emotions were getting the better of him and decided to end the conversation. Preferring solitude, he instructed his children to retire to their rooms and rest. The siblings strolled aimlessly down the lengthy corridor, emerging from their father's study. "Are your dreams truly prophetic?" Rhaenyra suddenly inquired. "Mostly, they're fragmented bits of information that are difficult for me to decipher," Rhaegar responded honestly. "Fair enough. So, what have you been dreaming about?" Rhaenyra halted, bending down to meet Rhaegar's gaze. Rhaegar, uncharacteristically aloof, recalled the events of the previous night, a flicker of insight crossing his mind. I had a rather unsettling dream last night. It jolted me awake, he remarked, feigning mystery. Tell me about it. Rhaegar's curiosity was piqued. Suppressing an eye roll, Rhaegar continued, I dreamt of an invisible and intangible dragon, claiming it wanted me as its rider. How could you know it was a dragon if it was unseen and unheard? Rhaenyra interjected, her confusion evident. I could sense its presence, hear its growls, Rhaegar retorted. And please, refrain from interrupting. Fine, fine. Continue. Rhaenyra acquiesced impatiently. Rhaegar fabricated further. The dragon informed me it couldn't meet me yet, as there's an entity in King's Landing that disgusts it. And what might that be? Rhaenyra queried, without hesitation. The dragon's pit, Rhaegar declared, straightening his posture. But the dragon's pit has stood for years, hosting countless dragons, including my Syrax, Rhaenyra remarked, uncertain upon hearing the revelation. Rhaegar elaborated on his fabrication. The dragon insisted it belongs in the open skies and wilds, deeming the dragon's pit too confining for its growth. It also expressed disdain for being confined and enslaved, shackled like a common slave. He added, weaving the tale further. Is that truly what the dragon conveyed to you? You're not fabricating this, are you? Rhaenyra scrutinized Rhaegar with a dubious gaze. That's exactly how it unfolded in the dream, whether you choose to believe it or not, Rhaegar retorted, his tone firm. I'll inform father. I doubt he'll question the validity of my dream, he added with a soft grunt, extricating himself from Rhaenyra's skeptical grasp. That may be so, but since the construction of the dragon's pit, the maesters have been vigilant in their oversight, and nothing untoward has occurred, Rhaenyra countered, offering a practical perspective. And how can you be certain there are no nefarious individuals among the maesters? Rhaegar speculated, his thoughts drifting to the maesters of Old Town. He had harbored a distrust of the maester order from the outset, their chained collars a symbol of suspicion in his eyes. Perhaps you're correct. Father did emphasize the importance of trusting our dreams, Rhaenyra conceded, encouraging her brother to value his visions. The gift of prophecy was an ancient heritage, and any Targaryen endowed with it held a position of authority not to be disregarded. Preferring not to disillusion her brother, Rhaenyra opted to end the debate. The siblings exchanged further conversation before parting ways to their respective chambers. With the door to his room looming ahead, Rhaegar walked with his head bowed, lost in thought about his abilities as a dreamer. As he approached, a message flashed on the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen. Skills, Dreamer, Gold, Longevity, Green. Bloodline, Old Valyrian Dragon King, 12%. Skills, Old Valyrian Language, Proficient. Relic, Blood and Fire, Flame Resistance plus 50%. Evaluation, possessing a robust Dragonlord bloodline, comparable to those of the Valyrian Freehold era. Rhaegar's gaze lingered on the talent column displayed in the system panel, his focus drawn to the sparse entry for the Dreamer talent. There was little elaboration beyond its classification as a gold-grade talent. Despite his various acquisitions, the Skull of Balerion remained his most prized relic, its legendary status denoted by its striking red hue. The grading system he had come to understand ranked relics as legendary, red, epic, purple, excellent, blue, and good green. Below the good grade, the existence of lower tiers remained a mystery. The gold grade designation hinted at the immense potential inherent in the Dreamer talent. Rhaegar had experienced countless dreams, visions that spanned dragons, flames, and looming conflicts. Among them were strange, otherworldly phenomena, as well as eerily accurate prophecies. The encounter with the White Hart in Kingswood, a creature that had not only materialized from his dreams, but also aided in his recovery, underscored the significance of his innate gift. Reflecting on his father's recent remarks, Rhaegar found himself reassessing the recurring nightmares that had plagued him. Slowly, a newfound appreciation for the capabilities bestowed upon him by the Dreamer talent began to take root within his heart. Grunt. Rhaegar was abruptly pulled from his reverie by the unsettling sound of rolling objects echoing through the empty corridor behind him. With a cautious glance over his shoulder, Rhaegar scanned the dimly lit hallway. Eric, his usual companion, was absent tonight, having been called away by his father, leaving Rhaegar feeling distinctly uneasy at the unexpected disturbance. As the leather ball skittered across the floor, its movement seemed eerily out of place in the hushed stillness of the night. Summoning his resolve, Rhaegar called out into the darkness, his voice cutting through the silence in an attempt to draw the attention of any nearby servants on duty. "Who's there?" Yet, despite his efforts, the echo of his own voice was the only response that greeted him. A shiver ran down Rhaegar's spine as he retreated, his gaze lingering on the door to his room, looming ominously in the dim light. With a swallow, he took a hesitant step backward, his nerves on edge as he braced himself for whatever unsettling encounter might await him. Ta-da-da-da! In that moment, the soft echo of footsteps reached Rhaegar's ears, the sound of leather shoes with cowhide soles treading lightly on the wooden floorboards. Turning swiftly, Rhaegar caught sight of a fleeting white figure darting past in a flash of moonlight. "Brother, do you want to play pickleball?" came a small voice, interrupting the stillness of the night. There stood a young girl in the hallway, clad in pink, clutching a leather ball in her tiny hands, her gaze fixed eagerly on Rhaegar. With silver-white hair and delicate features, she bore a striking resemblance to their shared bloodline. Rhaegar's expression darkened as he recognized the figure before him, his half-sister, Princess Helaena. "Helaena, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" Rhaegar's tone was stern, his frustration evident as he addressed the young princess. Helaena hugged her beloved pickleball tightly, leaning against the corridor wall with a sheepish smile. "Aegon plays pickleball during the day, so I play at night," she explained innocently. Concern etched into his features, Rhaegar approached his sister. "Children should be asleep at this hour, Helaena. Why aren't you in bed?" Helaena flinched as her seldom-seen brother approached, her gaze dropping to the floor. "I can only play secretly while he sleeps, because Aegon won't give me a ball to play with," she admitted softly. Rhaegar's expression darkened at her words. "He doesn't play with you? Doesn't your mother care about that?" he asked, his tone laced with disapproval. "Aegon plays with me when my mother is here, but he doesn't when she's gone," Helaena replied, her voice tinged with sadness as she shook her head. Rhaegar's anger flared at the injustice of it all. Taking Helena's small hand in his own, he spoke with determination. "I'll take you back to your room for some rest. Tomorrow, I'll have the craftsman make you a custom leather ball, so you won't need this one anymore." Without uttering a word, Helaena remained rooted in place, her back pressed against the wall. "What's the matter? Why aren't you happy?" Rhaegar inquired once more, refraining from attempting to coax the petite Helaena. Helaena simply shook her head, clutching the ball tightly to her chest. "Are you worried that Aegon will try to take the ball from you?" Rhaegar treaded cautiously, recalling Aegon's past behavior. Helaena glanced up at him, her lips pursed in a pout, but she remained silent. "In that case, why don't you leave the leather ball with me? You can take it out whenever you want to play without worrying about Aegon," Rhaegar suggested tentatively after a brief pause. "All right, I'll give you the ball. Aegon won't dare to take it from you," Helaena whispered, her violet eyes shimmering brightly as she nodded her head firmly. Extending her hand, she relinquished the leather ball she had been guarding to Rhaegar's grasp. This little girl isn't naive. In fact, she possesses quite a bit of courage, and she knows that Aegon wouldn't dare challenge Rhaegar. Rhaegar shook his head, his smile fading. "Not this one. Tomorrow, I'll have a new leather ball sent to you. You can give this one to Aegon for his play." Relenting, Helena's face lit up with a radiant smile. Helena's room was situated on the same floor as Rhaegar's. Initially, she and Aegon had shared living quarters with their mother, Alicent. However, with the arrival of the baby, Aemon, Alicent found it challenging to handle his crying. Thus, she arranged for 3 separate rooms to accommodate each of the children individually. Listening to Helena's account, Rhaegar learned that the servant who usually looked after her had been frequently called away for work lately. Consequently, Helena and Aegon spent most of their time together during the day. This arrangement often left Aegon in a position to bully Helena, prompting her to seek solace in nighttime play when he was resting. Rhaegar had been unaware of these circumstances, as it coincided with Rhaenyra's return to the Red Keep for the tournament. Being short-staffed was, unfortunately, a common occurrence. Sending Helena back to her room, Rhaegar leaned casually against the doorframe and playfully advised, "No more late-night escapades. You know, the Red Keep is teeming with ferocious dragons after dark. You wouldn't want to be their midnight snack, would you?" Rhaegar then feigned a dragon's roar, complete with clawing motions, trying to spook his little sister. However, Helena simply covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably, completely unfazed by his antics. "Yeah, looks like you're quite the brave one." Rhaegar chuckled, admiring her fearlessness. Captivated by her adorable laughter, Rhaegar couldn't resist the urge to playfully pinch her cheeks, almost as if he couldn't help himself. He saw Helena suddenly stop, her smiling face vanishing in an instant before he could even lay a hand on her. "What's wrong, Helena?" Rhaegar's concern was evident as he noticed the abrupt change in her expression. Hungry wolves staring at lambs, Helena nervously muttered, her eyes fixed straight ahead. "What do you mean, Helena? Did you see or hear something?" Rhaegar's mind raced, connecting Helena's cryptic words with the rumors swirling around her. He suspected that she might possess a gift similar to his own, one of prophecy and foresight. But Helena silently retreated into her room, closing the door behind her, shutting Rhaegar out. He hesitated, hand raised to knock on the door, but ultimately decided against it. Helena seemed to be in a state of self-preservation after whatever premonition she'd had, and it didn't feel right to disturb her. "Helena, go rest, and I'll make sure to order you a new leather ball," he called softly through the closed door, before retreating to his own room in silence. He still had a plethora of old books stored away in his space bracelet, waiting to be explored. If he wanted to truly grasp the intricacies of the dreamer's talent, he might need to delve into these texts first. His attention lingered on the bloodline section of the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen. Bloodline. Old Valyrian Dragon King, 12%. Since the awakening of the Explorer system, the bloodline section had undergone frequent changes. Initially, it stood at a modest 5%, but after acquiring Fire and Blood, it surged by 8%. Despite subsequent fluctuations, it continued its gradual ascent. Rhaegar speculated that the percentage reflected the purity of his bloodline, as suggested in the evaluation section. A robust lineage of the Dragon Kings, boasting excellence even amidst the era of the Old Valyrians. Within half a year, the purity of his bloodline had soared to 12%, more than doubling its original value. The plus sign preceding the percentage had vanished, indicating that the efficacy of blood and fire had reached its zenith and would no longer increase. Returning to the texts, ancient Valyria boasted numerous families of dragon lords. What significance does a pure bloodline hold? Rhaegar mused, recalling Viserys' remarks about the dreamer's talent. Determined not to squander any potential, Rhaegar now held his abilities in the highest regard. Amidst dark clouds looming overhead and rough waves crashing against the shore, Rhaegar's slender frame ascended a coconut tree. His gaze darted anxiously at the rising water below. Cold tendrils wrapped around his ankles, gradually creeping up to engulf his calves. Though panic gripped him, his attempts to call for help were stifled, his voice silenced by an unseen force. A deafening rumble shattered the uneasy silence as lightning rent the sky, illuminating the darkness with its blinding flash. Torrential rain began to cascade down, drenching Rhaegar to the bone. Where am I?" he muttered, disoriented by the sudden deluge. A low, ominous hiss reverberated through the air, mingling with the roar of thunder. Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment as a colossal creature emerged from the dense clouds, its massive wings beating rhythmically as it soared into the distance. Straining to catch a glimpse of the creature amidst the downpour, Rhaegar was met only by the relentless patter of rain against his skin, its rhythmic cadence filling the air with a sense of foreboding. As rainwater trickled down his cheeks, Rhaegar instinctively raised a hand to wipe it away. When he opened his eyes once more, the behemoth was circling back, its massive wingspan casting a shadow over the island below. "Ah, stay away!" Rhaegar cried out in terror, his heart pounding in his chest as the creature drew closer, its ominous silhouette looming overhead. In the blink of an eye, darkness consumed him, and he was jolted awake, violently thrown from his bed. "What in the seven hells?" Rhaegar exclaimed, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he scanned his surroundings, his senses on high alert. The familiar sight of his room greeted him, and he sank back onto the bed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. "Damn it, another nightmare," he muttered, his voice trembling with fear. "And it's the same one as before, haunting me like a relentless specter." It seemed that these recurring nightmares had taken root in his subconscious, tormenting him with their vivid imagery and unsettling themes. Rhaegar sighed heavily, his mind still reeling from the ordeal. "Perhaps they're just figments of my imagination, but they feel all too real." Yesterday, he delved deep into the pages of ancient tomes, poring over them until the early hours of the morning. The dreamer talent had been consuming his thoughts ever since. It was a peculiar phenomenon, but perhaps a blessing in disguise. Each successive nightmare seemed to unveil a new layer of understanding. "Anything out of the ordinary tends to stir up trouble," Rhaegar mused, frustration evident in his voice as he ran a hand through his tousled hair. "These recurring dreams hold some sort of prophetic significance. That much is clear." His brow furrowed in deep concentration as he pondered the implications of his nocturnal visions. After finishing his meal, the servant brought the usual fare of bread, milk, and fried eggs. "Shall we attend the tournament today, Prince?" Rhaegar took a final sip of milk just as Eric entered the room, timing his arrival perfectly. "Not much to see there. Let's head to the Dragon's Pit instead." "I've yet to visit," Rhaegar replied calmly, dabbing at the milk stains on his lips. "Very well," Eric responded in his deep voice. As he headed towards the door, Rhaegar reached for a piece of parchment on the table and carefully rolled it up. The Dragon's Pit lay quite a distance from the Red Keep, so the squire had arranged for a carriage in advance. Eric's gaze lingered on Rhaegar, his expression tinged with concern, as if he were wrestling with unspoken words. Growing weary of the scrutiny, Rhaegar finally broke the silence. "Sire, is it because I'm dressed the wrong way? Why are you looking at me like that?" Eric hesitated briefly before responding. "It's nothing about your attire, Your Highness. You just seem a bit off today." They had traveled quite a distance, and it was hard not to worry about the normally jovial prince. He was silent the whole time. Rhaegar sighed, a weariness settling over him. "I had another nightmare," he admitted, his voice heavy with fatigue. The concern in Eric's eyes deepened as he observed the exhaustion etched on Rhaegar's face. "Perhaps you should seek counsel from a maester. Sleeplessness and nightmares are troubling signs." Rhaegar's smile was wistful. "No need for that. My father taught me to embrace all dreams, whether pleasant or otherwise." "With all due respect, Your Highness, you seem to prefer the pleasant ones," Eric remarked, his brow furrowing in worry. "Don't fret over me, sire," Rhaegar interjected, brushing off the concern. "Experiencing life's ups and downs early on isn't necessarily a detriment." He swiftly shifted the conversation. "Now, about that forge you mentioned, where can I find it?" Eric said, "There's a skilled blacksmith located on the Street of Silk. His craftsmanship is highly esteemed." "Excellent," Rhaegar replied, a spark of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes. "Let's make a stop there on our way." With their destination decided, Eric directed the coachman to hasten their journey toward the forge. The royal carriage not only boasted exquisite beauty, but also remarkable swiftness as it gracefully traversed the bustling streets, eventually arriving at Silk Street. With a gentle halt, it positioned itself before a seemingly inconspicuous blacksmith shop. Parting the curtains, Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the scene outside, where a robust, youthful figure hammered away at the forge, sparks dancing in the air. "This lad is the grandson and apprentice of the old blacksmith," Eric remarked as he assisted Rhaegar from the carriage. "Go and fetch your grandfather," Eric casually instructed, flicking a glimmering gold coin towards the apprentice blacksmith. "Inform him that a distinguished guest awaits his presence." "Of course, Sir Kingsguard," the apprentice acknowledged, recognizing the resplendent figure clad in silver-armored robes. With haste, he abandoned his work and dashed towards the shop. Before long, a portly old man, scarcely reaching 5 feet in height, yet boasting a full, bushy beard, emerged from the shop. The proprietor himself, Orn. With a hearty stride, the elderly blacksmith approached the pair, his voice resonating with warmth and hospitality. "Esteemed guests, I, blacksmith Orn, bid you welcome," he proclaimed, executing a bow towards Rhaegar with some effort. Observing the rotund figure before him, Rhaegar couldn't help but conceal a hint of amusement. Despite standing face to face, Orn's stout and plump stature suggested a formidable presence that might easily flatten him. Producing a rolled cylinder of parchment, Rhaegar presented it to Orn, elucidating. "This contains the blueprint for a bracelet. I require an exact replica crafted with utmost haste. Consider it done. Should it be tailored to fit your wrist?" inquired Orn, his confidence unwavering. "Yes, precisely. It is intended to replace a gift that proved ill-fitting," confirmed Rhaegar, outlining his requirements. Assuring the customer of his capability, Orn thumped his chest confidently. "Fear not. Retrieve the bracelet before dusk, and I guarantee it shall meet your specifications. I trust in Eric's commendation. See to it that he is duly compensated for his services, Sir," Rhaegar concluded, sealing the agreement with succinct efficiency. Old Orn, however, refused the bag of coins that Eric proffered, declaring, "I seek no payment other than the honor of seeing a prince adorned with my craftsmanship. It is the most precious reward I could desire." "Intriguing. And how did you discern my royal lineage? Dare you hazard a guess as to which prince I am?" Rhaegar inquired, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the stout blacksmith. With solemnity, old Orn responded, "I have witnessed the king escorting his second son, Aegon, during a past event. Judging by your age, you must be the firstborn son of the late queen, the fabled sleeping young dragon, Rhaegar." "The sleeping young dragon?" Rhaegar echoed, a bemused expression crossing his features. "What curious moniker is this? Does it pertain to me?" Unnerved by his inadvertent slip, old Orn fell silent, murmuring a hasty apology for his misstep. Observing old Orn's reticence, Rhaegar redirected his attention to Eric, his countenance marked by dissatisfaction. "Sir, when was I bestowed with such a name? Since the conclusion of the last Kingswood hunt, tales of your inherent vulnerability and the White Hart's benediction have circulated widely among the populace," Eric murmured, casting a cautionary glance towards the aging blacksmith. "The king issued a decree expressly forbidding any discussion regarding you, yet rumors persisted," he continued in a hushed tone. "It was not until your gallant reception of Princess Rhaenyra on her return journey and your subsequent public appearance that the moniker gained traction." Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar queried, "So my father's decree confining me to the confines of the Red Keep is somehow linked to this?" "In part, yes. However, His Grace's motivations are multifaceted, and the full extent of the matter remains shrouded." Eric trailed off cautiously. "One reason suffices," Rhaegar interjected tersely, indicating a desire to conclude the matter. Rhaegar interrupted with frustration evident in his tone. "Father grounded me over mere gossip. Isn't that excessive? Gossip can be harmful. His Grace simply wanted to protect you from any potential trouble," Eric explained. Rhaegar scoffed bitterly. He was worried someone might fill my head with dangerous notions. Listening intently, Eric paused to consider Rhaegar's words. The sleeping dragon. The moniker implied weakness and vulnerability, suggesting the infant's frailty. But infant dragon also carries the connotation of youth and potential. If a dragon were to awaken from slumber, what would be its first act? Rhaegar pondered aloud, his expression thoughtful. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, a dragon's primary task is to nourish itself and mature into its full dragonhood. And what name would befit such a transformation? Awakened Dragon or Roaring Dragon? This was a deliberate effort to sow discord by spreading the reputation of the king's first son. A sleeping dragon may be vulnerable, but it's preferable to one that never wakes at all. Rhaegar consoled himself, meeting Eric's gaze squarely as he issued his command. Ensure he receives every penny of his wages, and henceforth, any rumors concerning me are to be reported to me directly. Consider it done, Eric replied with a grimace, acknowledging the directive. Let's go. Take me to purchase some toys for toddlers, and then we'll head to the dragon's pit, Rhaegar declared, his mood darkening further as he stepped into the carriage. The wagon came to a halt on Silk Street, where Eric swiftly darted off to procure an array of toys, stuffing them into the carriage before they continued on to the dragon's pit. Perched atop a mountain, the dragon's pit stood apart from the bustling city center, its surroundings notably more tranquil. Upon arrival, no welcoming party awaited them at the gate. Only 2 armored guards stood sentry. Spotting the royal carriage, one of the guards approached, curiosity evident in his tone. Which lord graces us with his presence? Rhaegar Targaryen, firstborn son of Viserys I, Eric announced proudly as he emerged from the carriage. Although they couldn't see the prince himself, the guard saluted, recognizing the authority conveyed by the white robes of the King's Guard, and promptly opened the gate to admit them. The dragon's pit sprawled across a vast expanse, boasting numerous entrances and exits scattered throughout its perimeter. Aside from the grand front gate, there were caves nestled within the mountain and openings carved into the cliff sides, pathways through which the dragons could freely roam. Outside the gate, the royal carriage remained under vigilant guard, while Rhaegar opted to traverse the grounds on foot, stepping into the expansive courtyard reminiscent of a grand schoolyard. At the far end loomed a towering, magnificent domed structure, the focal point of the pit. Scattered throughout the courtyard were the dragon trainers and keepers, bustling about their duties. The majority hailed from Balerion lineage, their loyalty to the Targaryens spanning generations. Fluent in the ancient Valyrian tongues, they possessed the unique ability to calm the dragon's restlessness and were tasked with ensuring the creature's well-being, providing them with sustenance and care. "Greetings, your highness." They all saluted respectfully as Rhaegar entered the dragon's pit. "Rise. I'm here to take a look around," Rhaegar stated bluntly, cutting straight to the chase. "I'll be your guide today, your highness," as Base is absent, offered a young apprentice, his features marked by black hair, dark eyes, and a somewhat pallid complexion. "And what's your name?" Rhaegar inquired politely, extending the courtesy of acknowledgement. "I am Maynard Waters, your highness," the apprentice replied, his voice soft and smile shy. "Waters?" Rhaegar's brows furrowed slightly, recalling that it was a surname often associated with bastards in certain regions of Westeros. In the Crownlands, Waters was the designated surname for such individuals, much like Snow was in the north. Rhaegar glanced down at Maynard and couldn't help but notice his plain attire, adorned with a few patches here and there. It was evident that Maynard wasn't living in the lap of luxury. The plight of bastards was a harsh reality. They often faced discrimination and disdain, even if they were educated or talented. Maynard's demeanor betrayed a hint of insecurity, a feeling all too familiar to those born on the wrong side of the sheets. Sensing Maynard's discomfort under his scrutiny, Rhaegar felt compelled to offer some words of encouragement, albeit abruptly. "Lift your head up. You've been blessed with a face that's not unpleasant. Don't shy away from it." Maynard complied, lifting his head with a humble smile, though the shadow of his origins lingered in his eyes. "The world may remind you of your birth, but that doesn't define your worth. Each person has their own talents, and being a bastard doesn't diminish that," Rhaegar continued, offering a brief but heartfelt reassurance. Acknowledging the weight of societal judgments based on lineage, Rhaegar couldn't help but silently thank his own mother for the honor she had bestowed upon him. "Thank you, mother," he murmured in a silent prayer before nodding to Maynard and proceeding on his way. Being sad and crying under the covers at night was no longer an option. Now he had to be a leader for himself, and he couldn't mix his personal feelings with his work time. "Tell me, how many dragons reside within the dragon's pit?" Rhaegar inquired as they made their way. "There are 3 in total: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax," Maynard replied promptly, his demeanor swiftly adjusting to one of professionalism. "Show me around, then. I've never been close to a dragon before." "I'm afraid I can't, Your Highness." Curiosity piqued, Rhaegar pressed further. "Why can't you show me around? Do the dragons harbor animosity towards people?" "No, Your Highness. The reason is that Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon were here, just before you, intending to take the dragons for a ride," Maynard disclosed truthfully. Rhaegar's eyes sparked with anticipation at the mention of his sister's presence. Eager to join her and perhaps coax her into allowing him a dragon ride, he instructed, "Take me to her then. I must meet with the dragons." "Very well. The princess has only just arrived. Let's hasten our steps. There's still time to catch up," Maynard agreed, calculating the time in his mind as they hurried along. Breathless, Rhaegar hurriedly ascended the platform, barely catching his breath. Just in time, he witnessed a pair of dragon keepers soothing Syrax and removing the shackles from her feet. Meanwhile, the scarlet Caraxes stood ready on the other side. In the midst of the 2 dragons stood Daemon and Rhaenyra, clad in their dragon suits, engaged in conversation. "Sister!" Rhaegar's excited shout echoed as he dashed towards Rhaenyra, heedless of Eric's counsel. Startled by his sudden appearance, Rhaenyra turned to him with confusion evident in her expression. "Rhaegar, what brings you to the dragon's pit?" Drawing closer, he seized his sister's hand with pride. "Didn't I mention last night? The dragon in my dream warned that the dragon's pit isn't safe, so I came to investigate. I thought you were attending the tournament, but upon entering, I heard you were here as well. So, are you seeking me out or the dragons?" Rhaenyra teased, amusement lacing her words. "Of course I'm seeking you out. The dragons are just a bonus," Rhaegar replied, unable to contain his excitement at being in such close proximity to the magnificent creatures. Admiring Syrax's graceful form, he remarked, "This must be Syrax, isn't it? She's as splendid as you." In contrast, Caraxes' imposing head caught his attention, prompting him to add, "And Caraxes here is truly remarkable." Rhaegar's preference for Syrax's elegant physique was evident in his brief compliment. "Syrax is named after the goddess of harvest." "Naturally, she's beautiful," Rhaenyra replied, seeing through her brother's intentions with a knowing smile. With arms folded across her chest, she inquired knowingly, "So, dear brother, now that you've seen everything, what else brings you here?" "Ride a dragon. I want you to take me for a ride on a dragon," Rhaegar eagerly declared. Rhaenyra couldn't stifle her laughter and affectionately ruffled her brother's hair. "I had a feeling you had something in mind when you sought me out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here so eagerly. Then, dear sister, may you grant your brother's request?" Rhaegar implored, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at her. However, Rhaenyra's smile turned apologetic as she gently declined. "I must disappoint you. I already have plans to fly to Dragonstone Island and back with Uncle Daemon, and it will be quite late by the time we return." Undeterred, Rhaegar persisted. "I can accompany you to Dragonstone Island. I haven't been back to our homeland yet, and I don't mind if it takes longer than expected." Driven by his desire to ride a dragon, Rhaegar grasped his sister's hand and shook it earnestly. Caught between her brother's pleading eyes and Daemon's presence, Rhaenyra hesitated. She glanced at Daemon, silently seeking his opinion. Observing the exchange, Rhaegar also turned his attention to Daemon, curious to see his reaction. To their surprise, Daemon remained nonchalant, his tone casual as he remarked, "He can join us if he wishes, but your father may not be pleased if he learns I took his heir and eldest son on a journey." The underlying message was clear. While he was willing to accommodate Rhaegar, the responsibility ultimately fell on him, and it was a risk he wasn't eager to take. It was a tactful yet firm way of declining the request. Rhaenyra couldn't help but sigh as she squeezed Rhaegar's hand tightly, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Rhaegar. Today's journey is too far, but how about I take you for a dragon ride over King's Landing next time?" she offered, attempting to soften the disappointment. Rejected, Rhaegar's disappointment was palpable, though he maintained his princely demeanor, concealing his emotions. Withdrawing his hand from Rhaenyra's grasp, he took a step back and forced a reluctant smile. "Very well, I shall await your promise then." Though his words were accepting, the sadness in his eyes remained evident. Rhaenyra couldn't overlook her brother's disappointment, but considering her agreement with her uncle, she had little choice but to leave the matter for another time. "I'll make it up to you later, Rhaegar," she resolved silently. "Princess, you may ride Syrax now." As the dragon keeper unshackled Syrax, addressing Rhaenyra in High Balerion, she responded in kind, "I understand." Taking Rhaegar's hand once more, Rhaenyra led him away from the dragons, handing him over to Eric with instructions. "Keep an eye on my brother and ensure he doesn't venture into the dragon's pit." Eric nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, Princess." After giving Rhaegar's hair a gentle pat and offering a few words of reassurance, Rhaenyra proceeded toward Syrax. Throughout the exchange, Daemon remained silent, observing from the sidelines. "Uncle, shall we depart?" Rhaenyra called to Daemon as she climbed on his Syrax's back, securing the safety chains around her waist. "I thought you were taking him," Daemon remarked casually as he mounted Caraxes. "Rhaegar is still young, and a long journey on a dragon's back, exposed to the elements, may be too much for him," Rhaenyra explained with a smile. "But you were riding dragons at his age. Early exposure to dragons can be beneficial," Daemon countered, his tone neutral. In the Targaryen family, riding dragons was practically a rite of passage. "There will be opportunities in the future." Rhaenyra dismissed the discussion of gender roles, eager to change the subject. "Let's make it a race to Dragonstone Island. Who do you think will arrive first?" Daemon shrugged, his indifference evident as he remained silent, content to let the matter rest. In the background, Rhaegar stood amidst the crowd, his gaze following the graceful ascent of the two dragons into the clouds until they vanished from sight. Eric, ever vigilant, observed Rhaegar closely, noting the absence of any noticeable emotional fluctuations beneath his composed exterior, a realization that weighed heavily on his heart. But Eric wasn't the only one paying close attention to Rhaegar. Among the onlookers stood Maynard, his eyes fixed on the tightly clenched fists behind Rhaegar's back. "A golden opportunity," he murmured to himself. Although Maynard maintained a stoic expression, inwardly, excitement stirred within him, his hands and feet trembling slightly. Tired of being the object of scorn, Maynard, despite his vast knowledge, remained subject to prejudice among his peers. Assigned to the dragon's pit, he had hoped for recognition for his diligent efforts, perhaps even acknowledgement from the royal family. As he watched the Targaryens effortlessly ride dragons, he yearned for a nobleman to elevate him to the skies. Yet, his aspirations seemed destined to remain mere dreams. But now, a chance presented itself. Wasn't this the perfect moment? The young prince, left behind by his sister, appeared in need of reassurance and companionship. Of course, assuming the current activity piqued his interest and that his psychological needs aligned with Maynard's assumptions. With a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Maynard summoned his courage and spoke up. "Prince, would you like to witness another dragon? There's one called Dreamfire in the dragon's pit, larger and older than the two you've just seen." Rhaegar turned abruptly, his gaze piercing Maynard's pale face, noting the tremor in his voice and the nervous swallow. Yet, this minor detail failed to deter him. Born a bastard, Maynard faced immense pressure in engaging with an unattainable prince. But his offer intrigued Rhaegar. "Lead the way." Rhaegar's tone brooked no argument, his determination evident. Despite Eric's attempts to dissuade him, Rhaegar's intense gaze silenced any objections. "Let's proceed. We have a long journey ahead of us today," Rhaegar declared, brushing past the dragon keepers who conversed in a tongue foreign to him. Maynard took the lead, descending the stairs into the depths of the dragon's pit. The dragon's pit buzzed with activity, dragon nests scattered about, mostly hidden underground to prevent roof collapses caused by the dragon's movements. Under Rhaegar's command, Maynard felt a surge of satisfaction as he guided him through the tunnels, utilizing every bit of vocabulary he possessed to describe the majesty of Dreamfyre. Dreamfyre is a formidable female dragon and has birthed numerous eggs, one of which belongs to Rhaegar. Dragons reproduce through the hatching of eggs, yet it's curious that they lack a discernible gender. Human attempts to assign gender to dragons are misguided, Maynard explained, eager to showcase his knowledge. So, dragons reproduce asexually? Rhaegar inquired, his interest waning. Chuckling nervously, Maynard replied, "It's unclear, Your Highness. But dragons like Vermithor and Silverwing, mounts of the Old King and Good Queen Alysanne, have been known to mate, unlike their solitary counterparts." Interrupting, Rhaegar urged, "Enough about dragons, Maester. When do we reach Dreamfyre's lair?" Apologizing profusely, Maynard humbly admitted, "We've reached the entrance to Dreamfyre's lair, Your Highness. Shall we proceed?" As Maynard's words sank in, Rhaegar realized they had journeyed far through the winding tunnels. Before them yawned a vast opening, darkness swallowing the path ahead, beckoning them onward. As he peered into the abyss ahead, Rhaegar hesitated for a fleeting moment before posing a question, his voice low and contemplative. "Sire, do you believe I have the potential to bond with a formidable dragon?" Eric's demeanor shifted, his response swift and cautious. "I cannot entertain such a notion, Your Highness. Beyond this threshold lies a fully grown dragon, a perilous prospect His Grace would never condone." "Why?" Rhaegar's inquiry was unwavering, his gaze fixed on the night before him. "Do you doubt my capacity to establish a connection with a dragon?" "No, Your Highness, that's not the issue," Eric clarified, struggling to articulate his concerns. "Forging a bond with a powerful dragon demands great skill and understanding. It's a decision not to be taken lightly, but it's a risk I'm willing to take, sire." Rhaegar's resolve strengthened as he took a step forward, his determination palpable. "My sister was already riding dragons at my age. By winter's end, I'll have reached the same milestone. If she could do it, there's no reason I cannot." Unspoken lingered another thought. With the same lineage of blood and fire coursing through his veins, possessing a natural resilience to flames, and bearing the ancient Balerion heritage, Rhaegar believed he possessed the inherent qualities to win a dragon's allegiance. "I cannot permit it, Your Highness," Eric interjected firmly, barring Rhaegar's path. "I've sworn an oath to safeguard the king's heir, and I cannot stand idly by as you endanger yourself. But you've also sworn to obey my commands, regardless of danger or honor," Rhaegar countered sharply, his gaze unwavering. Perhaps it was the culmination of haunting dreams, the burden of his legacy, or the distance from his sister, all converging to ignite a storm within him. Rhaegar's heart swelled with a tumultuous mix of emotions: fear, frustration, perhaps even a hint of envy towards his sister. He was Rhaegar Targaryen. A Targaryen knows no fear. Before him loomed Dreamfyre's lair, and Rhaegar was determined to tame the dragon, earning glory and admiration in the process. Eric's duty bound him, but Rhaegar's resolve was unyielding. With steely determination, Rhaegar issued an order to Eric for the first time. "As Rhaegar, eldest son of Viserys, I command you to remain here and not to intervene." "Prince, you," Eric began, attempting to dissuade him, but Rhaegar silenced him with a firm, "Enough, sire." Bound by his vow, Eric reluctantly acquiesced, his inner turmoil evident as he stood guard, his hand clenched around the hilt of his sword. "Very well, Kingsguard." Rhaegar strode past Eric, casting a glance at the impassive Maynard nearby. "Eric will remain outside the lair to ensure our safety. You may return unless you're needed." Upon hearing Rhaegar's declaration, Maynard, tinged with excitement, interjected, "No, I wish to accompany you. I possess knowledge of dragon behavior and can be of assistance." Hope flickered within Maynard, a chance to prove himself and escape his unjust fate. How could he falter now? Rhaegar regarded him with a quizzical expression, then nodded in agreement, conceding, "Very well. Should I succeed in taming Dreamfire, you shall share in the credit." "Yes, your highness." Maynard's spirits soared at the prospect, boldly positioning himself by Rhaegar's side and leading the way into the cavern. Without further objection, Rhaegar turned to Eric, his tone softer. "He shows courage, sire, a trait to be admired." With that, Rhaegar pressed forward, disappearing into the shadows of the cave entrance, leaving Eric to grapple with his inner conflict. His duty was to protect the prince, yet Rhaegar's thirst for adventure was undeniable. As they stepped into the lair, Maynard swiftly retrieved a torch from the ground and skillfully ignited it, casting warm light that banished the darkness. The sudden brightness caused Rhaegar to shield his eyes instinctively, momentarily blinded. Once inside, Maynard's initial enthusiasm gave way to apprehension. "Your Highness, Dreamfire has dwelled here for many years, and its temperament is notoriously unpredictable. It would be prudent to proceed with caution." "I will heed your counsel, Maester," Rhaegar affirmed, adjusting to the illumination. "Do you know your way around here?" he inquired, curious about Maynard's familiarity with the lair. Maynard's smile was self-assured. "Certainly. Maester Base assigned me the task of inspecting the dragon's lair regularly. Given that most maesters recoil at the scent of dragon excrement, I've taken on the responsibility." "Your dedication is commendable," Rhaegar remarked, impressed by Maynard's diligence. "Your Highness, I typically accompany 1 or 2 dragon keepers who are fluent in High Valyrian and skilled in calming dragons with song," Maynard added, eager to contribute his expertise. Pleased with Maynard's initiative, Rhaegar considered him a valuable asset. Flushed with pride, Maynard eagerly shared his knowledge. In this moment, any doubts about the prince's intentions or the feasibility of taming Dreamfire faded into the background. All Maynard desired now was to prove himself and earn the prince's approval. Observing Maynard's eager demeanor, Rhaegar mused inwardly. The long-overlooked bastard seems unusually eager. Yet, he reasoned, eagerness mattered little as long as it proved beneficial. "Valyrian is my mother tongue. I can attempt it," he whispered to himself. Since mastering ancient Valyrian, fragments of memories from his early childhood had resurfaced. These recollections harked back to when he was barely 3 years old, existing in a state of near-comatose fragility. During those fleeting moments of semi-consciousness, though unable to open his eyes, Rhaegar's senses of hearing, touch, and smell remained intact. In those ephemeral lapses of wakefulness, he could faintly discern soft hums resonating in his ears, their source elusive. Occasionally, a gentle touch would caress his face, and tender kisses would grace his forehead. Though voiceless and sightless, he remained acutely aware of these tender gestures, etched into the recesses of his mind. However, he could still recall the voice of the song singer, and his nose detected a faint, acrid scent. When he regained consciousness, the lyrics of the ballad eluded him, but the scent lingered. It was reminiscent of dragons, akin to the aroma of sulfur. Now he could vaguely piece together the verses of the ballad, spoken in the ancient Valyrian tongue. Clearing his throat, Rhaegar replicated the soft melody of his childhood memories, gradually humming the tune of Shepherd's Evening. Suddenly, a tender, childlike voice emerged from the darkness, dispersing the lingering unease. "Roar!" As the song echoed through the cavern, a colossal figure stirred from the depths of the nest, its eyes blinking open in bewilderment. The underground lair, while not expansive, provided enough room for movement compared to the narrow tunnels. Rhaegar soon reached a more spacious chamber within the underground cavern. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, the ground was strewn with the remains of large livestock, and the pungent odor of dragon excrement filled the air. Suddenly, a clatter echoed through the chamber, accompanied by the jarring sound of chains dragging against the ground. "Pass me the torch, and wait here," Rhaegar commanded, his gaze fixed on the massive form slouched in the corner, recognizing it as the dragon Dreamfyre. Nervously, Maynard handed over the torch, pressing himself against the wall. "Your Highness, please exercise caution. Retreat immediately if things turn sour." "I will. Keep me in your prayers," Rhaegar responded tersely, disliking the ominous tone. With a calming hum, he advanced slowly towards the imposing figure in the corner. The sound of his boots crunching over a pile of dragon excrement echoed through the cavern, followed by a sharp clink as Rhaegar inadvertently kicked a skeleton marked with deep bite marks, jolting the eerie silence of the dim space. The sudden noise sent shivers down Rhaegar's spine, his heart racing in his chest. For a moment, his gaze darted nervously towards the shadowy figure, fearing any misstep could trigger its wrath. As he struggled to steady his wildly thumping heart, Rhaegar couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that, given his physical condition just half a year prior, his heart might already be faltering, prone to failure at any moment. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell his rising anxiety, continuing to hum the unsteady melody with less finesse. Then, a series of clatters disrupted the stillness once more. After a while, the clash of chains echoed once more, signaling Rhaegar's approach to Dreamfyre's lair. As he drew nearer, the silhouette of Dreamfyre began to take shape in the dim light. Its slender body, adorned with light blue scales and silver accents, along with its expansive wings folded neatly against its sides, created an imposing yet graceful figure. Although the dragon's head remained obscured in the shadows, the glint of two long, slightly curved silver horns hinted at its formidable presence. Pausing in his tracks, Rhaegar couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation at the sight before him. Despite appearing at rest, Rhaegar knew that Dreamfyre had been alerted to his presence by the hummed melody. With only the silent company of the unclaimed dragon, Rhaegar couldn't deny the fear that gripped him. The torch trembled in Rhaegar's grip, his legs weighed down as if anchored in place, and even the melody from his lips felt distant and numb. "Move, move," his mind screamed, fighting against the paralyzing grip of fear that held him in place. He had embarked on this quest to tame the dragon, and abandoning it now was not an option. As moments stretched into eternity, and Dreamfyre made no aggressive move, Rhaegar's resolve began to strengthen. Driven by determination, he willed his legs to take another step forward, then another. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15. With each advancing step, Dreamfyre loomed larger and clearer in his vision. The dragon, with its imposing horns and amber eyes, regarded him with a calm indifference that sent shivers down Rhaegar's spine. The confined space seemed to suffocate him under the weight of the dragon's presence, like a looming threat waiting to strike. "Hoo-hoo!" The song faltered on Rhaegar's lips as his breathing quickened, echoing loudly in the cavernous silence. The tension coiled through his body, stiffening every muscle as Rhaegar fixed his gaze on Dreamfyre. "Dreamfyre, join forces with me, and together we shall soar to the skies." His voice rang out in his mind, a silent chant of determination. With blood staining his lips from the bite, Rhaegar gritted his teeth and raised the torch high, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Regardless of the risk, he was resolved to attempt to tame Dreamfyre. "Roar!" In response to his bold move, Dreamfyre emitted a deep, rumbling growl from its throat. Recently awakened from slumber, Dreamfyre's demeanor remained relatively calm, lacking the aggression one might expect. Sniffing the air, it seemed to detect some unspoken bond between them. Instinctively, Dreamfyre recognized this connection, forged through the bloodline of its former master, Rhaena. Dreamfyre's icy gaze bore into Rhaegar's, scrutinizing him with a keen intensity. Undeterred, Rhaegar shouted once more, "Dreamfyre, recognize me? You don't belong in this dreary dragon's den, hidden from the sun." In response, Dreamfyre let out a powerful hiss, a clear assertion of its presence. As their eyes met, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between the young prince and the ancient dragon, drawing them together. In each other's gaze, they glimpsed their own reflections, and through this connection, Rhaegar sensed the depth of Dreamfire's emotions. There was a tumult of feelings within the dragon: rage, bitterness, and a profound yearning for freedom. The weight of these emotions took Rhaegar aback. Reflecting on Dreamfire's plight, confined for decades in this crypt without sunlight after losing its master, Rhaegar understood the source of its turmoil. Summoning his courage, Rhaegar took a step forward, speaking with compassion. "Dreamfire, allow me to free you from this confinement." Though Dreamfire couldn't comprehend his words, it sensed the empathy in his tone. After years of captivity, it longed to be liberated. With a determined movement, Dreamfire attempted to rise, spreading its wings to display its majestic form. But the sturdy chains that bound it were unforgiving, yanking it back before it could fully ascend, thwarting its efforts. The struggle was palpable, as Dreamfire yearned to rise while the chains held it back with cruel force. With a sickening thud, Dreamfire crashed to the ground, its slender neck nearly snapping as it collided heavily with the cave wall. Witnessing the dragon's fall, Rhaegar's heart raced with concern and panic. "Dreamfire, are you all right?" Unaware that the connection between them had snapped with Dreamfire's fall, Rhaegar moved closer tentatively. But as their eyes met once more, the intimacy that had existed moments before was replaced by fury and rage in Dreamfire's gaze. "Roar!" Dreamfire roared fiercely, its jaws opening wide as flames erupted from its maw, laced with orange, yellow, and sky blue hues. "No, calm down, Dreamfire. We can work together." Rhaegar's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately tried to reason with the enraged dragon. However, the torrent of dragon fire was already upon him. Fueled by the instinct for survival, Rhaegar swiftly turned and sought cover among the jagged pile of skeletons. Though the flames didn't engulf him directly, searing sparks landed on his exposed back. The dragon fire, far hotter than any ordinary flame, consumed his clothes in an instant, scorching his pale skin. Agonizing pain tore through Rhaegar's nerves, eliciting a primal scream from his lips. His body arched involuntarily, his eyes wide with shock and pain, as he felt the excruciating burn. For a fleeting moment, he feared he might perish from the sheer intensity of the pain. But despite the searing agony, the blood of the dragon coursing through his veins kept him alive. How did this happen? Why did Dreamfire lose control? In the face of danger, Rhaegar's rational mind surged above his fear, commanding him to take the most prudent action. Seizing the momentary lull in Dreamfire's fiery assault, Rhaegar summoned every ounce of strength to scramble to his feet and flee into the darkness. The torch had been lost in the chaos, leaving Rhaegar to navigate the gloom with stumbling steps, his progress hindered by the bone-strewn ground. Roar! Each miss by Rhaegar further stoked Dreamfire's fury, causing the dragon to thrash against its chains, spewing flames with renewed ferocity. The brilliant conflagration illuminated the lair, devouring stone and bone alike, occasionally singeing Rhaegar's skin as he fled. Curses, it was so close. As he raced ahead, pursued by the scorching dragon fire, Rhaegar agonized over his failure. "Prince, watch out behind you." A familiar voice jolted him, but before he could react, a blur of white crashed into him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the spot where Rhaegar had stood was consumed by dragon fire, leaving behind a charred crater. Collapsed on the ground, Rhaegar's mind swirled in a haze of confusion. Turning his head, he saw Eric, clad in silver armor and white robes, looming over him, fiercely protective. "Eric, why aren't you guarding the cave entrance?" Rhaegar's thoughts struggled to catch up, his words slurred. "Protecting you is my utmost duty." Eric's voice was resolute as he swiftly scooped Rhaegar into his arms and bolted away. Rhaegar barely registered Eric's words, his gaze fixated on the darkness behind them, still yearning to glimpse Dreamfire. He had been on the brink of taming the dragon. Yet, in a swift turn of events, all his efforts had been in vain. Roar! Eric's strides were swift as he dashed out of the lair, navigating the tunnels with practiced ease. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixed on Dreamfire, witnessing the majestic beast vent its fury. Then, something caught his eye, the chains around Dreamfire's neck. Dreamfire thrashed, its formidable jaws gnawing at the thick chains, sparks flying. It's the chains. They disrupted Dreamfire's bonding ritual, enraging it. Rhaegar's realization pierced through the chaos, his voice laced with frustration as he glared at the chains that foiled his attempt to tame the dragon. With newfound clarity, Rhaegar's anger surged. His fury matched the frenzied state of Dreamfire, burning with a desire to confront the one responsible for the chains. But before he could voice his rage, Eric whisked him away, swiftly leading him back through the tunnels. In moments, they burst out of the lair and into the cave's familiar expanse. Maynard rushed over anxiously. "Is Your Highness all right?" Eric brushed him aside, his tone sharp. "Silence. Pray that the prince is unharmed." Lowering Rhaegar gently to the ground, Eric knelt beside him, his eyes scanning for any signs of injury. Meanwhile, Rhaegar grappled with overwhelming remorse, his heart heavy with regret. Almost tamed Dreamfire, he lamented bitterly, consumed by self-reproach. Eric meticulously examined Rhaegar's head, ensuring there were no signs of injury before moving on to check his limbs. The arms and legs seemed fine, and the fingers too. Eric's assessment was interrupted as his gaze fell upon Rhaegar's back, his expression darkening instantly. The prince's clothes had been burned away, leaving behind a landscape of blistered skin. "This is severe," Eric declared grimly, his tone heavy with concern. Maynard's reaction was immediate, his distress palpable. "Quiet. I'm not blind," snapped Eric, his gaze flashing with disdain towards the maester who had led them into this perilous situation. Maynard quickly regained his composure, understanding all too well the consequences of the prince's injury. The specter of the gallows loomed large in his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. "Wait, I have knowledge of herbalism and medicine. I can treat His Highness," Maynard interjected, desperation driving him to action. He even produced a pouch containing various herbs and remedies, a last-ditch effort to prove his worth. "Get lost. I don't trust you," Eric retorted, his voice laced with contempt as he lifted Rhaegar, preparing to depart. Maynard could do nothing but watch helplessly as Eric carried the prince away, his heart heavy with dread. During the life-threatening ordeal just moments ago, Rhaegar had been numb to sensation. But now, as the danger receded and Eric's movements jolted him back to reality, he sucked in a breath of cool air, fighting against the waves of pain threatening to overwhelm him. "Sire, please, it's unbearable," Rhaegar pleaded, his entire back and neck ablaze with searing pain, the relentless torment gnawing at his nerves, pushing him towards the brink of numbness. "It's imperative that I administer immediate treatment. Your Highness's condition is critical," Maynard interjected firmly, blocking Eric's path with outstretched hands. Understanding the urgency, Eric glanced at Rhaegar, who grimaced in agreement. "Proceed with the treatment." "I can't bear this any longer," Rhaegar urged. With a nod from Eric, a warning glare was directed at Maynard. "If I detect any foul play, you'll face severe consequences," Eric cautioned sternly. Maynard responded with a grunt of acknowledgement. "Rest assured, I value life more than you realize," he retorted before guiding Eric and Rhaegar out of the tunnel. "My dwelling is close to the dragon's pit, where we have access to medicinal herbs and equipment," Maynard explained as they made their way towards his residence. Exiting the tunnels, Maynard led the way up a set of creaky stairs and into a narrow wooden hut perched on the edge of the dragon's pit. "This is where you reside," Eric remarked, surveying the humble surroundings with a raised eyebrow. The worn furniture and musty scent an unexpected sight for a maester's dwelling. Without wasting a moment, Maynard swiftly made his way to the bed and knelt down, pulling a four-square wooden box from beneath it. With a quick flick, he revealed an array of bottles and jars containing powders and pills. "Lay the prince flat on the bed while I perform a basic surface cleaning," Maynard instructed sharply, his tone betraying his urgency. "This might sting a bit, Your Highness," Eric cautioned as he helped Rhaegar ease onto the bed. "It's a bit late for that reminder, isn't it?" Rhaegar retorted through gritted teeth, his face contorted in pain and frustration. Quiet now. Conserve your strength, Your Highness, Eric advised, his focus shifting back to assisting Maynard in providing aid to the injured prince. Maynard carefully retrieved 2 ceramic jars and sprinkled a layer of medicinal powder onto Rhaegar's burn back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, his body convulsing involuntarily with each touch. Glancing sideways at Eric, he groaned, "Why haven't I passed out? Normally, this level of injury would have rendered me unconscious by now." Eric was at a loss for words. People usually faint from unbearable pain. The fact that you haven't suggests it's not quite as bad as it could be. But it feels excruciatingly painful, Rhaegar countered through clenched teeth. He wasn't being overly talkative. If he didn't engage in conversation to distract himself, he feared he might actually lose consciousness from the agony. By the 7, how did you survive such extensive burns? It's as if you've danced through the 7 hells, Maynard remarked with a mixture of awe and relief as he applied the medicine and bandaged Rhaegar's wounds. Considering the intensity of the dragon's flame, capable of melting steel upon contact, it was miraculous that Rhaegar had endured even a brush with it without being reduced to ashes in seconds. Hearing Maynard's exclamation, Rhaegar inquired, "Weren't you supposed to be waiting for me by the lair? Why did Ser Eric come to my rescue instead?" Maynard's expression froze, and he admitted with shame, "I made a grave error in judgment and inadvertently led you into the Dreamfire's lair. I regretted it the moment you entered. I hurriedly sought assistance from Ser Eric, fearing you might encounter danger. It's beyond belief how swiftly Dreamfire went berserk, resulting in such a grave injury to you." Rhaegar paid him no heed and turned to Eric. Eric didn't shy away from the truth. He dropped to one knee and declared solemnly, "My duty, as bestowed upon me by the king, is to ensure your safety. Allowing you to face danger alone is a grave failure on my part. I apologize for the tarnish on my honor," he continued, his voice heavy with remorse. With a swift motion, Eric tore off the charred remnants of his white cloak, symbolizing his remorse and the weight of his failure. Observing the burnt white robe, Rhaegar turned his gaze to Eric's back, his concern evident. "Are you injured, Ser?" Eric seemed taken aback. "Not seriously, Your Highness." Rhaegar sighed with relief, but bitterness tinged his words. "I pray you remain unharmed. It would be my utmost shame to cause you harm in my pursuit." "Duty beckons," Eric replied stoically. "No, your duty was to remain stationed," Rhaegar insisted. He buried his face in his arm, his voice muffled. "Ser, I'm deeply grateful for your rescue, and deeply sorry for the trouble I've caused. You don't have to apologize. Every Targaryen is obsessed with dragons, and it's not uncommon for them to make rash decisions on impulse." Eric consoled, casting a sympathetic glance at Rhaegar, who lay on the bed enduring the pain. At the mention of dragons, Rhaegar's eyes flared with anger. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I was on the brink of taming Dreamfire." "An accident?" Eric inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Rhaegar's voice dripped with frustration as he recounted. "Dreamfire was on the verge of accepting me, but a chain restrained it, preventing it from standing. The bond between me and Dreamfire was severed by that chain," he hissed, his tone laced with venom. His eyes burned with a fiery intensity, the crimson hue mingling with the purple of his pupils, lending them a demonic quality. Failure was one thing, but thwarted success was far worse. Eric was taken aback by Rhaegar's revelation. He turned to Maynard with a fierce grip, his voice laced with accusation. "You oversee the dragon's pit. What happened with the chains?" Though he had limited experience with dragons, Eric knew well enough that the chains should never impede their movement. Rhaegar's account of Dreamfire's plight was highly irregular. Eric harbored suspicions that Maynard might have played a hand in sabotaging the prince's endeavor. Gripped by the collar and hoisted up, Maynard trembled with fear, his voice betraying panic as he protested. "It wasn't me. I'm tasked with menial chores, cleaning bones and dragon droppings. I'd never dare tamper with a dragon." "If not you, then who, the dragon?" Or perhaps the base you're talking about? Eric demanded, his patience wearing thin. With a swift motion, he landed 2 punches on Maynard's face, eliciting a sharp cry as blood trickled from his nose. Maynard frantically pleaded his innocence amidst the chaos. "It's not me, I swear. Only the Dragon Keepers can change the dragon's chains. They're the only ones who can pacify the dragons," he insisted, his voice reaching a crescendo in his desperation. Rhaegar winced in annoyance, his burns throbbing with each word. "Tie him up first, and let's return to the Red Keep immediately. We must inform my father of this," he commanded, his voice strained with discomfort. The pain clouded his thoughts, leaving only 2 clear objectives in his mind: to seek solace in the comforting presence of his parents, and to uncover the culprit responsible for Dreamfire's ordeal. Eric nodded in agreement. "Yes, Prince," he affirmed, swiftly immobilizing Maynard by restraining his hands behind his back with a belt. With Maynard subdued, Eric gently lifted Rhaegar and carried him out of the room. The carriage awaited them just beyond the gates of the Dragon's Pit, and Eric wasted no time in setting a brisk pace towards the Red Keep. Disregarding the driver's astonished expression, Eric carefully positioned Rhaegar on the carriage's commodious seat. With practiced efficiency, he directed the driver's attention to Maynard. "Secure him to the back of the carriage and ensure he follows us," he instructed firmly, adding a reminder. "The prince's condition requires a smooth ride. Speed is essential, but we cannot afford any jolts." "Understood, sir," the driver acknowledged, his eyes wide with curiosity at the unusual scene unfolding before him. Without delay, the driver complied with Eric's orders, binding Maynard securely to the rear of the carriage and muffling any potential protest with a rag. With their task accomplished, the carriage set off towards the Red Keep, its wheels rolling smoothly along the cobblestone streets of King's Landing. In the tranquil ambience of the Red Keep's king's bedchamber, Viserys, wearied from the morning's tournament, retreated to his quarters, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling upon him. "Summon Lord Lionel at once. Inform him that the king requires his counsel," Viserys commanded, his voice echoing with authority as he leaned against the doorframe. Promptly, an attendant heeded the king's call, disappearing momentarily to fetch the esteemed hand of the king, Lionel Strong. Within the span of 10 minutes, Lionel's stout figure entered the chamber, his demeanor exuding deference and readiness to serve his sovereign. "What is your will, your majesty?" Lionel inquired respectfully, his presence a reassuring presence in the dimly lit chamber. As the attendant discreetly poured wine for both Viserys and Lionel, Viserys dismissed him with a subtle gesture, leaving the 2 men alone to deliberate in privacy. With a contemplative gaze, Viserys raised his wine glass, a solemn air enveloping him as he broached the topic weighing heavily on his mind. "I have been inundated with suitors vying for my daughter Rhaenyra's hand in marriage," Viserys confided, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Yet, I find myself hesitant to commit to any alliance." Lionel's expression shifted, a somber recognition crossing his features as he interjected with a note of caution. "Your Majesty, while the matter of Rhaenyra's betrothal is of great importance, there are pressing matters that demand our attention." Viserys regarded Lionel with a measured gaze, acknowledging the gravity of his advisor's words. "Oh, is there something more pressing than Rhaenyra's marriage?" Viserys inquired, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Despite the light-hearted tone, Lionel's gaze remained fixed on the king, revealing a depth of understanding that belied his outward demeanor. Years of experience had shaped him into a man of few words, yet his perceptive eyes betrayed a keen insight into human nature. Aware of Viserys' tendency to deflect difficult topics with humor, Lionel met the challenge head-on. With a decisive gulp of his wine, he broached the sensitive subject. "Your Majesty, Prince Rhaegar, as your eldest son, rightfully holds claim to the Iron Throne under Westerosi primogeniture," Lionel asserted, his words carrying the weight of certainty. Viserys' countenance darkened at Lionel's assertion. "But the current heir is Rhaenyra, chosen by me personally and older than Rhaegar. Lionel remained steadfast in his stance. Prince Rhaegar, as a man and the eldest son, holds precedence under Westerosi law. A male heir is more likely to command the allegiance of the lords. Rhaenyra has indeed been recognized as the heir for many years, Viserys conceded, his tone still edged with frustration. Though Lionel recognized Viserys' similarity to Rhaenyra in their strong-willed nature, he pressed on. Yet, Your Majesty, their recognition of Rhaenyra may stem from the absence of a better alternative. If Prince Rhaegar were to assume his rightful place, the lords would undoubtedly favor a male heir. Through years of companionship, Lionel had gained an intimate understanding of Viserys' character. He knew precisely how to navigate the king's emotions and convictions to sway him in the desired direction. Viserys remained resolute, unwilling to entertain the notion of displacing Rhaenyra as the heir. No, Rhaenyra has committed no wrongdoing. No one can strip her of her rightful place as the heir. Lionel, recognizing Viserys' unwavering stance, didn't press the issue further. Instead, he calmly redirected the conversation. Prince Rhaegar was born into her position as heir. Now that he has recovered from his illness, are you suggesting we overlook such a worthy firstborn? Absolutely not, Viserys asserted firmly, expressing his intentions. Rhaegar is a fine young man. He holds love for both his father and his sister. I will ensure he receives the finest education, so he may grow into a man of honor. When Rhaenyra ascends to the throne, Rhaegar can serve as hand of the king, regent, or even protector of the realm, Viserys proposed. Lionel was taken aback by the suggestion. My liege, do you truly believe this? But Lionel's inner thoughts were far more complex, swirling with uncertainty and concern. With the king asserting Rhaegar's status as his eldest son, one might argue that he should rightfully inherit the throne. After all, wouldn't a prince of such high caliber be more inclined to assert his claim rather than serve silently in a subordinate role? Indeed, even among minor noble families, brothers often vie fiercely for their family's inheritance. The allure of wielding the power of a king would be irresistible to many, let alone to siblings. Yet, Viserys remained steadfast in his decision. I have faith in Rhaegar. He will dutifully assist his sister in governing and safeguarding the realm from threats, he declared. Lionel found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond to the king's unwavering conviction. Pouring himself another glass of wine, he took a sip, contemplating his next move. Well, Your Majesty, I defer to your judgment, Lionel conceded, acknowledging the king's authority in the matter. After a brief moment of reflection, Lionel set aside his concerns about the heir and reaffirmed his loyalty to the king. He understood the potential ramifications of the king's decision for the future of the kingdom and recognized his responsibility as hand of the king to address the issue. Having considered possible solutions to the succession dilemma many times, Lionel felt ready to broach the subject. Regarding the matter of the princess's marriage, I have a candidate in mind, he began. Oh, wasn't it Laenor, son of the sea serpent Corlys Balerion, you mentioned last time? Viserys inquired, his demeanor relaxed as long as the conversation did not turn to the question of heirs. While Ser Laenor remains a viable candidate, that proposal was made half a year ago, Lionel replied, opting for honesty. Your Grace, considering the interests of the realm, I suggest that the princess follow the Targaryen family tradition. Rhaegar, Viserys' smile faltered, his expression becoming skeptical. But he's only 6. Rhaenyra is 14. By the time they're both of age, Rhaenyra will be considered too old to marry. Lionel remained firm. But that is not an insurmountable obstacle. In fact, they are only 8 years apart in age, and the marriage could be consummated within a decade at the most. Until then, we can arrange their engagement to discourage potential suitors from pursuing the princess, he suggested confidently. A truly insightful and forthright suggestion from Lionel, demonstrating his wisdom and unwavering devotion to the realm. Viserys could not deny the effect Lionel's words had on his heart. Over the past 6 months, as Rhaegar regained his health, Viserys quietly pondered the matter at hand. He struggled with the dilemma of not wanting to deprive Rhaenyra of her birthright for the sake of his eldest son, fearing it would only sow resentment within his family. His guilt over Rhaenyra's loss of her mother at a tender age weighed heavily on him. Though he knew that Rhaenyra might not be a more suitable heir than Rhaegar, he could not bring himself to change the established order, despite subtle suggestions from some of his ministers. So he had ordered Rhaegar to remain grounded, hoping to shield him from any discussion of the succession. Perhaps by keeping Rhaegar ignorant of these matters, Viserys hoped to spare him the pain of losing his inheritance and assuage some of his own guilt. But he couldn't fool himself forever. Eventually, Rhaegar would learn the truth, and Viserys could not limit his son's freedom or shield him from reality indefinitely. So he paid special attention to Rhaenyra's marriage prospects. If she could form an alliance with a powerful family, it would solidify her claim to the throne in the future and make it difficult for any dissenting siblings to challenge her. Lionel's proposal offered a fresh perspective and a solution that could unite the family without causing further discord over the issue of the heir. Inwardly, Viserys found himself leaning toward the idea. Without moving, he voiced his concern, but won't both sides resist the idea of their marriage? That is true. The Targaryen family has a long tradition in this matter, from ancient Valyrian times to the present day, Lionel replied, seeing through the king's concerns with ease. Your Highness is still young and may not fully grasp the importance of this tradition. But as long as you persuade the princess, everything will go smoothly. Viserys, pleased with Lionel's assurance, smiled warmly. Lionel, you are truly invaluable to me. I often wonder what I would do without you. Lionel, ever humble, adjusted his collar and replied solemnly, as Hand of the King, I must humbly serve your grace to the best of my ability. I will present your proposal to Rhaenyra and discuss it with her later, Viserys assured, offering his support. Compared to Lionel Strong's unwavering devotion to duty, the actions of former Hand of the King Otto Hightower paled in comparison. Viserys couldn't help but recall Otto's many indiscretions, such as marrying his daughter to consolidate power, secretly gathering ministerial support for his grandson Aegon, and even attempting to persuade Viserys to change his heir several times. Were it not for these transgressions and Viserys' reluctance to offend easily, Otto would not have been removed from office and sent back to the old city to recuperate. As the two monarchs and ministers enjoyed their fine wine and talked in agreement, a sharp knock interrupted their conversation. Viserys frowned in annoyance. What is it? I was discussing matters of state with the Hand of the King. The voice of Kingsguard Captain Harold came from the door. Your Grace, Prince Rhaegar has just returned from the Dragon's Pit, and the servants report that he is seriously injured. Viserys' concern grew at the news of his son's injury. He rose hastily and rushed to open the door. Harold's expression was grave as he continued. The servants say Prince Rhaegar suffered severe burns, indicating a failed attempt to tame the dragon. Viserys cursed under his breath as anger flared within him. Those fools in the Dragon's Pit. How dare they allow Rhaegar to attempt such a dangerous feat in secret? Lionel interjected, trying to calm the situation. Your Grace, now is not the time to place blame. We must first tend to the Lord's injuries. Indeed, injuries caused by dragon flame were often fatal, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The young prince was a vital asset to the realm, a cornerstone of the Targaryen family line. His untimely demise would be a devastating loss, especially at such a critical juncture. Viserys panicked as he realized the gravity of the situation. We must act quickly. Take me to Rhaegar and summon the Grand Maester at once. Viserys followed Harold with shaky steps. His mind raced with worry. The urgency of the situation drove him forward, overriding all other thoughts. Harold led Viserys down the stairs to Rhaegar's room, ensuring the king's safety and composure along the way. Upon reaching the door, Viserys glimpsed Rhaegar lying motionless on the bed, his injuries stark against his skin. Viserys felt a pang of pain shoot through his heart as he saw his son suffering. Rhaegar, his voice trembled with emotion as he rushed to his son's side, his heart heavy with concern for the beloved prince. Off to the side, Grand Maester Melas carefully unwound the bandages, his expression grave as he addressed Viserys about Rhaegar's condition. "Your Grace, it's best not to disturb the prince. His injuries are serious." Viserys turned to Melas, his concern evident. "How is Rhaegar?" Melas shook his head solemnly. "The situation is grave. He has suffered extensive burns from the dragon's flames. Recovery will be a challenge." Viserys' heart sank at the news. "Please spare no expense in procuring the necessary medicines to heal Rhaegar." The prospect of further loss weighed heavily on Viserys. He could not bear the thought of Rhaegar succumbing to such a tragic accident, especially after the prince's recovery from his illness. As he contemplated the prospect of explaining Rhaegar's fate to Rhaenyra, memories of his late wife, Aemma Arryn, haunted him. He couldn't imagine the pain of facing another loss. Melas assured Viserys there is no need for rare medicines. The prince's wounds were tended to promptly by someone skilled. As Melas carefully tended to Rhaegar's wounds, the young prince stirred awake. Viserys' voice trembled with emotion as he pleaded with the Grand Maester. "Please, do everything in your power to save him. I can't bear to lose any more loved ones." "Father, I'm fine." Rhaegar's voice was soft, his expression serene despite the discomfort in his back. Viserys hovered uncertainly at the edge of the bed, his heart heavy with worry. "Rhaegar, my boy, did I disturb your rest?" "No, Father, it was not a deep sleep." Rhaegar reassured him with a gentle smile, reaching out to grasp his father's hand for support. "I'm blessed by the White Hart, destined to live a long life." Viserys returned the grip, relief washing over him. "You're right, my son. You have the favor of the Seven, and no injury can defeat you." Summoning a faint smile, Viserys broached the delicate topic. "Some say your injuries occurred while attempting to tame the dragon. Is there truth to that?" Rhaegar's expression turned somber. "Yes, father. I was on the verge of taming Dreamfire. 7 levels of hell. How dare you secretly tame a dragon alone behind your father's back? Especially Dreamfire," Viserys exclaimed, his voice a mixture of shock and anger, his knees feeling weak beneath him. Rhaegar, sensing his father's distress, tried to explain, "But father, I was so close to gaining Dreamfire's trust. I didn't witness any of that. All I saw was my beloved son lying on a sickbed, covered in blisters the size of beans." Viserys lectured, his voice trembling with a mix of frustration and concern, careful not to raise it too loud to avoid startling his injured son. Rhaegar's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and frustration. "I'm not lying, father. I could feel Dreamfire's recognition, its anger at being bound. It knows me. But Dreamfire nearly killed you with its flames," Viserys retorted, his voice laced with fear and disbelief. Rhaegar rushed to clarify. Someone replaced Dreamfire's chains during the recognition ceremony. The moment it felt trapped, it lashed out in anger. "Chains?" Viserys echoed, his expression now a mixture of shock and concern. "The chains forced Dreamfire into submission?" Rhaegar nodded solemnly. "Yes, father. It was an act of sabotage." Viserys sank into deep contemplation, his mind consumed by questions of who could have tampered with Dreamfire's chains and why. Lionel's voice broke through his thoughts from behind. "Your Majesty, Ser Erryk is waiting outside. Shall I summon him in?" Shaking himself from his reverie, Viserys responded irritably, "Yes, bring him in. I need to know what measures he took to safeguard my son." As Erryk entered the room, he walked with a hint of self-consciousness, making his way to the bed where Rhaegar lay and knelt before the king. With a piercing gaze, Viserys addressed him in a cold tone. "Provide a thorough account of today's events, particularly how Rhaegar came to be injured. Leave no detail unspoken." "Yes, your Majesty," Erryk responded, meeting the king's gaze with unwavering resolve as he recounted the day's events in front of all present in the room. In full view of those present, Erryk recounted the day's events in meticulous detail. From the journey from the Red Keep to the smithy, to their entrance into the dragon's pit and their encounters with Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon. And finally, Rhaegar's solitary attempt to tame a dragon and his narrow escape from its maw. In just a matter of minutes, Eric painted a vivid picture of the entire ordeal. As Viserys listened, his expression darkened with each passing moment, his anger directed squarely at Eric for not keeping closer watch over Rhaegar. Seizing the opportunity to intervene, Lionel suggested, "Your Majesty, the maester named Maynard seems suspicious. Perhaps we should begin our investigation with him. Where is that wretch?" Viserys demanded, his tone harsh and impatient. Eric responded quietly, "Maynard is currently being held in the dungeon under my watch." "Sir Harold, handle this matter personally," Viserys commanded, his ire still palpable as he directed the experienced knight to deal with the prisoner. With the suspect secured, Viserys' anger began to wane slightly, his attention once again turning to Rhaegar. The young prince hesitated before speaking. "Father, Maynard may not have had the courage to plot against me. Should we spare his life?" Viserys emitted a cold grunt in response, his frustration evident. "Are you still concerned for others at a time like this? I sometimes wonder if you're compassionate or simply naive." Despite his harsh words, Viserys acquiesced to his son's request, instructing Harold to ensure Maynard remained alive. Rhaegar turned his head towards Eric, his voice soft as he spoke. "Sir Eric fulfilled his duty faithfully. It was my arrogance that led to—" "Well, I can imagine what you're going to say," Viserys interjected, impatiently pressing his hand. "I won't be punishing him. Is that all?" "Thank you, Father," Rhaegar replied, feeling a warmth spread within him as he settled back onto the bed. For a while, father and son sat in silence, the weight of the day's events hanging heavily in the air. Sensing the need for privacy, Lionel gestured to Eric and Melos, silently indicating that they should leave the room. Half a minute later, Viserys turned his gaze towards the evening sun outside the window, his voice hesitant as he spoke. "You truly came close to taming Dreamfire?" Rhaegar nodded solemnly. "Yes, if not for that accursed chain, I believe I would have succeeded." Once again, silence enveloped them, Viserys' eyes flickering with a mixture of pride and concern. Dreamfire was no ordinary dragon. It was a formidable creature, even among its kind. The thought of his son attempting to tame such a powerful beast filled Viserys with both admiration and trepidation. Gently stroking Rhaegar's tousled hair, Viserys spoke with determination. "You did well, my son. Your father will ensure that justice is served." Rhaegar hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Father, I recently had a dream about the dragon's pit, and I feel compelled to share it with you." "Speak, my son. Your gift of prophecy is a rare and precious thing, and I will listen attentively to whatever you have to say," Viserys replied, his interest piqued at the mention of prophetic dreams. Rhaegar employed the same rhetoric he had used when conversing with Rhaenyra, emphasizing the detrimental consequences of chaining dragons. Dragons cannot be shackled with chains, or they will suffer a curse. Viserys contemplated. "Are you suggesting that the recent incident with Dreamfire losing control is this so-called curse?" "No, not exactly," Rhaegar replied confidently. "The majority of incidents involving dragons losing control are man-made, not true curses. This may simply serve as a warning. If chains are used to restrict dragons again, it will invite even graver consequences." He was convinced that the accounts in ancient texts were not mere fantasies. Had Dreamfire not been bound, he would have remained unharmed. Viserys' expression shifted, and he made a firm decision. "The dreams will not be disregarded. I will conduct a thorough investigation of the dragon's pit, rooting out any hidden threats." "But the family's dragons require a lair in King's Landing," Viserys continued, "so the dragon's pit will remain. However, the chains can be removed as needed." Rhaegar agreed with his father's approach. As long as the dragons are free from chains, the curse will have no opportunity to manifest. As darkness enveloped the room, Viserys bid his eldest son farewell. "Rest well. I will see you tomorrow." "Good night, father," Rhaegar obediently replied, watching his father depart. Alone in the room, Rhaegar lay on the bed, his body ravaged by pain. Despite his stoic demeanor in front of his father, the extent of his burns was severe. The power of dragon flame is truly formidable. It's a miracle I survived, he murmured through gritted teeth. Thanks to the effects of blood and fire, his body had endured the burns. Otherwise, he might have been incinerated entirely. Thank you once again, Balerion, Rhaegar whispered, his thoughts drifting to the skull of the great dragon placed in the sanctuary. A flicker of gratitude and relief crossed his eyes as he reflected on his miraculous survival. As Rhaegar pondered, a gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he wondered who could be visiting at this hour. "Brother, it's me." Helena's soft voice drifted through the door. Recalling his promise from the previous night, Rhaegar responded, "Come in, the door's open." With a soft crunch, the door creaked open, revealing Helena clad in a silk nightgown, cautiously peering inside. Assured that the coast was clear, she entered the room with practiced stealth, swiftly closing the door behind her, a display of skill akin to a seasoned thief. Amusement twinkled in Rhaegar's eyes as he quipped, "What are you afraid of? Are there monsters lurking in my room?" Helena shook her head, pressing a finger to her lips. "Shoo, I snuck out. Mother's still awake." "Is Alicent in your room?" Rhaegar inquired. Helena tiptoed to the bedside, replying, "She went to find father." A wry smile tugged at Rhaegar's lips, knowing full well that Alicent had likely been summoned by their father. That was for the best. At least he wouldn't have to endure Alicent's feigned sympathy. Turning his attention to Helena, Rhaegar gestured towards the fireplace. "I brought some toys, including a leather ball. Go take a look." "Yay!" Helena chirped, darting excitedly towards the array of toys by the hearth. Eric was a stern individual, committed to executing the tasks entrusted to him by Rhaegar with utmost seriousness. The toys procured were the latest fads from various shops, sure to delight the youngsters. Helena eagerly seized a vibrant leather ball and a plush dragon-shaped doll, her eyes sparkling with delight as she settled onto the carpet to explore her newfound treasures. Rhaegar watched with a gentle smile, allowing her to revel in her playtime without interruption, before reclining on the bed, his eyes drifting shut. He had pledged Helena a space where she could freely indulge in play, a promise he had no intention of reneging. Moreover, this newfound half-sister seemed to possess an uncanny intuition, making increased interaction seem prudent. Though it was not within her purview to assist him in deciphering the laws of the dreamer's gift, Rhaegar couldn't shake the feeling that her unique abilities might hold significance. A comfortable silence enveloped the room as the siblings pursued their individual pursuits. The handsome lad lay prostrate on the bed, his countenance pallid with illness, while his rosy-cheeked sister gleefully played by the hearth. It was a tableau of familial warmth and serenity, until Helena plucked a bright silver bracelet from the assortment, holding it up inquisitively. "Brother, is this bracelet for me too?" Rhaegar sniffed, eyeing the imitation crafted by the local blacksmith, and nonchalantly replied, "No, that's mine." "Oh," Helena murmured, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features as she set the bracelet aside. Observing her crestfallen expression, Rhaegar couldn't shake the memory of his own past rejection, a pang of empathy tightening his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he offered a gentle smile. "It's yours now. Wear it if you like, as a gift from me to you." He couldn't bear to see Helena experience rejection, just as he couldn't bear to recall his own sister's rejection of him. Brightening instantly, Helena beamed. "Thank you, brother. I really like it. It's nothing. You deserve what you love," Rhaegar replied softly, a twinge of discomfort gnawing at his injured back, his brow furrowing in pain. Noticing Rhaegar's discomfort, Helena approached the bedside, clutching the bracelet, her expression puzzled. "Brother, why are you lying down and not moving?" "I'm nursing an injury. I can only lie still for a while," Rhaegar explained truthfully. "Does it hurt a lot?" "Aegon sometimes pinches me, and it hurts," Helena remarked innocently, offering to assist. Climbing onto the bed, she puckered her lips. "Let me help you. Blowing on it will make the pain go away." Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness, though laughter exacerbated the ache in his back. Cursed chains! Why couldn't they just kill me? He cursed angrily, the pain intensifying as he vented his frustration at the treacherous restraints. Startled by Rhaegar's outburst, Helena shrank into a corner of the bed, fear flashing in her eyes. Don't be scared, I'm not angry with you. I'm just frustrated with the person who caused my injury, Rhaegar reassured her with a bitter smile, reaching out to comfort his sister. It was a difficult moment for him, enduring his own pain while tending to his naive sister. Though Helena couldn't hear his heart, her actions bespoke her own unique brand of comfort. Approaching Rhaegar cautiously, she pursed her lips and blew gently at his bandaged back. Observing her earnest efforts, Rhaegar felt an inexplicable sense of solace wash over him. Reaching out to stroke Helena's silver locks, he smiled tenderly. There, my wound doesn't hurt anymore. Helena ceased her blowing and gazed at him with a puzzled expression, as if silently questioning, Really? Noticing the bracelet in her hand, Rhaegar offered, Would you like me to help you put on? After a moment's contemplation, Helena nodded. Taking the bracelet, Rhaegar gently fastened it around her wrist, finding it a perfect fit thanks to his past frailty. Such a chubby little girl, just right for this bracelet, Rhaegar remarked with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Helena's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her smile vanished, replaced by a pout as she withdrew from Rhaegar's touch, turning away and curling into herself. Rhaegar's smile faltered, surprised by the sudden change. He hadn't realized that a 2-year-old could be concerned about matters of weight. Calling out to Helena yielded no response. She remained stubbornly silent and motionless. Helpless, Rhaegar resigned himself to silence, turning his head to prepare for sleep. As for apologizing, well, Targaryen men weren't known for it. As the minutes ticked by, the night descended into darkness. Helena stole a glance at the sleeping Rhaegar before slipping out of bed and quietly leaving the room. On the flip side, Rhaenyra had just returned from Dragonstone Island. Upon her arrival at the Red Keep, she was promptly summoned by an attendant to meet with the king. All right, wait for me while I change, Rhaenyra replied, eager to shed the chaos of the day and present herself before her father. After freshening up and changing her attire, Rhaenyra approached the door to Viserys' chambers, Poisonock. However, before she could do so, the door swung open from within. Alicent emerged, adorned in an exquisite gown, catching Rhaenyra's eye. In a rare display of goodwill, Rhaenyra greeted her stepmother and former confidant with a warm smile. Alicent, however, forced a smile of her own and cautioned in a hushed tone, Rhaegar is injured. Your father is in a foul mood. Try not to provoke him. Though recent events had strained their once close relationship, Alicent still harbored a modicum of loyalty towards Rhaenyra, courtesy of her father Otto Hightower's influence. As news of Rhaegar's injury reached her ears, Rhaenyra's concern spiked. How could Rhaegar be injured? Doesn't he have Ser Erryk to protect him? Before Alicent could respond, Viserys' voice cut through the air, brimming with frustration. Rhaenyra, must you keep your king waiting any longer? Forgive me, I must tend to the children. Alicent apologized with a regretful glance, swiftly passing by Rhaenyra. Furrowing her brow, Rhaenyra entered the room, finding Viserys seated at a stone sandbox, engrossed in crafting a dragon sculpture. Rhaenyra marched forward, her brow furrowed in concern. Alicent mentioned Rhaegar's injury. What happened? Viserys responded with dissatisfaction, his tone heavy. Rhaenyra, is this how you address your father and king? Momentarily taken aback, Rhaenyra replied helplessly, I apologize, father. I'm just worried about Rhaegar. Rhaegar is gravely injured, with extensive burns covering his body. The Grand Maester believes he may not survive. Viserys relayed the grim prognosis. Yet, despite the medical assessment, Viserys harbored a flicker of hope. Rhaegar's demeanor had not suggested impending death. Rather, he seemed surprisingly resilient. Viserys attributed this to divine intervention, a blessing from the Seven. Unaware of her brother's condition, Rhaenyra stood frozen, her mind reeling with disbelief. She struggled to comprehend the news, her world thrown into disarray. He was fine this morning. How could this be happening? She murmured, grappling with the harsh reality. Refusing to accept the dire situation, she demanded, "Where is Rhaegar? I must see him." It took a moment for Rhaenyra to collect herself, her determination to see her brother overriding her shock. Viserys sneered, his words laced with bitterness. "So, you still care for your brother? I thought your heart belonged to that bastard demon." Indignant, Rhaenyra countered, "What nonsense! My allegiance lies with my family. Now where is Rhaegar? He needs me." "He needs rest, not visitors," Viserys retorted, his tone unyielding, devoid of mercy. He had pieced together the events unfolding in the Dragon's Pit today, including the exchanges between Rhaenyra and Daemon, both before and after. Sharp-witted as he was, Viserys detected a hint of desire in Daemon's interactions with Rhaenyra. The notion of his own brother scheming for power with his own daughter was utterly intolerable to Viserys. He was determined to nip any potential mistakes in the bud. Observing her father's stern demeanor, Rhaenyra felt uncertain and opted for a softer approach. Worry etched across her face, she implored, "Father, as Rhaegar's sister, shouldn't I at least know what happened to him?" Viserys didn't withhold any details, sharing the full story with her. Rhaenyra gasped in disbelief. Rhaegar attempted to tame Dreamfire on his own? Is he out of his mind? It was common knowledge that dragons were temperamental creatures, especially those like Dreamfire, long confined in captivity. Rhaenyra's own experiences in dragon taming had been cautious endeavors, aided by dragon keepers. Attempting to tame a solitary, adult dragon by force was tantamount to courting death. Every year on Dragonstone Island, daring youths with Balerion blood would clandestinely attempt to tame wild dragons, often meeting fiery ends. The prospect of Rhaegar's being engulfed in dragon flames was unbearable to her. Had she not refused Rhaegar's request to fly on a dragon, perhaps she could have prevented this perilous situation. Witnessing her daughter's self-blame, Viserys' heart softened, and he decided to cease adding to her distress. Letting out a sigh, Viserys remarked, "Rhaegar was fortunate. His injuries from the dragon's flames seem manageable. With proper care and rest, I believe he'll recover without major complications." "Thank the gods. I'm relieved to hear that Rhaegar's life isn't in jeopardy." Rhaenyra exhaled deeply, the weight on her chest easing. With the ice broken, Viserys transitioned to a more delicate matter, placing the killing stick on the stone statue, intending to broach the real purpose of their conversation. "Rhaenyra, do you harbor affections for anyone? Someone you admire?" Viserys inquired, his paternal concern mingled with a hint of awkwardness. As a father, asking such a question was a delicate dance, weighed with the future prospects of his daughter. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic, Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Why this sudden interest? Have the lords begun proposing marriage alliances again?" "Ahem, no, of course not." Viserys cleared his throat, attempting to mask his discomfort. Regaining his composure, he continued, "I simply want to ensure that if there's someone you genuinely care for, you feel comfortable confiding in me about it. No, most of the men I've encountered are insufferable, and the few decent ones are far too arrogant," Rhaenyra retorted, her disdain evident as she spoke of the men who paraded their supposed superiority. Viserys sighed, feeling the weight of his daughter's frustration, and tentatively broached the delicate subject. "What if I were to select a suitor for you? Someone who meets all the necessary criteria for an advantageous match." "Father, we agreed not to discuss this until after the tournament," Rhaenyra responded, visibly recoiling at the prospect of an arranged marriage. Viserys persisted, "Consider meeting the potential suitors. You may find one who surprises you." "Very well, but I doubt any of them will be to my liking," Rhaenyra conceded begrudgingly, her frustration evident as she turned away, unwilling to entertain the notion of marriage any further. As Rhaenyra's gaze hardened, Viserys felt the weight of his daughter's resistance. With a hint of frustration, he broached the delicate topic. "What are your thoughts on upholding our family traditions?" Rhaenyra's expression shifted to one of skepticism as she reluctantly turned back to face her father. "Family traditions?" she repeated, already anticipating what he might suggest. Annoyance flashed across her features as she continued. You would sacrifice my happiness for the sake of the Iron Throne and entangle others in your schemes? Viserys bristled at her accusation, his voice rising in frustration. Sacrifice your happiness? As a princess of the realm, it is your duty to enter into a suitable marriage, he retorted, his tone tinged with exasperation. It's a responsibility that even I, as king, cannot evade. Rhaenyra remained unconvinced, her resolve unyielding. If you're so eager for a royal match, find one for yourself. I refuse to entertain the advances of those vultures, and I won't be swayed by any ideas involving Rhaegar, she declared defiantly. Rhaenyra, do you realize the foolishness of your words? Viserys shot back, his anger palpable. You are the princess and heir to the Iron Throne, enjoying all the privileges and prestige that come with it, and yet you refuse to fulfill your duty. But instead of embracing your responsibilities, you only care about your own desires, refusing to make any sacrifices for your position, he continued, his gaze piercing. Is this the sense of duty expected of the heir to the Iron Throne? Rhaenyra's jaw tightened, her resolve unshaken. Power is earned, not given. I won't compromise my principles for the sake of appeasing others, she countered firmly. What have you fought for? What accomplishments do you have to your name, beside your birthright as heir? Viserys snapped, his frustration boiling over. A bitter smile tugged at Rhaenyra's lips as she responded coolly. Is that what you've been wanting to say all along? That I'm not worthy of being your heir? You have sons now, Aegon and Aemond, she continued, her voice tinged with bitterness. Especially Rhaegar, who is now in good health. You no longer need a daughter as your heir. Viserys immediately shook his head in denial. No, while I may have had doubts at times, I still recognize you as my rightful heir, he insisted earnestly. A female heir may be unconventional, but if you don't choose a strong partner from a powerful house, you'll struggle to maintain your position on the Iron Throne, he reasoned, his tone softening slightly. He is innocent and has Targaryen blood. His status will help solidify your rule. Viserys spoke earnestly, baring his soul to his daughter. His words hung in the air, laden with hope, as he looked at her with anticipation. He prayed silently that his words would touch her heart, guiding her back to her true self. But Rhaenyra's eyes welled up with tears, her gaze meeting her father's with a mix of sorrow and determination. It was evident that she was wrestling with her inner turmoil, her emotions in turmoil. Finally, in a choked voice, she confessed, I never considered it. All I want is someone who will protect me and love me sincerely. For the first time, she laid bare her true feelings, albeit in a veiled manner. Ever since her mother's passing, Rhaenyra had been haunted by a sense of emptiness and fear. She dreaded the idea of marrying someone she didn't love, becoming nothing more than a tool for bearing children. She couldn't forget the day her father, out of love for her mother, had chosen to save her brother at the cost of her mother's life. The memory of commanding Syrax to cremate her mother's remains with dragon fire still haunted her. Rhaenyra feared that she would meet the same fate, trapped in a loveless marriage and subjected to the same tragic end. In her mind, the ideal husband was a tall, gentle man who would cherish her with every fiber of his being. It was this elusive dream that had led her to harbor a faint affection for the ever-gentle Cole. Unaware of the depth of his daughter's emotions, Viserys responded with surface-level reassurance. Thinking he had understood her concerns, he suggested, perhaps you can take some time to get to know each other first. There's no rush to marry. You're both still young and have plenty of time to develop feelings for each other. But Rhaenyra was resolute, shaking her head vigorously. No, you don't understand. We can't dictate his future for him. As she spoke, Rhaenyra couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for herself, her words also reflecting her concerns for Rhaegar's fate. Undeterred, Viserys attempted to continue persuading her, but Rhaenyra couldn't bear to listen any longer. She covered her ears and fled from the room, unable to bear any more of her father's attempts to sway her. She couldn't stand the way he always seemed to force her into submission. As he watched his daughter's retreating figure, Viserys felt a surge of frustration. He slammed his cup down heavily, feeling indignant and unappreciated. Despite his efforts, everything he did seemed to be met with ingratitude, even though it was all for the sake of his daughter's future. Time flew by, and 3 days later, the martial arts competition site was bustling with activity. Viserys sat in the main seat, a smile playing on his lips as he listened to Hand of the King Lionel's report. "Your Majesty, the dragon's pit has been thoroughly investigated and cleaned up. Through the testimony of an elderly dragon keeper, it was confirmed that Maester Base of Old Town took the initiative to replace Dreamfire's chains. The reasoning provided was that Dreamfire's short temper often led to aggressive behavior when the other dragons brought livestock. Thus, shorter chains were installed to restrict her movements and ensure the safety of the keepers." Viserys raised an eyebrow at Lionel's report. "Do you truly believe such a simplistic explanation?" Lionel shook his head. "I do not, Your Majesty. The explanation seems rather contrived. And what of the illegitimate child imprisoned in the dungeon? Could he be involved in this matter?" Viserys inquired, recalling Maynard, whom Rhaegar had pleaded to spare. "At present, there is no evidence linking the man to Prince Rhaegar's attempted murder. Maester Base has stated that he harbors disdain for his own birth," Lionel replied honestly. After a moment of consideration, Viserys waved his hand dismissively. "Since it seems inconsequential, let's leave it be. Prince Rhaegar's injuries were promptly treated by that lad. Otherwise they would not have healed so swiftly," Lionel remarked with a gentle smile. "The prince's resilience is truly remarkable, a testament to the blessings of the Seven." However, his tone turned grave as he added in a hushed tone, "Maester Base's involvement remains suspicious. I am unsure of how to proceed." A cold glint flashed in Viserys' eyes as he responded, "The Maesters of Old Town are meant to serve the people. When a servant oversteps their bounds, what is the appropriate punishment? Is severing his hand sufficient?" Lionel asked, his voice matching Viserys' severity. "It shall be so, and if he desires to take the black and join the Night's Watch, do not hinder him," Viserys decreed. Lionel bowed respectfully and took his leave, his mind already occupied with the political matters that awaited him. Once the Hand of the King departed, only Daemon and Rhaenyra remained by Viserys' side. Today marked the final day of the tournament, and most members of the royal family were expected to attend. Rhaenyra, who had been listening in from the sidelines, turned back and voiced her discontent. "That deceitful maester nearly cost Rhaegar his life, and you're just going to forgive him so easily?" Viserys furrowed his brow. "Maesters are answerable to Old Town, and we cannot pass judgment on them arbitrarily. Severing their hands or consigning them to the Night's Watch is no trifling punishment. But Rhaegar nearly died because of him. He deserves to pay with his life," Rhaenyra insisted, her resolve unwavering. "You cannot let your emotions dictate justice. Power is not a weapon to wield recklessly. A king's duty is to uphold justice," Viserys replied, quelling any further argument from Rhaenyra with a stern look. "Umph," Rhaenyra huffed in frustration, her suggestions once again brushed aside as she shifted her position. Meanwhile, Daemon observed the father-daughter dispute in silence, a smug, disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had long been acquainted with his brother's weak disposition and indecisive nature. Viserys remained oblivious to his brother's disdain, fully absorbed in the proceedings below. In his mind, he saw nothing amiss in his handling of the situation. A king, he believed, must exercise restraint and refrain from indulging in selfish desires or bending the law to suit his whims. The battles within the tournament arena raged on fiercely, with various contests like charges, melees, and mounted archery already concluded, leaving only the pivotal dueling event to determine the champion. With thousands of eager spectators watching intently, the two final contestants stepped into the dueling arena for their ultimate showdown. On one side stood a towering warrior hailing from Casterly Rock, clad in imposing heavy armor and brandishing a broadsword. Opposite him stood the unexpected underdog of the tournament, the water dancer, Syrio Friar. Syrio's swordsmanship was nothing short of exceptional, his lithe body moving with the fluidity of a snake and the agility of a rabbit. With each graceful strike, he deftly dodged his opponent's attacks, aiming precisely for the weak points in his adversary's armor and drawing forth splashes of vibrant blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the duel reached its conclusion, with Syrio emerging victorious in a display of unparalleled skill and finesse. As the cheers of nobles and commoners alike filled the arena, the moment arrived for the king to bestow the rewards. One by one, the top finishers received their prizes and accolades from the king until it was Syrio's turn. Kneeling before Viserys, Syrio received a genuine smile from the monarch. "I remember you," Viserys remarked warmly. "You spoke of decimating the champion, and it seems you were not merely boasting." "With all due respect," Syrio replied, "Your honorable majesty, Syrio does not dare to boast before the kingdom." Viserys nodded in approval. "Very well, as I promised. You may make your request known." Without hesitation, Syrio expressed his desire. "I hail from distant Bravos, with no family, no honor to my name. I humbly request to remain at the Red Keep and serve, perhaps as a dance teacher." Viserys arched a curious brow. "Why stay at the Red Keep when you could pursue knighthood?" Syrio's response was swift and unwavering. "For your eldest son, Prince Rhaegar." "Rhaegar?" Viserys echoed, taken aback by the unexpected mention. "Prince Rhaegar embodies both virtue and wisdom," Syrio continued earnestly. "It is a blessing for the realm to have such a prince. I wish to remain at the Red Keep and impart my knowledge of swordsmanship to him, ensuring he becomes a peerless warrior and valiant knight in his adulthood." Syrio's proclamation echoed throughout the martial arts arena, commanding the attention of all those gathered. It was a rare sight indeed to witness someone openly declare their allegiance to the king's eldest son, drawing curious glances from every corner of the arena. In response to Syrio's bold declaration, Viserys listened intently, his expression a mixture of contemplation and receptiveness. "Swordsman, I comprehend your intentions," he began, his voice laden with consideration. "But should you truly aspire to serve my son, your dedication must be unwavering, and your intentions pure." With a solemn flourish, Syrio hoisted his iron sword aloft, solemnly pledging his allegiance to young Rhaegar Targaryen until the time of his ascension to manhood, vowing to safeguard his honor and authority. This scene unfolded under the watchful gaze of those eager to discern Princess Rhaenyra's reaction from her elevated vantage point. Rhaenyra maintained her poised demeanor, her smile unwavering as she occupied her seat with grace. To the spectators, it appeared as though she genuinely rejoiced for her brother, displaying no outward signs of concern. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, Rhaenyra discreetly pinched the root of her thigh beneath her sleeve, a subtle indication of her inner conflict. Meanwhile, Viserys discreetly observed his daughter's response, silently acknowledging her composure with a nod of approval. Taking Syrio's iron sword and draping it across his shoulder, Viserys spoke with authority, his voice resonating throughout the arena. "In acknowledgement of your loyalty, I hereby name you royal dance instructor and bestow upon you the title of Ser. May you fulfill your oath with unwavering fidelity." "Your Majesty's generosity knows no bounds," Syrio replied with profound respect. With the conclusion of this momentous event, the tournament marking the 5th anniversary of the king and queen's reign drew to a close. As nobles and knights alike began to make their way out of the arena, they followed the king's lead back to the Red Keep, where a sumptuous banquet awaited them. Among the departing throng, Rhaenyra moved with poise, her countenance composed yet betraying a hint of inner conflict. Daemon trailed behind her, observing his niece closely, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in his eyes at the subtle signs of her discomfort. As the soft melodies of music and the gentle rhythm of dancing filled the halls of the Red Keep, signaling the onset of night, Rhaenyra found herself disinterested in the festivities, opting instead for an early retirement. Her steps led her down familiar corridors until she stood before her brother's door. Pausing, she realized the familiar routine of her nightly pilgrimage to check on Rhaegar since his injury. The weight of her father's recent proposal lingered heavily on her mind, the idea of forging an alliance with her brother far more appealing than a marriage to a stranger. Her hand hesitated over the door, but the tinkling laughter of a young girl from within spurred her forward. Without conscious thought, Rhaenyra pushed the door open. Stepping into the room, she found her brother and Helena sprawled on the bed with a chessboard between them. "Rhaenyra, you've come?" Rhaegar greeted warmly, inviting her to join them in their game. Closing the door behind her, Rhaenyra crossed the room to sit beside Helena, gently stroking her sister's head. "Since when have you two become so close?" she wondered aloud. Helena responded with a silent but affectionate smile, her innocent eyes meeting Rhaenyra's gaze. Returning the smile, Rhaenyra felt a sense of warmth towards her sister, finding solace in her simplicity compared to her brother's complexities. Rhaegar, noticing her presence, explained, "Helena seeks refuge from Aegon's bullying, so I've allowed her to join me and play with her toys whenever she likes." He gestured toward a pile of toys nearby, indicating their purpose. Surprised by the revelation, Rhaenyra nodded, having previously mistaken the toys as Rhaegar's own possessions. As the evening unfolded, Rhaenyra chose not to dwell on her father's offer, instead focusing on guiding Helena through their chess game. Turning to her brother, she inquired about his well-being. Rhaegar's response was positive, his mood buoyant as he reassured her about his healing wound. The Grand Maester mentioned something intriguing. Rhaegar continued, excitement creeping into his tone. "He believes I possess a unique physique, one that could potentially make me a formidable warrior in the future." Rhaenyra listened intently, her thoughts drifting briefly to the events of the day. Silently pondering her father's encounter with Syrio, she opted not to broach the subject with her brother, allowing him the freedom to form his own opinions about the enigmatic swordsman. Their conversation then shifted to the recent incident at the Dragon's Pit. "Rhaegar, has there been any progress regarding the Dragon's Pit?" Rhaenyra, "Yes, Maester Base, the one who secretly switched the shackles, was apprehended. Father sentenced him to either have his hands severed or don the black robes and head to the wall." Rhaegar, "There are indeed rotten apples among the maesters from Old Town. Such individuals deserve a public execution. Such punishment is far too lenient. I proposed harsher punishment to Father, but he dismissed it," Rhaenyra said with a helpless shrug. Rhaegar gave her a sympathetic look and said no more. He understood that his sister's life was not without its difficulties, despite her noble status as the heir. Her suggestions often fell on deaf ears. Rhaegar's thoughts then turned to Dreamfire, the light blue dragon, and he asked earnestly, "How is Dreamfire faring? Have the chains been removed?" "Don't worry. Father ordered the removal of all chains within the Dragon's Pit, creating separate areas to allow the dragons more freedom of movement," Rhaenyra assured him. She shared his sentiment, not wanting any of the dragons to suffer in captivity. Creating separate spaces for them seemed like the right decision. Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief. Dreamfire has endured captivity for decades. I sincerely hope it finds a new rider soon and takes to the skies once more. After witnessing his eldest son's recent recklessness, Viserys made the decision to retreat with his family to Dragonstone Island for a period of respite. The small council reached a consensus that it was time to select newborn dragons for Rhaegar and Aegon to bond with. On Dragonstone Island, 2 suitable young dragons awaited, perfectly suited for each of the brothers to form a connection with. With this plan set in motion, Rhaegar relinquished the idea of taming Dreamfire and eagerly anticipated the adventures that awaited them on Dragonstone. Observing her sentimental brother, Rhaenyra smiled knowingly, her tone cool as she remarked, "Should Father decide to arrange a marriage for you, what will you do?" Rhaegar's hand, paused mid-play on the chessboard, furrowed his brow in contemplation. "If it becomes necessary, I am prepared to shoulder my fair share of responsibility." Though still young, much of his understanding came from the pages of books. Throughout the annals of Targaryen history, both men and women have been bound by marriage, save for a few rare exceptions. Aegon the Conqueror himself had taken 2 wives, Visenya out of duty and Rhaenys out of desire. Subsequent monarchs had either wed daughters of influential houses or kept to the family line through intermarriage. Even his own father, Viserys, and Uncle Daemon were wed to noble women from the Vale to ensure loyalty among supporters of the crown. Given this tradition, Rhaegar saw little chance of evading the fate of marriage. His only hope was to wed a woman of pleasing appearance and gentle demeanor within the confines of propriety. To aspire for more would be folly. Hearing her brother's response, Rhaenyra lowered her gaze, lapsing into silence. She understood all too well that Rhaegar spoke truth. Perhaps, she mused, she had been too whimsical, and now must bear the weight of responsibility upon her own shoulders. After a prolonged moment, Rhaenyra smiled once more. After exchanging a few more words with Rhaegar, she bid him farewell and departed. Alone in the room, Rhaegar stared at the closed door, rendered speechless by his sister's visit. He surmised the reason for Rhaenyra's nocturnal visit. It was likely prompted by their father's insistence on her betrothal, seeking solace in his company. But Rhaegar could not offer Rhaenyra the reassurance she sought. To speak hollow words simply to placate her desires would lead to consequences beyond measure. Wearing a crown was not about asserting dominance. It was about shining brightly under its weight for all to see. As she left Rhaegar's room, her already heavy mood seemed to worsen. All she longed for was to return to her chamber, immerse herself in a steaming bath, and curl up under the comforting warmth of her covers for a restful night's sleep. The day had proven to be too much for her. As the morning dawned, a new day unfolded. Greeting Cole, who stood guard outside her door, Rhaenyra entered her room with a weariness that weighed heavily upon her. Absent-mindedly removing her jewelry, she instinctively poured herself a cup of wine from the nearby table. In the midst of her actions, her attention was suddenly drawn to a package lying conspicuously on the table. The sudden appearance of the package piqued Rhaenyra's curiosity, and she took a cautious look around the room. Satisfied that she was alone, she carefully pinched a corner of the package, causing its contents to spill out onto the table. Among the items were a set of simple hemp garments and a piece of parchment with a rudimentary map on it. Examining the map closely, Rhaenyra was astonished to find that it detailed the layout of the secret passageways within the Red Keep, including her very own room. Following the map's instructions, she located a wall adorned with a carved mural that, when pressed, revealed a concealed doorway leading to the night-shrouded exterior of the fortress. Beyond the door was a staircase whose descent was shrouded in mystery. A mischievous smile graced Rhaenyra's lips as she contemplated the adventure that lay ahead. An avid explorer by nature, she relished the thrill of discovery, a sensation akin to flying astride a dragon. Determined to indulge her curiosity, Rhaenyra shed her elaborate gown in favor of the humble hemp garment. Satisfied that there was no discernible odor emanating from the garment, she ventured out and slipped into the hidden passageway that awaited beyond her room. Navigating the shadowy tunnels, she passed the chamber where Balerion's colossal skull rested, and finally reached a secluded corner of the Red Keep. There she encountered a figure cloaked in black, patiently awaiting her arrival. At the sight of the familiar face, Rhaenyra gasped in astonishment. Daemon, her uncle's presence took her by surprise. With a mischievous grin, Daemon extended an invitation. Would you care to venture out and explore unseen sights? Though hesitant at first, Rhaenyra was swayed by the prospect of adventure. Daemon's teasing only fueled her resolve. I'm not afraid, she replied defiantly. Lead the way. With a nod, Daemon pulled on his hood and motioned for her to follow. Excitement mingled with apprehension as Rhaenyra trailed behind, eager to join their clandestine escapade. Daemon led the way through the bustling Silk Street, the heart of the city's nighttime activity. Compared to its daytime counterpart, the street was alive with a cacophony of sounds and a riot of color. People bustled about, merchants hawked their wares, and the air was thick with the scent of spices and exotic goods. Despite her royal upbringing and training in etiquette, Rhaenyra was taken aback by the scene before her. The crowded alleys teemed with a variety of characters, from merchants haggling over prices to street performers entertaining the masses. Men and women reveled in the festivities, heedless of the judgment of onlookers, their extravagant antics drawing curious glances. Shielding her face from the occasional waft of filth, Rhaenyra could not help but marvel at the vibrant chaos surrounding her. Peering through the gaps between her fingers, she soaked up the sights and sounds of the bustling Silk Street, realizing that she had never experienced anything like it before. As they explored further, they came upon a bustling circus where a crowd had gathered to watch a theatrical performance centered on the Targaryen royal family. The stage was alive with activity as actors brought the Targaryen saga to life. Amidst the colorful spectacle, two men took on the roles of children, while a clown in a white dress portrayed a whimsical princess. With exaggerated gestures and playful banter, the lead actor told the story in a comical tone. Now, let us delve into the saga of the mighty Iron Throne and consider who shall claim its seat, he announced theatrically. As our benevolent king names his own daughter as heir, the former queen, burdened with a lethargic son, fades into obscurity. But lo and behold, a new queen appears, bearing a healthy son of her own. So the question arises, who will inherit the throne? Will it be the king's sibling, his daughter, or perhaps his sons from different wombs? In the midst of the play's climax, the two actors portraying the children engaged in a lively scuffle, each proclaiming his identity with gusto. I am Aegon, bearing the name of the conqueror, embodying majesty and power, one shouted. And I'm the slumbering dragon, scion of the king, ready to unleash my wrath upon you, declared the other. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, swept away by the theatrical fervor. However, Rhaenyra was unable to share in the excitement, her smile fading as she watched the spectacle unfold before her, her understanding of the performance eluding her. As the actor portraying Rhaegar pinned his opponent to the ground, he delivered his lines with dramatic flair. I'm the king's eldest son, unmatched in skill and power, he proclaimed, his words echoing across the stage. Below him, the actor playing the opponent writhed and begged for mercy, adding to the intensity of the scene. The audience, caught up in the drama, grew increasingly animated, their cheers echoing through the air. Rhaenyra couldn't help laughing, her dissatisfaction evident as she glared at Daemon. A lame joke, and you brought me to see it? Daemon replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it's just a joke. But many commoners believe that male heirs like Rhaegar and Aegon should inherit. It matters little what they believe, Rhaenyra retorted, eager to move on from the uninspiring spectacle. As they continued on their way, Daemon's voice drifted back to her. If you aspire to rule someday, their beliefs have meaning. Peesh, sometimes I wish I could shed the weight of being the heir, Rhaenyra remarked, her tone tinged with self-deprecation. Relinquishing that position would only elevate others, Daemon remarked pointedly. Rhaenyra shot him an unhappy look. And that includes you. Daemon merely grinned, his expression unchanged. Fed up, Rhaenyra grabbed a jar of preserves from a nearby vendor and hurled it at him before turning and scurrying away amid the din of the bustling street. Despite the commotion, her cathartic outburst was met with cheers that echoed her sentiments. Daemon's face remained impassive as he deftly dodged the vendor and took up the chase, his steps quickening to match hers. As the night grew late, Helena, tired from playing, had retired to her bed, and Rhaegar, left alone, turned out the light and settled down to rest. As he drifted off to sleep, Rhaegar found himself once again in the grip of a dream. In this dream, he wore a white robe and held a sword tightly in his hand. His surroundings were littered with broken weapons and lifeless bodies, a scene of carnage and chaos. Bewildered and disoriented, Rhaegar was overcome by a sickening wave of blood and death, the stench assaulting his senses. Bowing his head in disgust, he noticed a faint speck of blood creeping across the pristine white fabric of his robe, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Before he could investigate further, the stains began to spread rapidly, multiplying in number until they consumed half of the once pristine robe, ominously dripping crimson droplets. A chilling gust of wind swept through the dream realm, causing the stained robe to billow and flap, shrouding Rhaegar's head in an eerie veil. As Rhaegar witnessed this eerie spectacle, he was struck with an inexplicable terror, his heart pounding in his chest as fear gripped him. As the cold wind swirled around him, Rhaegar's mind raced with panicked thoughts. If I don't move, the blood will stain me, he realized as a wave of fear coursed through him. Desperately, he tried to dodge the impending fall of the tainted robe, scrambling away in a desperate attempt to escape its grasp. But no matter how fast he moved or how far he ran, the robe loomed ominously over him, its half-white, half-red form trailing closely behind him like a sinister shadow. With each step, Rhaegar's heart pounded louder in his chest, his breaths coming in short, ragged gasps as he fought against the relentless pursuit of the blood-stained robe. But try as he might, he could not outrun its relentless advance, his efforts proving futile against the unseen forces at play. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, rendering him immobile as the blood-soaked robe hovered ominously above him, ready to descend upon him at any moment. "No!" he cried in terror, his voice echoing through the room as he jerked awake from the nightmarish vision, his body drenched in cold sweat. Rhaegar winced as he tried to sit up, his fingers accidentally brushing the tender scab on his back, causing a sharp hiss of pain that brought him back to reality. Another nightmare, he muttered through clenched teeth, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes as he clenched his fists against the agony coursing through him. With a frustrated sigh, he buried his face in the pillow, his heart heavy with the weight of his torment. But just as he began to drift back into the restless embrace of sleep, a strange sound caught his attention, the melodious call of a cuckoo drifting in through the open window. His brow furrowed in confusion. Cuckoos? He wondered aloud, his senses sharpening as he strained to discern the source of the unfamiliar sound. But the rhythmic melody persisted, its cadence disturbingly consistent and out of place amid the usual cacophony of cicadas that filled the Red Keep. A feeling of uneasiness settled over him, the dissonance of the birdsong setting his nerves on edge. There shouldn't be cuckoos in the Red Keep, he murmured, a flicker of concern creeping into his voice as he considered the anomaly. Something wasn't right. Intrigued, Rhaegar gingerly propped himself up, careful not to aggravate his wounds, and slowly made his way to the window. Looking down, he discovered that the source of the strange birdsong was not a cuckoo at all, but rather a small swordsman with curly brown locks. Syrio stood in the garden below, cupping his hands over his mouth as he continued to mimic the cuckoo's call. Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar leaned out the window and called down, "What's all the racket at this hour?" As soon as Syrio spotted Rhaegar, he bowed respectfully and quickly left the room, offering no explanation. "Strange," Rhaegar muttered, shaking his head in confusion as he closed the window. His mind raced with questions. Was his nightmare a vision? And if so, what did it foretell? But another thought soon interrupted his thoughts. Why is Syrio here in the Red Keep? A sudden realization dawned on Rhaegar, and he called to his squire, Eric, who was standing just outside the door. "Eric, I need to talk to you." The door creaked open as Eric stepped inside, his expression alert. "What is it, my lord?" Rhaegar wasted no time in recounting his encounter with Syrio. Eric nodded in understanding. Syrio won the duel at the tournament and requested an audience with the king. "He pledged his service to you." "To me?" Rhaegar echoed, surprised at the revelation. Eric elaborated, explaining that Syrio had sought to become Rhaegar's swordmaster and had remained in the Red Keep to do so. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, but Rhaegar couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that lingered in the back of his mind. Rhaegar pondered the reason for Syrio's late-night visit. If he got what he wanted, why did he disturb me in the middle of the night? Could he have something pressing to discuss? "It is possible, Your Grace," Eric replied cautiously. "But given the lateness of the hour, it may not be safe to meet him alone." Eric's words echoed the caution in Rhaegar's mind. The king had ordered that he not be left alone with Syrio, and for good reason. Still, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Rhaegar's heart. His nightmares had made him feel strangely connected to Syrio, and he couldn't shake the urge to meet him. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar made up his mind. "Sir Eric, accompany me to the garden. I need to know what Syrio wants." Eric nodded solemnly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Of course, your grace. Allow me to assist you." With Eric's help, Rhaegar made his way down to the garden, his injuries slowing his pace but not dampening his determination. Under the dim light of the moon, they found Syrio waiting patiently beneath the fishbeam tree. Upon meeting him, Rhaegar's curiosity grew. "Syrio, what brings you here at this late hour?" Syrio offered a warm smile. "I apologize for the unexpected visit, but something caught my attention, and I felt compelled to share it with you." Intrigued, Rhaegar leaned forward. "Please, tell me what you have observed." With a thoughtful expression, Syrio recounted. "After the banquet ended, I was strolling through the garden when I noticed two figures slipping away discreetly." "Who were they? Did you recognize them?" Rhaegar's interest was piqued. "One was dressed in humble garb, wearing a worn hat, but it was unmistakably your sister, Princess Rhaenyra," Syrio explained, his tone tinged with certainty. As Syrio described the encounter, Rhaegar's skepticism grew. "And the other figure?" Syrio hesitated for a moment before answering. "The second figure had a distinct presence, though its identity eluded me. However, if I remember correctly, it resembled Prince Daemon, who left the banquet early." Though Syrio's words were cryptic, the implication was clear. Rhaenyra and Daemon had left the Red Keep in secret. Rhaegar's brow furrowed deeper as he absorbed Syrio's revelation. Indeed, Rhaenyra and Daemon shared a close bond that was well known throughout the Red Keep. Since their youth, Rhaenyra had looked up to her uncle with reverence, and Daemon, in turn, had showered her with affection and gifts during their interactions. Given their relationship, sneaking out together might not have seemed out of character. However, Syrio's behavior suggested something more troubling. With a heavy heart, Rhaegar asked, "Is there more to this?" Syrio's hesitation confirmed Rhaegar's suspicions. Summoning his resolve, Rhaegar pressed for clarity. "Speak plainly. What else have you learned?" Syrio confessed, his voice tinged with discomfort. "I overheard Prince Daemon's servant booking a suite at a brothel on Silk Street for tonight." The revelation hit Rhaegar like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place as he processed the implications. Brothel suite, Daemon, and Rhaenyra. The possibility, scandalous even for the Targaryens, began to materialize in Rhaegar's mind. Yet the idea of Daemon's involvement in such matters did not seem inconceivable. Daemon, known for his cunning and ambition, was not one to adhere to conventional morality. Eric interjected, breaking the weighty silence. "Your Highness, this matter demands immediate attention. I suggest we inform His Majesty immediately." The gravity of the situation dawned on Rhaegar as he realized the potential implications of Daemon's actions. If he had indeed lured Princess Rhaenyra to a brothel, it would be a serious offense, tantamount to treason against the crown. "Wait, let's not alert my father just yet," Rhaegar interjected quickly, his tone urgent. He knew all too well the consequences of his father's rage, a storm that could wreak havoc on their family's stability and reputation. With a heavy heart, he acknowledged the potential ramifications of this revelation. Rhaenyra's honor could be irreparably tarnished, casting a shadow over her entire line. His mind raced as he turned to Syrio, seeking clarity. "How long have they been gone?" Syrio's answer was measured, tinged with contemplation. "About half an hour." Rhaegar studied him intently, a hint of doubt lingering. "Are you absolutely sure it was my sister? A misidentification could be disastrous." Syrio's oath was solemn, his conviction unshakable. "I swear by the old and new gods that my eyes do not deceive me." Satisfied, but wary, Rhaegar gave a firm order. "Let us keep this matter under wraps for now, understood?" His tone carried a veiled warning, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Sirio nodded respectfully before leaving, his mission accomplished. Alone in the garden, Rhaegar's thoughts raced with apprehension and uncertainty. Sirio's sudden appearance had stirred a whirlwind of suspicion, but there was no time to dwell on it. With a sense of urgency, Rhaegar set out to find Rhaenyra. "Sire, let's leave at once and find my sister," Rhaegar urged, his concern for Rhaenyra palpable. The urgency of the situation forced him to act quickly, lest harm come to his beloved sister. But Eric hesitated, his brow furrowed in apprehension. It is a daunting task. Searching for her alone might prove futile. But Rhaegar was determined, his resolve unyielding. "It doesn't matter. Demon undoubtedly frequents the largest brothel on Silk Street. That is where we must go." With steely determination, he declared, "Demon's intentions toward my sister are clear. We must intervene before she is harmed." Eric nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Yes, Prince. It seems we must solve this mystery before it spirals out of control." As they prepared to leave, Rhaegar's mind raced with suspicion. Sirio's sudden revelation raised doubts. Were his intentions truly benevolent, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Pausing mid-stride, Rhaegar halted their progress. "Wait, sire." He needed time to dissect the tangled web of deceit that surrounded them. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place as Rhaegar considered the implications. Demon's lust for power was no secret, and seducing Rhaenyra might be a means to an end. But Sirio's involvement raised questions. Was he truly an ally, or a pawn in a larger game? In the midst of this intrigue, Rhaegar considered his role. Should he play the naive child, reporting to his father and risking the king's wrath, leading to Demon's arrest? Or should he take matters into his own hands and venture beyond the Red Keep to uncover the truth for his sister's sake? Or could he feign ignorance and allow events to unfold and escalate unchecked? As Rhaegar pondered, a grim realization dawned on him. Regardless of his actions, if even a single soul caught wind of the scandal, it would inevitably spiral out of control and tarnish Rhaenyra's reputation beyond repair. Make it known to all. Someone is trying to exploit this situation for their own gain, he declared with newfound clarity. In that moment, Rhaegar saw through the facade and recognized the machinations at play. Finding Rhaenyra was imperative, but discretion was key. They would tread carefully, lest they fall victim to the schemes unfolding around them. There must be a way to divert everyone's attention. "Sire, do you have any trusted helpers?" Rhaegar asked, his mind racing with the idea of enlisting help. Eric nodded. "My brother, Eric. We share an unbreakable bond of trust." "Summon him. We need his help." "Your Grace, he currently serves as Prince Aegon's guardian. If the Queen were to discover—" Eric trailed off, concern in his voice. "Then we must proceed carefully to avoid detection." With the urgency pressing upon him, Rhaegar had no time for delay. "Sire, accompany me to Rhaenyra's chambers and then seek out Eric." "As you command, Prince." Though unsure of Rhaegar's intentions, Eric chose to stand by him, lending his support without hesitation. Outside Rhaenyra's quarters, Cole stood guard on night duty. When he saw Eric approaching with Rhaegar in tow, Cole's brow furrowed in confusion. "Your Grace, why are you here at this late hour?" "I had a nightmare and wanted to speak to my sister." Rhaegar feigned distress. Cole hesitated for a moment. "The princess has just retired, I fear." "Sir Cole, Rhaenyra is my sister. She will want to see me." Rhaegar interjected firmly, catching Cole off guard. "Open the door and allow me to enter." His tone was now commanding, directed not at Cole, but at Eric beneath him. Eric moved to comply, prompting Cole's feeble attempt to intervene, only to be brushed aside. Rhaegar's reputation hung in the balance. Insistent on seeing Rhaenyra, Cole could not stop him. With a swift entrance, the door closed behind them before Cole could examine further. Eric gently laid Rhaegar on the empty soft bed, while he took an empty package and a piece of parchment with a drawn map from the nearby table. Examining it closely, Rhaegar surveyed the scattered robes on the floor, confirming Rhaenyra's covert departure. Passing the parchment to Eric, Rhaegar instructed, Execute the plan as I have outlined it. When you find Rhaegar, retreat through the secret passage indicated here. Will there be significant consequences to following this plan? Eric voiced his reservations after hearing Rhaegar's strategy on the way. Sire, my sister is heir to the Iron Throne. For her honor, small sacrifices need not be considered, Rhaegar asserted, his hand clasped tightly over his heart. Whatever the consequences, I alone will bear them. Eric's resolve hardened as he remembered past encounters with the White Hart. I vow to ensure the princess's safe return. Under Rhaegar's unwavering gaze, Eric turned and left the room. Before closing the door, Eric positioned himself to block Cole's view and gave a pointed order. Ensure that the prince's nocturnal conversation with the princess remains undisturbed. Do your duty. As a newly appointed member of the Kingsguard, Cole held Eric in high regard and nodded in recognition. With purposeful strides, Eric left. Silk Street. Rhaegar darted through the bustling crowd, relishing the rare moment of solitude amidst the hustle and bustle. Occasionally, she would accidentally knock over the wares of hapless vendors, her laughter ringing out as if in play. Demon kept a close watch, effortlessly thwarting any pursuers in her wake. Thump! Rhaegar collided with a figure clad in gold robes as she dashed into a dimly lit alley, paying little heed to her surroundings. The gold-robed man grabbed her small arm, his voice deep with accusation. What mischief drove you to flee in such haste? Recognizing the man beneath the helm, Rhaegar called out his name. Sir Harwin. Princess. Stunned by the sudden encounter, Harwin hesitantly glanced toward the entrance to the alley. There, Demon, having caught up with him, approached leisurely. Seeing her uncle, Rhaegar pleaded with Harwin, "Please don't." After a moment's thought, Harwin surmised that it was the uncle and nephew who had embarked on a clandestine adventure. Releasing his grip on Rhaegar's hand, he feigned ignorance. "Take care, young one. You may not always be so lucky." With that, he resumed his patrol as if nothing had happened, brushing past Demon as he went. Demon merely smiled, indifferent to the minor inconvenience. Before his dismissal as commander of the city watch, every man in the golden robes had been under his command, loyal to a fault. Now that your reckless escapade is over, do you find it pleasant? Demon fell in step beside Rhaegar. Who knows when I'll have another taste of freedom? Rhaegar sighed softly, the intoxication obviously having eased her tension. Uncle and niece talked as they walked. As they walked, Rhaegar's senses tingled with unease. The lively merchants and jugglers began to fade, replaced by the unmistakable sounds of debauchery. Demon led her to an unfamiliar stone building, the cacophony emanating from within growing louder. Crossing the threshold, the overwhelming scent of drunken revelry and disorder assaulted her nostrils. Inside, men were carousing, their laughter coarse and lewd, fueled by drink and merriment. Unclothed women moved about without inhibition, inviting touches and casting sultry glances, their laughter tinged with seduction. Stunned, Rhaegar stood frozen, allowing Demon to lead her further into the debauched atmosphere, her eyes darting around the salacious scene in disbelief. Rhaegar found herself in an unfamiliar and unsettling environment, surrounded by sights and sounds that clashed with her upbringing and values. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice tinged with caution as she surveyed her surroundings. Demon's answer was indifferent. "A place where people come to get their needs met." Rhaegar's shock quickly turned to indignation. "Are you mad? How dare you bring me here?" she snapped. Rhaegar's face stiffened, her features betraying her discomfort as she watched the provocative scene unfold before her. She glanced nervously at her uncle, unable to ignore the lustful gleam in his eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. A sense of foreboding washed over Rhaegar, causing her to subtly assess her surroundings and consider her options. With a quick glance towards the door, she entertained the idea of escaping, realizing that she still had a chance to escape the uncomfortable situation. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the brothel, two figures dressed in black watched as Demon led Rhaegar inside. "Go ahead, I'll handle things here," One of the black cloaked figures said solemnly, his expression stern under his hood. "Remember, the bigger the commotion, the better. We must protect the princess's reputation with the utmost precision," the other figure, identical in appearance, asserted. It was none other than Eric, who had quickly sprung into action. Eric moved with agility, quickly scaling the walls of the brothel and igniting flames as he made his way through the kitchen, the horse corridor, and beyond. The brothers' synchronization was flawless, each performing his task with precision. Entering the brothel's main hall, Eric navigated silently, deftly avoiding the provocative advances of the girls lining the perimeter as he made his way to the darkened alcove within. Parting the gauzy curtains, Eric caught sight of his target for the night. At that moment, Demon cornered Rhaegar, his posture menacing as he approached her. Rhaegar pressed against him, terror etched into her face. Just in the nick of time, Eric sprang into action, quickly intervening by grabbing Demon's shoulder and delivering a powerful left hook to his face. Demon staggered, unable to retaliate, and collapsed to the ground, dazed. The sudden turn of events jolted Rhaegar into action, and she broke free of Demon's grasp. "Princess, come with me at once," Eric urged, tossing Rhaegar the discarded black robe and leading her away without a word. As they fled, Eric cast a disdainful glance at Demon before delivering a final, contemptuous kick between his legs. With a resounding thud, Demon let out a scream of pain and doubled over in agony. "Who are you?" Rhaegar cried in shock, trying to pull away. Eric grabbed her hand, quickly wrapped her in a black cloak, and with a strong tug, led her through the back door. "Who do you think you are, and where are you taking me?" Rhaegar struggled vehemently, shooting an angry glare at Eric even though she could not see his face. Unable to hide his identity any longer, Eric revealed his face and explained, "You were seen leaving the Red Keep with Prince Demon, and Prince Rhaegar sent me to bring you back." "Rhaegar sent you?" Rhaegar sniffed, her demeanor softening slightly. "The situation is urgent, and it is imperative that your identity remain unknown," Eric warned, urging her to keep quiet. Rhaegar nodded in agreement and complied, matching Eric's brisk pace. As they emerged from the back door, they encountered a beggar boy slumped against the wall, seemingly helpless. Eric quickly intervened, grabbing the boy by the hair and slamming him against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Blood splattered as the boy crumpled to the ground. "He's just a little beggar boy," Rhaegar remarked flatly. "It is common knowledge that most beggars near brothels and casinos are merely bait," Eric explained, turning back to Rhaegar. "He's not dead, just unconscious." Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief, her concern for the beggar boy dissipating. "There's a fire. Put out the fire. Fire in the backyard. Someone come." The distant cries echoed, barely audible, as Eric and Rhaegar hurried away from the commotion, seeking refuge in a narrow alley. Meanwhile, Eric threw a torch through a second-story window of the brothel, his actions shrouded in the darkness of night. Arson was his secret mission, though it conflicted with the honor expected of a knight. Yet he obeyed his brother's command without hesitation and helped to bring Prince Rhaegar to safety. For him, serving the young king's eldest son was a matter of duty and respect that far outweighed any loyalty to Prince Aegon, a mere pawn in the king's political schemes. The winds of change were upon them. Eric quickly led Rhaegar away from the scene, dodging a group of gold-cloaked men who rushed to put out the fire. "Stay away from them," Eric warned in a hushed tone, turning into another narrow alley. Looking up, he spotted a lone figure in golden robes approaching. "Who goes there, skulking about with ill intent?" a familiar voice challenged, causing Rhaegar to strain her eyes to make out the speaker. Instinctively, Eric held Rhaegar back, warning sternly, "Step aside. This is none of your concern." Drawing his long sword, the brave knight Harwin sneered, quite the bold words, defying the authority of the city watch. Eric, recognizing Harwin, hesitated. Though familiar, revealing his identity would jeopardize the secrecy of the mission, forcing him to maintain his disguise. One hand hovering over his concealed sword, Eric prepared for a possible confrontation. "Stop this, we are comrades." Despite Eric's efforts to block her, Rhaenyra stepped between the two men. As she spoke, Harwin's aggression faltered, his suspicion evident. "Princess, what brings you here again?" he inquired cautiously. Removing her hood, Rhaenyra improvised, "There is no time to explain. I became separated from Demon, but fortunately the royal guards accompanying me were able to locate me." She strategically obfuscated the truth to avoid unnecessary complications. Harwin watched Eric closely and gave Rhaenyra a polite smile. "In that case, your highness should proceed. I must attend to the fire." "Thank you, Sir Harwin." Rhaenyra expressed her gratitude, gently urging the agitated Eric to leave. As they walked away, Harwin watched them intently, his brow furrowed in suspicion as he pondered the situation and the distant fire. The fire on Silk Street spread quickly, prompting a swift response from the city watch. Gold-robed officers from across the city rushed to the scene and joined forces to fight the flames. Through tireless efforts that lasted until midnight, the raging fire was finally brought under control. However, the brothel at the epicenter of the blaze lay in ruins, reduced to charred rubble along with a dozen neighboring residences. Though densely populated, the area was evacuated in time to avoid casualties from the inferno. Meanwhile, Eric had met up with his brother at the Red Fort. With a shared glance and knowing smile, their mission was accomplished. Parting ways, the Eric led Rhaenyra through the secret passage to her room, ensuring her safe return. Watching the fire from the floor-to-ceiling window of his chamber, Rhaegar recognized it as the work of the Eric brothers, orchestrated at his behest. Rhaenyra had fallen into Demon's trap, and spies lurked in the shadows. Tracking her movements was futile, for wherever Rhaenyra went, she was watched, especially in the brothel. To erase any trace of Rhaenyra's involvement, the all-consuming fire was used to obliterate any evidence. Even if her presence at the brothel were proven, it would be undetectable amid the rubble. Rhaegar had preemptively established an alibi for Rhaenyra, ensuring her innocence in the eyes of her father, Viserys, who would quickly silence any accusers without concrete evidence. Crunch! The entrance to the secret passage rotated, drawing Rhaegar's attention. Eric and Rhaenyra finally appeared before him. "Rhaenyra, you're back," Rhaegar greeted with a relieved smile, a weight lifted from his chest. He had feared that Rhaenyra would succumb to the demon's influence and decide not to return with Eric. But it seemed she had not disappointed him. "Rhaegar, how did you know I was sneaking out?" Rhaenyra asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice as she shed her black robes. Rhaegar glanced at Eric, who had closed the secret passage. "There is no time to explain," Eric muttered. Rhaegar nodded and turned to Eric. "Did the plan go well, sir?" "It went fairly well, but we ran into Harwin Strong on patrol, and the princess's identity was revealed," Eric confessed, a hint of regret in his tone. Rhaegar frowned, wondering if Harwin would reveal their secret and if he needed to take precautions. As the eldest son of the hand of the king Lionel and heir to Harrenhal, Harwin's words could carry weight. But given Lionel's reputation and Harwin's own status, Rhaegar doubted the need to silence him. Watching the cryptic exchange between the men, Rhaenyra interjected quietly. "Harwin is Lionel's son and respects me, so he shouldn't betray our trust." "That would be ideal," Rhaegar agreed, acknowledging Lionel's reliability and assuming his son possessed similar qualities. Approaching Rhaegar, Rhaenyra's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Who told you? Was it you who set the fire?" Rhaenyra had pondered these questions during her return. Eric's timely arrival and the subsequent fire seemed too convenient to be mere coincidence. Now, facing Rhaenyra in her chamber, Rhaegar understood her suspicions. "I have plans for the informant, but I cannot reveal them yet," Rhaegar admitted, concealing Sirio's true identity. It was unwise to alarm him prematurely. Then, with a serious expression, he continued, "As for the fire, that was my doing. I did it to protect you." His words carried a subtle note of pride, echoing softly in the air. "Rhaegar, did you help conceal my movements during the fire?" Rhaenyra's gaze dropped, a sheepish confession dawning as she realized the gravity of the situation. "Who else but I?" your kinswoman, would bear the burden of your nightly troubles. Rhaegar's face grew stern, his voice demanding attention. Silence now. Who dared to betray my whereabouts? Rhaenyra interjected, her hand muffling her brother's voice as she sought out the informer. Rhaegar dodged her touch with a shake of his head, his gaze piercing. No fortress is impregnable, sister. Have you acted foolishly only to cower at the prospect of discovery? I never anticipated this. I merely sought respite, she murmured, her words tinged with regret. The question stirred Rhaenyra's tender emotions, leaving her lost in thought, her words barely audible. Was Daemon unkind to you? Rhaegar asked, his concern evident. He didn't succeed. Ser Eric intervened just in time, she replied, her hand soothing Rhaegar's hair as she forced a smile. The evening's events unfolded unexpectedly. Once she had admired and trusted Daemon, but learning the truth behind the matter left her with a lingering sense of unease and reflection. Rhaegar's anger at Rhaenyra's reckless plunge into another's plans simmered as he spoke with an air of indifference. Without timely intervention, do you think the tale of you and Daemon patronizing a brothel would have spread far and wide by morning? I slipped away through a hidden passageway, unnoticed. Rhaenyra's fingers fidgeted, tension knotting her muscles. Rhaegar's tone remained blunt. If no one knew, then who informed me? Daemon, the secret watchers, those who tipped me off? Rhaegar trailed off. While you ponder, consider the 3 factions that are watching you tonight. There are no secrets in this matter, Rhaegar said plainly, prompting her to remain silent. She wasn't naive. She had simply put too much trust in Daemon. The sudden revelation of her uncle's hidden agenda took her by surprise. Had Rhaegar not secretly intervened tonight, she shuddered to imagine the consequences. What twisted version of the rumor would be circulating by dawn? I apologize. I was under stress and sought solace in a walk, she confessed, her realization swift but heavy. It better be. Daemon has long coveted the throne, and you've been served up like a plump morsel, Rhaegar retorted, his despondent gaze fixed on his sister. At the sight of her being manipulated like a puppet, Rhaegar's once proud demeanor crumbled, replaced by a deep sense of humiliation. What kind of look is that? I am still your sister, Rhaenyra retorted, her voice tinged with wounded pride. Bristling at the contempt reflected in her brother's eyes, Rhaenyra felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Rhaegar watched her inner turmoil in silence, his head shaking in quiet resignation. A sneer slipped past his lips, reigniting Rhaenyra's anger, her laughter now laced with frustration. Rhaegar met her gaze with a sideways glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. For an instant, memories of their past, of caring for each other, flooded their minds, tugged at their hearts. But the moment quickly shifted. Rhaenyra's eyes welled with tears as she sank to the ground, wrapping Rhaegar in a gentle embrace, her voice thick with self-reproach. I am deeply sorry for my foolishness. I need your guidance to deal with the aftermath. Your value is paramount. You must learn to value yourself. Rhaegar sighed, his words heavy with concern. I'm sorry, truly sorry, Rhaenyra sobbed softly. I cannot always come to your aid in time, Rhaegar lamented. Pressing her tear-stained cheek against the softness of her brother's hair, Rhaenyra whispered hoarsely, Sister, do not fail father again. Rhaegar choked back his emotions, his arms wrapped around his sister's trembling form, a vow slipping from his lips. I will stand by you to the end. As Rhaegar's gentle touch caressed her back, his words pierced her heart. Reflecting on the night's indulgence, Uncle Daemon's deception, and now the comfort of her brother's embrace, Rhaenyra's emotions churned and tears flowed. Burying her face in the curve of Rhaegar's shoulder, she wept softly, her grief soaking his collar. With a helpless smile, Rhaegar glanced at Eric, who bowed silently and withdrew, discreetly closing the entrance to the secret passageway behind him. To stay any longer would be rude. Leaving through the main door was risky with Cole still on guard. The secret passageway offered a cautious escape. The tears continued to flow until Rhaenyra's sobs subsided, leaving her drained of strength and Rhaegar's collar wet with her grief. Rhaenyra rubbed her nose against her brother's collar, her red and swollen eyes showing the effects of her tears. Rhaegar's expression was one of desperation. I think it would be wise for both of us to change into clean clothes. Rhaenyra's confusion was evident as she glanced at Rhaegar's blouse, stained with tears and snot. Looking at her own rough, patched linen dress, she realized her state of disarray. "Turn around while I change," she instructed, quickly maneuvering Rhaegar onto his back. Moving to his blind spot, she shed her linen dress, exchanging it for a nightgown she had retrieved from the closet. After tossing another nightgown to Rhaegar, she urged, "Wear this for now, as I don't have any pajamas for you." Pulling off the pink nightgown that covered his head, Rhaegar's expression darkened, and he rejected the offer outright. "With my back injury, I prefer to sleep without clothes." "No, you're staying with me tonight, and you're wearing clothes," Rhaenyra insisted, reaching out to begin the exchange. Rhaegar resisted vehemently. "No, I'd rather sleep alone without them." The banter continued until the candles flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. Rhaenyra wrapped Rhaegar, who wore nothing but tiny pants, in her arms and closed her eyes with measured breaths. Rhaegar, forced into the role of a reluctant embrace, shifted and squirmed until he found a comfortable position to rest his face against. In the silence of the room, neither sibling spoke, awaiting the embrace of sleep. The next day dawned. In the early hours, a scout rushed into the Red Keep to deliver a message to the hand of the king. Lionel's expression turned grim as he quickly sought out Viserys, who was in the midst of breakfast. With a heavy face, Lionel relayed the news from the night before. A scout reported that Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon were seen wandering Silk Street last night, eventually visiting a brothel. Curiously, the same brothel later went up in flames, and while Daemon managed to escape, the princess was nowhere to be found. Viserys' features hardened, his emotions unfathomable. He was well aware of his brother's nature, ruthless, capable of anything. He shook his head, forcing a strained smile. "This is a lie. We are being deceived." "I fervently hope so, Your Grace," Lionel replied, the gravity of the situation weighing on his demeanor. Viserys sensed the gravity of the matter at once. Unlike Otto Hightower, Lionel would not implicate Rhaenyra, the heir apparent, for the sake of his own grandson. His every action was marked by impartiality and integrity. Daemon, a ravenous wolf. Viserys slammed his fist down on the table, a wave of rage coursing through him. The mere thought of Daemon's involvement with his daughter ignited a primal rage within him, urging him to seek immediate retribution. Still, a semblance of rationality prevailed, and he spoke skeptically. "It cannot be true. Rhaenyra probably slipped away while Daemon was busy in the brothel." He refused to entertain the idea that his daughter would engage in such debauchery, let alone with Daemon. "That's what worries me. The circumstances surrounding the fire are suspicious, with rumors suggesting it was intentionally set," Lionel remarked thoughtfully. Daemon's departure from the brothel coinciding with the start of the fire, coupled with reports of his apparent injuries, raises further questions, he continued, his tone grave. "In contrast, the princess's disappearance without a trace leaves us with no evidence of her presence at the brothel," Lionel concluded. Viserys seized on that glimmer of hope, his smile masking a simmering anger. "Since no one can attest to Rhaenyra's presence, we have no proof of her involvement. It seems we have cause for relief." Beneath his facade of composure, a deep-seated rage simmered. "Summon Rhaenyra. Tell her father invites her to breakfast." Viserys ordered the servant at the door, his intent clear, to gauge his daughter's reaction. At this point, regardless of the truth, Rhaenyra's innocence remained paramount. As a father, he had to affirm that unequivocally. With that established, he would determine the course of action in this delicate matter. "No need. That's exactly what I want," a voice said from the doorway, and Rhaenyra entered gracefully, her demeanor unflappable, her smile as bright as a blossoming flower. Viserys was taken aback. "Rhaenyra, what brings you here? Did you not invite me to breakfast, father?" "Strange question indeed," Rhaenyra replied, gracefully taking a seat on a round stool, betraying no hint of vulnerability despite her recent actions. Viserys and Lionel exchanged glances, both sensing an undercurrent of unease in the air. Rhaenyra, it has been alleged that you snuck out of the Red Keep with your Uncle Demon last night and visited an inappropriate establishment. Do you have any explanation for that? Viserys inquired cautiously, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Rhaenyra tapped her chin thoughtfully and offered a contrite apology. I did leave the Red Keep with Demon last night, but we only ventured to Silk Street to see a play. Is that all? Viserys pressed, looking for any hint of deception. Absolutely, Rhaenyra assured him confidently. Satisfied with her answer, Viserys' mood lifted and he turned the conversation to Lionel, the Hand of the King. Rhaenyra glanced sideways at Lionel, awaiting his question. What is it, my lord? With measured words, Lionel broached the delicate subject. Princess, there have been reports of you and Prince Demon entering a brothel last night. However, in the absence of hard evidence, I would like to hear your account, he added, his tone neutral. Rhaenyra's denial was quick and firm. Since there is no evidence, it is undoubtedly false. Someone is attempting to besmirch my reputation, an act tantamount to treason. Acknowledging her position, Lionel nodded solemnly. I will investigate the source of these rumors and see that justice is done for the princess. At this point, the truth mattered little. Even if there was evidence that Rhaenyra and Demon had left the Red Keep, all other accusations had been consumed by the fire. As long as Rhaenyra maintained her innocence regarding the brothel visit, her virtue remained unassailable. With a final nod to Viserys, Lionel left, determined to put the unfounded rumors to rest. The father-daughter duo exchanged incredulous glances and Viserys, unable to contain his excitement, spoke first. Rhaenyra, were you aware of the massive fire that engulfed Silk Street last night? He asked, his tone laced with urgency. Thanks to the fire, I was able to avoid the lurking shadows, Rhaenyra replied calmly. You knew. Viserys' astonishment was palpable. Rhaegar informed me. He received a tip-off and orchestrated the fire to get me to safety, Rhaenyra confessed truthfully. Viserys was stunned by his son's cunning, his disbelief giving way to pride. After a moment, he smiled proudly. Rhaegar is indeed a remarkable young man and a loyal brother. No doubt, Rhaenyra agreed, her smile reflecting her father's relief. She had arrived early in the morning to accept Rhaegar's offer, knowing that the best defense against conspiracy was preemption. Confident in her innocence, she knew that no one could tarnish her reputation by standing firm. Observing his daughter's delighted expression, Viserys shifted the conversation. What do you think about it? About what? Rhaenyra asked, caught off guard for a moment. On considering Rhaegar's help in the future, as he did last night, Viserys clarified. Rhaegar is still quite young. Rhaenyra hesitated, unsure how to respond. That is of no consequence. He'll grow into a fine young man in time, Viserys insisted. But I only see him as... I haven't considered. Rhaenyra trailed off, her mind still reeling from last night's events. Viserys frowned, his tone grave. Then who do you have in mind? Surely not some shameless scoundrel? No, of course not, Rhaenyra denied hastily. I confess that I once harbored a fleeting infatuation with Demon because of his bold demeanor, but last night's revelation exposed his true nature. You have rejected all the suitors I have proposed, and now you reject Rhaegar. What do you expect your father to do about your marriage? Viserys' disappointment was palpable. The memory of Demon's nefarious intentions almost succeeding sent a shiver down his spine and filled him with a sense of urgency. With a heavy heart, Viserys issued an ultimatum. Lionel has suggested Ser Laenor, son of the sea serpent Corlys, as a possible match for you, and I agree that he would be a suitable candidate. Marriage to him would heal the rift between House Targaryen and House Balerion and solidify your power in the future, Viserys explained, his voice carrying the weight of authority. After a pause, Viserys fixed his daughter with a commanding gaze, his demeanor regal. Rhaegar? Laenor? You must choose between them. Can I have some time to think? Rhaenyra pleaded, her voice trembling slightly in the face of her father's determination. When Viserys was determined, there was little room for negotiation. But his love and guilt for his daughter softened his resolve, and he agreed to give her some time. But he stressed the urgency of the situation. The rumors will not disappear overnight. In the meantime, I will move our family temporarily to Dragonstone Island. On Dragonstone, there are young dragons ready for taming, and both Rhaegar and Aegon have one each, Viserys continued, outlining his plan. After they have tamed their dragons, I will travel to the Driftmark. It may be to propose to Laenor on your behalf, or to extend an invitation to the Sea Serpent for your betrothal to Rhaegar. Regardless, you must give me an explanation, Viserys concluded, his words leaving no room for argument as he gestured for Rhaenyra to leave. Feeling suffocated by the weight of her father's expectations, Rhaenyra bit her lip tightly and hurried to leave the oppressive confines of the room. Her mind raced as she searched for an escape, desperate to find solace outside the suffocating walls. After Rhaenyra left, a slender figure emerged from the shadows of the room and wrapped her arms around Viserys from behind. "You heard everything?" Viserys asked, sensing her presence. "I had nowhere else to go," Alicent replied quietly. Rhaenyra's union with Rhaegar is long overdue. Their marriage would strengthen the stability of the throne, Viserys remarked, his tone tinged with resignation. "But Rhaenyra still clings to her romantic notions," Alicent observed. "The heir to the Iron Throne cannot afford to be a naive maiden," Viserys acknowledged, stopping Alicent's attempt at further persuasion and instead kissing her cheek gently. Dressed under Alicent's watchful eye, Viserys gripped the hilt of the Blackfyre sword with determination. "Well, I must tend to my dear brother," Viserys declared before leaving. At the end of the day, Alicent, dressed in a light gauze dress, remained alone in the room. She took small, incoherent bites of the bread left on the table and gazed out the window with a distant expression in her eyes. As the morning light filtered through the cloth curtain, it cast delicate shadows on Daemon's face, disturbed by a lingering hangover from the night before. He groaned at his thirst and felt the room spin. A vision in white, Mysaria entered and pulled back the light-blocking curtains, flooding the room with blinding sunlight and jolting Daemon awake. Cursing under his breath, he shielded his eyes from the glare. Crouching beside him, Mysaria offered a bowl of water, which Daemon gulped down greedily as if it were a life-saving elixir. His voice gravelly, he asked, "Any news?" "Unfortunately, my informant was seriously injured, and it appears that last night's fire was a deliberate act," Mysaria replied in her rough, exotic accent, her expression tinged with grief for her informant. Daemon rubbed his face wearily, a hint of anger in his tone. "It seems my brother never trusted me enough to neglect watching my every move. Would you dare seduce your own niece without someone intervening?" Mysaria's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. "I cannot say for certain. Power has always been a seductive poison," Daemon admitted, stretching his limbs before pulling Mysaria close, his affectionate gesture contrasting with the seriousness of the situation. "At a time like this, you're still in the mood?" Mysaria asked, her tone neutral. "Not particularly. I got a good thrashing last night. Let's see if it still works," Daemon replied, his confidence unshakable as he released Mysaria and began to dress. Expressionless, Mysaria reminded him, "Don't forget to settle the bill before you leave." Frustrated after being cornered by her father, Rhaenyra returned to her room to find it empty without Rhaegar's presence. The loneliness of the room only deepened the pain in her heart. She thought about her father's incessant pressure to marry. Did he think she could not inherit the Iron Throne without a husband? Would the world turn against her if she remained unmarried? A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Rhaenyra turned to see Cole, dressed in silver armor and white robes, entering the room. "Cole, is everything all right?" Rhaenyra asked, hastily wiping away any traces of tears and feigning nonchalance. With concern etched into his face, Cole replied quietly, "Princess, the queen wishes to speak with you in the back garden." Alicent, Rhaenyra's skepticism remained, finding the timing too coincidental. Straightening her clothes, Rhaegar nodded. Understood. I will leave immediately. In the secluded back garden, Rhaegar arrived alone and found Alicent already waiting under the canopy of fishwood. When they met, Alicent's face was etched with concern. What happened last night? Rhaegar's brow furrowed in suspicion. What do you mean? Alicent continued, her concern palpable. Disturbing rumors have been circulating about you. Have you been with your uncle? Rhaegar's senses sharpened at the mention of her uncle, and she was instantly on guard. With a gentle smile, Rhaegar replied, Demon and I haven't crossed paths in years. He simply accompanied me to the city. I am your sister. You must confide in me so that I can help you, Rhaegar, Alicent urged, her tone pleading as she reached out to take Rhaegar's hand. What exactly am I accused of? Rhaegar countered rhetorically. Drinking wine? Sneaking out of the castle in the middle of the night. According to the allegations, you were seen in a brothel with Demon. Alicent continued, her expression feigning concern and embarrassment as she spoke. That is an outrageous accusation. How could Rhaegar admit it? She replied verbally. Alicent, however, did not believe it. Is that so? You Targaryens have strange customs. Demon obviously doesn't know any better. He's a conniving man with ambitions that know no bounds. Shut up, Alicent. The words came out, and Rhaegar sternly stopped her from continuing. If she had actually done something wrong, she would not have dared to scold her so loudly. But she was too innocent to let Alicent take her word for it. Shaking off Alicent's hand, Rhaegar said, Questioning my innocence is a treasonous offense. Who told you that? Alicent was taken aback by her sudden outburst, his eyes darting. I was in your father's bedroom this morning. Very well. You come to question me about something that both my father and the Hand of the King have already jumped to conclusions about. Rhaegar's voice was clear and cold as she caught her words, her gaze piercing. Alicent, your Majesty the Queen, we used to be sisters, sharing everything, but you've changed so much, I hardly recognize you anymore. Alicent seemed flustered and tried to backtrack. It's not what you think. I overheard it, and I was worried about you. So you're accusing me and tarnishing my reputation with unfounded accusations? Rhaegar's tone became more heated, her frustration obvious. At a loss for words, Alicent tried to defend herself. I was only trying to help you, Rhaegar. Rhaegar's smile was tinged with sarcasm. We went to the tavern for a drink, and when it got late, I wanted to go home. But Demon wasn't finished and insisted on visiting a brothel. We parted on the street and went in different directions. I returned to the Red Keep just as a fire broke out in the city, unaware of Demon's whereabouts. I spent the night tending to Rhaegar. Rhaegar had meticulously prepared these statements to deflect Alicent's probing questions with unwavering certainty. Without giving Alicent a chance to respond, she walked away alone, her expression cold. She saw through Alicent's intentions, realizing that she was trying to discredit her by implying a connection to Demon. But Alicent had miscalculated. The disheveled Demon staggered back to the Red Keep, his steps unsteady, indicating that he hadn't yet sobered up. As he made his way, Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, and two of his men rushed to intercept him. Without a word, the two guards flanking Demon grabbed his arms and promptly arrested him. Harold regarded Demon with indifference, his voice devoid of emotion as he spoke. The king wishes to speak with you, Prince. Ignoring Demon's protests, the guards lifted him up and began to escort him to the hall of the Iron Throne. Release me, you filthy mongrels. Demon struggled against his bonds, his discomfort evident as he writhed and spat. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as he was swiftly transported to the hall, where he was unceremoniously thrown to the cold, black stone floor. Demon showed no sign of concern, simply lying face down, the smell of alcohol clinging to him. Harold motioned for two guards to stand guard at the door before a stern Viserys emerged from the shadows. The king, struggling to contain his anger, approached Demon in a cold voice and demanded, "What have you done with my daughter?" Despite his belief in Rhaegar's words, Viserys couldn't resist the urge to seek confirmation once more. Demon, in a confused state, let out a hiccup and remained silent. Viserys' expression changed slightly as he pressed. Have you nothing to say in your defense? I cannot defend myself if I do not know the charges against me, Daemon replied, showing signs of sobriety. Viserys, overcome with rage, delivered a powerful kick to Daemon's stomach. His voice dripping with rage, he charged, You kidnapped her from the safety of our home to defile her. Daemon recoiled from the blow, but remained defiant. What does it matter? We roamed the brothels of Silk Street when we were Rhaegar's age. Viserys, his anger undiminished, retorted, We were young men then. She was a child, your own niece. Rhaegar is a grown woman now, the first to ever show me any kindness, Daemon continued callously. Enraged beyond measure, Viserys lunged at Daemon, grabbing his collar and delivering 2 powerful blows to his face. Blood spurted from Daemon's mouth, a tooth knocked loose by the impact. Viserys, still gripping his collar, seethed, You will ruin her. After what you've done, what lord will want to marry her? Who cares about these useless lords? You're the king. Your word is law. Daemon shot back, the pain stirring a glimmer of sincerity in his words. Viserys was taken aback. I have defended you all my life, but your heart is darker than I ever imagined. With contempt evident in his expression, Daemon sneered in response. The 2 brothers locked eyes in the silent hall. Suddenly, Viserys burst into laughter and taunted, You didn't get it, did you? My son has foiled your plans. What? Daemon's confusion was palpable. Viserys loosened his grip on Daemon's collar and stood tall as he continued. Rhaegar, my eldest, he outshines you in every way. Not only did he see through your cunning schemes, but he values family and loyalty more than you ever could. Daemon paled, his expression wavering. Rhaegar sent the mysterious figure last night, and he started the fire? Indeed, quite the clever boy, isn't he? Viserys' smugness was evident as he mocked his brother. Daemon shook his head, his smile fading. For a boy's age to be so astute, perhaps it's time to reconsider Rhaegar's inheritance and name your eldest son as the rightful heir. There is no need to interfere with my children. I have plans for them, Viserys warned, pointing a finger at Daemon. Daemon took a deep breath. Marry Rhaegar to me. I'll claim her when she takes the crown, no matter what others say. I will cherish her as if my life depended on it, and marry her according to the traditions of our family. Viserys laughed bitterly. You already have a wife. Yet Aegon the Conqueror had several wives, Daemon argued. With a quick movement, Viserys drew his dragon's horn dagger and pressed it against Daemon's throat. You are no conqueror. You're a curse sent to torment me. Unfazed, Daemon met his gaze. Marry Rhaegar to me, and we'll restore the dragons to their former glory. But you don't want my daughter, do you? Viserys accused. It's my throne. Viserys, disgusted by his brother's ambition, replied, I would rather betroth Rhaegar to Rhaegar, or even both my daughters to him, than allow you to defile them in your quest for power. Taking up his dagger, Viserys sighed. Return to the Vale, Daemon. Reconcile with your rightful wife and salvage what honor remains. Or abandon tradition altogether. I don't care. Just never show your face to me again. With that, Viserys wiped his dagger clean and walked away, leaving Daemon alone with his shattered ambitions, staring blankly at the ceiling as he muttered, Not yet, brother. Not yet. Dusk settled outside as Viserys stood alone at his bedroom window, his gaze fixed on the distant coastline. Like many of his bloodline, Viserys had a fondness for heights, often finding solace in the elevated vantage point from which he could survey his realm. Alicent approached him with gentle steps and placed a hand on his shoulder. Daemon is no longer here, she murmured. Good riddance. I have no desire to see him again, Viserys replied, his tone tinged with bitterness at the mention of his brother. I spoke to Rhaegar, and she denies any involvement with Daemon, Alicent informed him. Of course. Rhaegar has her brother to protect her from Daemon's nefarious intentions, Viserys noted with a hint of relief. Yes, I only wish my children had such a bond, Alicent confessed, her gaze drifting as she unconsciously fidgeted with her fingernails. Viserys, oblivious to her distraction, continued, The blood of the Targaryens runs deep, filled with turmoil, and unpredictability. Only those wise enough can navigate its complexities. Our children must be wise and united, Alicent agreed with a faint smile. I am considering betrothing Rhaenyra to Rhaegar, Viserys suddenly declared, turning the conversation to a more pressing matter. Alicent's eyes flickered as she drew the curtains. A wise decision. Rhaenyra is outspoken by nature, and Rhaegar will surely grow into a man she admires. Do you think Rhaenyra doesn't already like Rhaegar? Viserys probed, his keen intuition sensing Alicent's underlying thoughts. Alicent hesitated for a moment before answering. I know Rhaenyra well enough to discern her preferences in men. Yes, you do know her. She has always had a penchant for defying her father, unyielding in her convictions. Viserys mused, a hint of bitterness in his smile. We must try to communicate with her. After all, whoever Rhaenyra chooses will be a suitable match, Alicent replied, her voice tinged with hope. I pray she remembers the weight of her responsibility, Viserys murmured, leading his wife to the table, where he poured them both glasses of wine. As they shared a drink in the dying light of the evening, Alicent lay on her bed, her expression unreadable, pondering the implications of her conversation with Rhaenyra. Half a month later, at the Lion's Gate, shipping officials shouted orders, directing sailors to load crates onto the waiting galleon. Viserys stood nearby, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the ship flying the three-headed red dragon flag on a black background, anchored in the sea. Your Grace, the supplies are ready for departure, Lionel approached, carrying a final list. Understood, Viserys replied with a nod. Behind him, Alicent led Aegon and Helena, each holding a small baby. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra and Rhaegar lingered at a nearby fruit stand, selecting fresh produce with smiles on their faces. Nearly 20 days had passed since Rhaegar's burns had healed, a miraculous recovery that Viserys attributed to the blessings of the seven gods. Come over here. Our journey is about to begin. Viserys called, and Rhaegar was the first to eagerly respond. Their destination, Dragonstone Island, where two young dragons awaited their presence. The anticipation of having dragons of his own consumed Rhaegar's thoughts day and night, fueling his excitement. Viserys lovingly ruffled his son's hair and remarked with a smile, "The ship is full of fruit, much finer than what the roadside vendors sell. I'm curious to see how the fruits aboard compare to those in the Red Keep." Rhaegar hesitated, then replied, "I have noticed that the fruits within the Red Keep are more expensive. It seems the roadside fruits are of comparable quality, but sold at a lower price." Viserys' smile faltered momentarily, taken aback by his son's astute observation. Lionel cut in smoothly. The fruits within the Red Keep come from different regions, offering a variety not found in the local fruits. Though the tastes may be similar, the difference in price reflects the different clientele they cater to. Rhaegar murmured quietly, his insight surprising Lionel. The prince was indeed exceptionally perceptive, perhaps too much so at times. In the midst of the conversation, Alicent and Rhaenyra arrived hand in hand, their previous coldness thawing with each step. Their relationship had been strained since their argument, but Alicent's invitation to a tea party had begun to mend the rift between them. Any further standoff would have displeased Viserys, the patriarch of the family, so they both took a step forward, easing the tension. Into the night, sailboats adorned with intricate dragon carvings glided through the waters of Blackwater Bay on the gentle sea breeze. Inside the lavishly decorated cabin, Viserys appeared pale and struggled to keep his composure as he clung to a barrel, overcome by seasickness. Alicent and Rhaegar stood by his side, their expressions filled with concern. It was ironic that Viserys, who had once tamed the largest and most fearsome dragon in Westeros, Balerion the Black Dread, should now succumb to seasickness. But despite his discomfort, Viserys was determined to witness his son's attempt to tame a dragon and mend relations with the Balerion family. Under other circumstances, he would have chosen the excitement of imperial hunts and jousting tournaments over the rocking of the waves. "Father, the Grand Maester sent a special medicine before he left. It may help ease your discomfort," Rhaegar said, holding out a glass vial with concern in his voice. Viserys examined the vial, then nodded, unscrewed the cap, and carefully took the pill. He swallowed it with a sip of water, hoping for relief. "I've been taking a lot of pills lately. Let's hope this one does the trick," Viserys remarked, his tone tinged with fatigue. Rhaegar offered another vial from his pocket and suggested, "I also have pills to help you sleep. Would you like to try them?" Having been bedridden for some time, Rhaegar had been in regular contact with Grand Maester Melas. Upon learning of Rhaegar's frequent nightmares, the Maester had concocted a sedative. After confirming its safety, Rhaegar had brought it with him. Viserys reluctantly swallowed his sleeping pills at his family's insistent urging, then settled into bed to endure the discomfort. As his breathing gradually calmed, Alicent gave the siblings a warm smile. In a hushed tone, she advised, "It is getting late, my dears. You should both retire to your chambers and rest." "Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen," Rhaenyra replied with a smile before she and Rhaegar left the cabin. Walking down the corridor, the siblings engaged in casual conversation for a few minutes before parting ways and returning to their respective cabins. In the soft glow of the candlelight, Rhaegar stripped and gazed at his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. The remnants of old skin had faded, leaving a delicate white surface where his burns once marred his skin, faintly revealing the extent of the pre-burn area. "The recovery is remarkable, worthy of blood and fire," Rhaegar muttered to himself as he accessed the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent: Dreamer, gold. Longevity, green. Bloodline: Old Valyrian Dragonlord, 14%. Skills: Proficiency in the Old Valyrian language. Relic: Blood and Fire, fire resistance plus 50%. Evaluation: The bloodline has undergone further purification, suggesting the discovery of an extraordinary secret. Rhaegar's gaze lingered on the bloodline bar, noticing an increase from the original 12% purity to 14%. This was the change his Wound had observed since he had shed his skin. The 2-point increase in bloodline purity could only be attributed to exposure to Dragonflame. Before Dreamfire's attack, Rhaegar had encountered only a handful of dragons. In reviewing the ancient tomes of House Balerion, he found little mention of humans forming bonds with dragons. A dragon is not to be considered a mere tool, but a partner to its rider, the text said. The deeper the bond, the greater the power that can be unleashed. Though mere conjecture from ages past, Rhaegar was swayed by these theories. He reasoned that increased interaction with dragons could only bring positive results. With the sailing ship due at Dragonstone Island tomorrow, I will soon have the opportunity to claim a dragon as my own, he mused. As fatigue set in, Rhaegar undressed and collapsed onto his bed, pulling the covers over him in preparation for the dragon-taming expedition ahead. Soon sleep enveloped him, taking him to the realm of dreams. The scene unfolded once more. The dusky sky, the tumultuous waves, the crackling thunderstorm. This time Rhaegar stayed awake. The icy rainwater lapped at his skin, each drop cascading down his body. Above him, dark clouds swirled menacingly and the wind howled with fury. Roar! The angry roar of a distant dragon pierced the storm, accompanied by thunder that echoed through the sky and earth. Rhaegar raised his head, ignoring the rain that pelted his face, and fixed his gaze on the turbulent sky above. As thunder rumbled overhead, a colossal figure emerged from the dark clouds, silhouetted against the flickering lightning. Having endured 2 harrowing nightmares, Rhaegar clenched his fists and fixed his gaze fiercely on the approaching shadow. His resolute determination seemed to draw the shadow closer, its trajectory shifting to head straight for him. Rhaegar raised his head defiantly, meeting the shadow's advance with unwavering resolve. Swift as an arrow, the shadow came closer, until, roar! With a resounding roar, the shadow lunged at him, revealing razor-sharp claws that gleamed like polished obsidian. Deafened by the force of the impact, Rhaegar felt his consciousness slip from the dream realm. In those fleeting moments, he saw a sight forever etched in his memory. A pair of eyes, dark green, brimming with malice, cunning, and pride. Deep as the abyss, those eyes locked on Rhaegar with a chilling intensity. Ah! Startled awake, Rhaegar found himself muttering breathlessly, "Eyes, green eyes." The image of that shadow lingered in his mind, a colossal dragon, pitch black, with emerald green eyes. A shiver ran down Rhaegar's spine as he relived the scene from his dream. Was it fear, or perhaps something else that coursed through him? His chest heaved, he gasped for air, a bead of sweat coating his brow. It took several moments for him to regain his composure, the tremors slowly subsiding. "Hand it over. Now, quickly." Lost in thought, Rhaegar leaned back against the bed, his mind clouded by the distant sounds coming from the hallway outside his cabin. "Who's there?" With a furrowed brow, Rhaegar rose from the bed and began to dress, his curiosity piqued by the commotion outside. Pushing open the hatch, he found the corridor deserted. "Idiot, can't you understand a simple command?" The familiar voice echoed once more, sparking Rhaegar's intrigue as it stirred a memory deep within him. To the left, in the corner. Rhaegar followed the direction, his steps measured and deliberate. When he reached the corner, he discovered the source of the disturbance, a pair of young children. The older child, a robust boy about Rhaegar's age, stood beside his younger sister, who huddled in the corner with her hands clasped over her head. They were Aegon and Helena, his half-siblings, engaged in a sibling quarrel. Aegon's scolding grew louder as he tugged at Helena's silver curls, a classic display of an older sibling bullying his sister. Rhaegar considered intervening, but hesitated, realizing that this was a family matter between Aegon and Helena. Though not his blood kin, their bond as siblings was undeniable, and it was not his place to interfere with their dynamic. With a silent step back, Rhaegar chose to observe from a distance, respecting the boundaries of their sibling relationship. As Rhaegar turned to leave, his intention to discuss Aegon's upbringing with Alicent faltered when he heard Aegon's threatening tone. "Remove it, or I'll snap your fingers." Rhaegar's steps paused, torn between intervening and letting Alicent handle the situation. Then Helena's screams pierced the air, drawing Rhaegar's attention back. Glancing back, he saw Aegon straddling Helena, grabbing her arm and tormenting her by squeezing her fingers. "If you refuse, I'll make you regret it every night." Helena shook her head defiantly, tears glistening in her eyes. Rhaegar noticed that Helena was wearing the bracelet he had given her. With a subtle shift in his gaze, Rhaegar's expression darkened as he approached the scene. Without a word, he silently stepped forward, causing Aegon to release his grip on Helena's fingers, tugging at her bracelet instead. "Do you want it?" Rhaegar's voice echoed from behind him, startling Aegon as he turned to find Rhaegar standing ominously nearby. Though unnerved by his sickly brother's presence, Aegon tried to maintain a facade of bravado. "It's none of your business," he retorted indignantly, though his bravado wavered under Rhaegar's unflinching gaze. Watching Aegon's growing agitation, Rhaegar remained calm, his eyes betraying no emotion. As Aegon's eyes darted between Rhaegar's bracelet and Helena's, a realization dawned on him. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "How come you two have matching bracelets, and I'm left with nothing?" At the sound of his outburst, Helena lifted her tear-streaked face, noticing Rhaegar's presence for the first time. "Brother." Helena's face lit up when she saw Rhaegar, her voice tinged with misery as she called out. Rhaegar glanced at her, his tone neither happy nor angry as he asked, "Being bullied again? Aegon wants my bracelet." Tears streamed down Helena's cheeks as she recounted her ordeal, her young voice trembling with anguish. "I see." Rhaegar nodded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his own bracelet. Undeterred, Aegon slapped Helena on the head and admonished, "I'm your brother, not him. Stop calling him brother." Helena flinched at the blow, but her gaze remained defiant as she bit her lip, refusing to cower before Aegon. Undeterred, Aegon continued, "Stop staring at me. I'll teach you a lesson later." Turning to Rhaegar, he reached for his bracelet and suggested, "Give me your bracelet. Then Helena and I can each have one, and I won't take hers anymore." Watching Aegon's chubby hand reach out, Rhaegar smiled knowingly. But before Aegon's fingers could touch the bracelet, another hand intercepted his. "What are you doing?" Aegon's expression changed, his voice tinged with embarrassment as he questioned the sudden interruption. With a gentle smile, Rhaegar replied, "Since you like bracelets so much, I'll give you one." With a swift motion, Rhaegar pulled his arm back, causing Aegon to lose his balance and stumble away from Helaena. As Aegon fell to the ground with a soft scream, he tried to regain his footing, but his efforts were in vain. Thud! Aegon's back was crushed under the weight of a foot, causing him to scream in pain. What are you doing? Let me go, or I'll call Mother." Desperately trying to wriggle free, Aegon tried to move, but his efforts were met with fierce resistance. Rhaegar quickly rolled over and straddled him, forcefully restraining his arm and delivering a stern ultimatum. "You broke your own sister's fingers. I'm going to break my own brother's arm." "Fair enough." "No, please, I was wrong. Let me go." Aegon's screams echoed down the hall as Rhaegar continued to apply pressure. Unable to tolerate Aegon's incessant wailing, Rhaegar removed his buckskin shoes, pulled out 2 yellowed socks, and shoved them into Aegon's mouth. "Your own socks, never mind." Rhaegar chuckled softly before grabbing Aegon by the hair and dragging him outside. Having already given Helaena a replacement bracelet, Rhaegar had another one prepared in his cabin, especially for Aegon. As Helaena watched Rhaegar drag Aegon away like a sack of potatoes, she stood frozen in place, torn between wanting to follow them and being haunted by fragmented memories of a terrible incident. "Fire! Watch out for the flames!" Overwhelmed with fear, Helaena screamed in distress, her anguished cries echoing down the corridor and catching the attention of a passing maid. Rhaegar dragged Aegon all the way to his cabin, his grip tightening with each step. As Aegon's terrified eyes begged for mercy, Rhaegar threw him inside and slammed the hatch shut. With a scornful sneer, Rhaegar declared, "The bracelet was a gift from me to Helaena. By taking it from her, you disrespect me. Now it's time for you to learn the consequences of disrespecting me." Feigning a search under the bed, Rhaegar retrieved a replacement fake bracelet from his space bracelet. Holding the fake up to Aegon's trembling form, he taunted, "Like it? It'll be yours in a moment." The ship sailed through the cold, damp sea air, but each cabin was equipped with a heater for warmth. Rhaegar opened the heater and removed the iron sheet covering the coals. The fiery coals glowed red as he dropped the false bracelet into them. The steel bracelet quickly absorbed the heat, turning red with intensity. Rhaegar used a rag to retrieve the scorching bracelet and approached Aegon with an evil smile, beckoning him forward. "Come, dear brother." "No, you can't do this to me. Father wouldn't allow it." Aegon's screams filled the cabin as he desperately tried to back away, his mouth free of the sock. Ignoring his protests, Rhaegar kicked him in the chest, forcing him to the ground. With a predatory stance, Rhaegar held the scalding steel bracelet close to Aegon's face. "Don't you like it? If I promised it to you, it's yours." Dodging Aegon's feeble attempts to push him away, Rhaegar leaned forward and held the blistering steel bracelet against Aegon's skin with unrelenting force. The handmaiden carried Helaena, who had passed out from crying, and hurried to Alicent's cabin. Ignoring Harold's inquiries, she banged hard on the hatch door, her urgency palpable. When he noticed the unconscious little princess, Harold's face drained of color. "What happened here?" he demanded. The maid, too frantic to speak, continued to pound on the door. Crunch! Beneath the relentless pounding, the hatch swung open quickly from the inside. Alicent, clad in a nightgown, emerged, her expression filled with concern as she saw Helena's limp form. Fear gnawed at Alicent as she took her daughter into her arms. "What happened? How did Helaena faint?" she asked worriedly. The princess collapsed in tears and kept mumbling the names of Princes Aegon and Rhaegar before she lost consciousness. The handmaiden replied, her voice shaking. "Aegon, what has happened to Aegon, and how is Rhaegar involved?" Alicent's distress deepened as she learned of her son's involvement, her gaze piercing the maid's. The handmaiden recoiled slightly in fear and whispered The princess mentioned something about being careful with fire, but I couldn't make sense of it. Alarmed at her daughter's condition, Alicent's eyes widened, her unease reaching a fever pitch. "Watch over Helena," she told the maid firmly, then turned to Harold. "Sire, something must have happened to Aegon and Rhaegar. I'll look for Aegon. You go to Rhaegar's quarters." With that, she dashed off, her footsteps echoing in her frantic rush. Only 2 steps into her dash, Alicent stopped abruptly in her tracks. Remembering the mishap at Rhaegar's last birthday party, when Aegon had been shoved into the cake, Alicent's eyes widened with concern. "I'll go to Rhaegar's quarters. You look for Aegon," she ordered firmly, her voice tinged with urgency. Sensing an imminent threat to her son, Alicent hurried to where she suspected Rhaegar might be. Navigating through the ship's vast hold, Alicent traversed deep corridors until she reached a cluster of royal cabins set close together. As she approached another corridor, she was suddenly assaulted by Aegon's agonized cries echoing through the passageway. "By the Sevens," Alicent murmured fervently, invoking a prayer for her child's safety as she quickened her pace toward Rhaegar's cabin. Arriving at the hatch, Alicent kicked it open with fierce determination, ignoring the pain shooting through her feet. Inside, she was met with a harrowing sight. Aegon, cornered and begging for mercy, while Rhaegar stood over him, brandishing a scorching steel bracelet. Fury coursed through Alicent's veins as she bellowed, "Stop! Release him now!" Turning to face Alicent's wrathful advance, Rhaegar's demeanor changed, and she forcibly pushed past him, allowing Alicent to cradle the sobbing Aegon in her arms. With a clatter, the steel bracelet fell to the floor, leaving scorched marks on the wooden surface. Alicent's shock and indignation surged at the sight before her. Confronting Rhaegar with fury, she lashed out, "You madman! Aegon is your brother, yet you would subject him to torture with a burning bracelet." Rising to his feet, Rhaegar brushed off his wounded pride and retorted icily, "I am not Aegon. He may torment his sister, but I refuse to persecute my own brother that way." He pulled the steel bracelet from the ground, seemingly unaffected by the searing heat, and cast a scornful look at the stunned Aegon. Only a coward would prey on defenseless girls while lacking the courage to face a true challenge, he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "Nonsense! I have witnessed your cruelty firsthand." Alicent's fervor blazed, her gaze piercing Rhaegar with disgust. Rhaegar's lips curled into a sneer. "Had I truly intended harm, you would not have had the opportunity to intervene and cradle him in your arms like a nursing mother." Alicent instinctively glanced down at her chest, only to find her nightgown soaked. Tears and mucus stained Aegon's face, mingled with droplets of spilled emotion. Without a word, Rhaegar tossed her a cloak and averted his gaze. "You cannot discipline your own son, leaving me, as his brother, with the responsibility." "I trust my own eyes," Alicent retorted, her hatred for Rhaegar palpable as she wiped the dirt from Aegon's face. "Tell me, Aegon," she pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. "Has he harmed you?" Aegon sobbed uncontrollably, glancing anxiously at Rhaegar, too frightened to speak. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow in smug satisfaction. With clenched teeth and a racing heart, Alicent delivered a resounding slap across Aegon's cheek and snapped, "Snap out of it! Aegon, tell me, has Rhaegar harmed you?" Her voice rose to a shrill pitch. Aegon flinched at the blow, his cheek reddening rapidly as he stammered through tears. "He struck me, and he burned me with fire." Rhaegar's brow furrowed slightly at the accusation, casting a scornful glance at the trembling boy. "Brat, you dare add fuel to the fire," he muttered under his breath. Alicent's anger erupted as she confronted Rhaegar. "Do you hear me? Aegon accused you of beating him, and I saw you burn him with that searing bracelet. What could he have done to provoke such cruelty from you?" Rhaegar stood speechless in the face of Alicent's accusations, unable to muster a response. Alicent's words poured out, fueled by righteous indignation. Reading Rhaegar's silence as indifference, Alicent's resentment flared, ready to unleash a torrent of rebuke. Before he could speak another word, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, interrupting the tense confrontation. Rhaegar's gaze lifted, settling on the arrival of Kingsguard Captain Harold escorting Viserys, and Rhaenyra, cloaked, following close behind. Despite his dizziness, Viserys forced himself to focus, his voice weak as he asked, "What is this commotion, disturbing the peace in the middle of the night?" At the sight of her husband's arrival, Alicent's tears flowed freely, her cries filled with anguish. "Look at Aegon. If I hadn't intervened, he would have been subjected to Rhaegar's torture." Not one to remain silent, Aegon joined his mother's lament with his own cries. A somber silence fell over the hut as all eyes turned to the distraught mother and son, locked in an embrace, tears mingling. Viserys, his expression tinged with suspicion, turned his gaze to Rhaegar, his voice ringing with authority. "Rhaegar, is it true what your mother says?" "She's not my mother, just a stepmother," Rhaegar retorted, his tone devoid of deference. The confrontation escalated, with Rhaegar vehemently denying Alicent's accusations. His biological mother had long since died in childbirth, leaving Alicent as a stepmother, a figure he viewed with disdain for coveting his sister's inheritance. "Enough. Regardless of her status as your stepmother, she fulfills the role of a mother in your life, and you will show her respect." Viserys admonished his eldest son for his insolence. Rhaegar considered retorting, noting that it was his squire who tended to his needs. But acknowledging Alicent's position as queen, he chose silence, understanding that the credit would inevitably fall to her. Observing her brother's defiance, Rhaenyra redirected the conversation. "Rhaegar, what happened? Why did her grace accuse you of mistreating Aegon?" Her choice of words, substituting torture for mistreating, did not escape Alicent's notice. In her heart, Rhaegar was a dutiful and obedient son, incapable of harming others. Alicent picked up on the implication and retorted, "He's a fiend, burning Aegon with a red-hot steel bracelet." Viserys, sensing the tension, noticed with astonishment the reddened steel bracelet in Rhaegar's hand. "Rhaegar, the bracelet in your possession." There was no mistaking it. The bracelet gave off an intense heat. Rhaegar's bold act of grasping the heated steel with his bare hands shocked his aging father to the core. It wasn't until Viserys pointed it out that the others realized the truth, including Alicent, who had confronted Rhaegar moments earlier and had just turned the corner. In the face of their stunned expressions, Rhaegar nonchalantly remarked, "After the burns healed, my tolerance for flames improved greatly. See, I told you he was a demon. What kind of man isn't afraid of flames?" Alicent's accusation rang out, her arms wrapped protectively around Aegon in horror, though her sentiment found no echo among the others. Once Viserys had recovered from his seasickness, he quickly took command. "Captain Harold, seal off the corridor. Let no one approach." Harold nodded dutifully, his gaze lingering on Rhaegar as he left, leaving only the family in the cabin. Viserys drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Rhaegar as he asked again, "Rhaegar, do you feel any pain?" "No, just a little warm," Rhaegar replied truthfully. Ever since he had been burned by the dragon's flames, the potency of the blood and fire seemed to have increased, rendering him largely immune to ordinary flames. Even as he held the blazing steel bracelet, his palm remained unblistered, with only a slight sensation of heat. Viserys' astonishment was palpable as he looked at Rhaegar with newfound awe. "It seems that the dragon flame has awakened your ancient bloodline and given you fearlessness in the face of fire." Throughout the illustrious history of House Targaryen, there have been many tales of gifted individuals and their extraordinary abilities. Though none were immune to fire, Viserys believed it was a manifestation of their shared heritage. As the saying in their family lore went, blood and fire come from the same source. Rhaegar made no protest, accepting his father's speculation. He knew he couldn't hide his abilities forever, and a prudent display of them now might pave the way for greater acceptance in the future. Watching the exchange between father and son, Alicent interjected eagerly, her voice charged with urgency. "Viserys, Rhaegar has harmed Aegon. You must bring him to justice." In her eyes, Rhaegar's actions against her child were unforgivable. Aegon was her emotional anchor, and she would never tolerate anyone mistreating her children. Viserys, now composed, surveyed the distraught Aegon, noting the red, swollen slap mark on his face and the visible signs of distress. His gaze then shifted to Rhaegar, his expression clouded with distaste. "He's your brother. Why did you strike him? He provoked Helena and tried to steal the bracelet I gave her. I merely hit him," Rhaegar recounted truthfully, gesturing at Aegon's cheeks with a hint of amusement. "The worst injury he suffered was not inflicted by me." Aegon recoiled from Rhaegar's pointed finger and clung to his mother's arms, his head bowed in shame. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys realized that the marks on Aegon's face did not match the force Rhaegar could have used at his age. Approaching Alicent, Viserys took Aegon's hand firmly, his tone stern. "Aegon, look at me." Aegon, overwhelmed with tears, obeyed, and Alicent shook him firmly, urging, "Your father is here for you. Show some courage. If you truly have courage, confront Rhaegar like you do when you bully little girls," Rhaenyra interjected, her tone laced with cold sarcasm. Aware of Helena's preference for Rhaegar's company and her own disdain for Aegon's bullying, Rhaenyra's words were meant to defend her brother.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.